Okay, I think we're live. Welcome, guys. I really wanted to be here earlier today, and boy, did I have a hard time. I think I'm just going to call this the truck flu. Why call it the truck flu? It's the flu that makes you feel like you've been hit by a truck. So I was unable to get out of bed. I woke up a couple times and just saw something on the phone, checking time, and that's all I remember. I was real bad way last night. Oh, hey, Mark, hello. I just checked emails and people were saying it was looking bad at over here on the Windy and the K&P, so I got on as soon as I could, only to encounter a bunch of tech problems for the last hour. Well, hour and a half, actually. But I've just made phone calls to the ISP and gotten a couple of troubleshooting things here, and it seems to be working again. So, hey, hello, Mark. How are you doing? At least we can do a night stream. I still feel pretty bad. I'm kind of shaky, but not like before. Hey, C-Probe. Working on it. I'm working on it. How are you doing? You're not feeling well either? You know, a lot of people are reporting that. I think something's got to be going around the West Coast. Oh, it's just bad. I've been checking on my friends. Have been neglecting everything. I think this is like day 66 or something of my live stream with only 5 days off. Well, maybe 6. 5 or 6. And my friends are like, where have you been? I haven't heard from you since July, and I found out a bunch of them were hospitalized and had COVID, and I'm going, wow. So I'm feeling lucky compared to what they're going through. Hey, David Magana. Hey, hello. I feel a little bit better, but yeah, same thing, Mark. It's like I feel like I've been hit by a truck, whole body pain, you know. So yeah, you're not alone. I think something's going around. How are you, David? It's kind of like at this point, I'm wondering, you know, who isn't sick right now? Raise your hand. You know. So yeah, you feel like that? Yeah, I'm just calling it the truck flu. I barely leave the house, but looks like I got unlucky with whoever I interacted with when I went to the pharmacy. So here we are anyway. I'm pretty concerned by the K&P and Windy as well. Looking at the heat signature of the K&P, you know, the whole Paradise plus the colony sector of it, and the Windy here, which is spreading around. The powder keg scenario that I've been talking about is, when does the Windy reach the SQF burn scar? If you think of the Windy, they had it temporarily locked down in a cage, just like the K&P to the north, with retardant, but without constant reapplication, which sadly they were not able to do because of visibility. Retardant only lasts so long, and then it's like having a rabbit in a wicker basket. You know, it eventually chews through it. When the Windy gets to the burn scar of last year's SQF, it's going to find a crazy amount of ready to burn primed old growth fuel, standing dead trees and trees on the ground. It is a bit like a small fire on a ship, but it's hitting this trail of gunpowder and following it to the powder magazine, which is the 2020 burn scar here, where it will explode if it reaches it, by my reckoning. That's just a lot of already dead, dried out stuff to burn, plus this year's brush growth. So hey, Majestic, hello, good evening. I feel the same way in Kern County. Yeah. Oh, hey, John Sater out the hello. Yeah. Hey, K-Doc. Weather and associated wind gusts are looking very worrisome for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for all the current fires except Dixie and Caldor and any new possible wildfires these days. Yeah, I am getting that impression. We'll check on the weather. This is the heat down here from the windy, and I don't know why the camera's down there. Let's go look at the best view we have on the windy is the please bear with me, the Tobias Peak. Let's look at Tobias Peak. Wow, even the Shirley Peak cameras show it blowing up. Shirley Peak was down there by the French fire by Lake Isabella. So it's gone hog wild, so to speak. Let's do a Tobias Peak 12-hour time lapse. First, we're looking at the windy. Frank Presley. Hello, Vanessa. Yep, it's vampire stream tonight. Does the National Forest do salvage logging after a fire? God, I would love to know. All of California needs to be salvage logged with millions of loggers to try to prevent new fires next year from getting worse. People don't realize the first fire is not the bad one. It's the easy one. And Dixie and Caldor and these others have not been easy. What happens is just the trees that are alive. Mostly it's just their branches that burn off. And the trunk doesn't burn. It's full of thousands of gallons of water because the tree is alive. But 1 year later, it's dried out. It's seasoned firewood. It's the next year fire. It's the fire the next year and the next year. They call it the 3-year jinx. They're worse because you don't just have branches burn off this time. You have the trunks on fire. That is a much more massive fuel source for them. You get a way more intense fire. All it takes is 1 to 2 years of brush buildup at the base to stack up that kindling next to the massive, unimaginable sized bonfire. So it is critically important to protect the landscape from the worst fires to come by immediately salvage logging everything off that you can. Especially, they won't be able to get to all of it. This would take decades to do, and there is not enough money to do it. They need to figure out which places are the most vulnerable to get it, at least do it near the communities, and get those dead trees, if ideally off the landscape entirely and used for wood for building, so that you don't have to cut down living trees, to build houses. But even if the wood's not good, it's rotten after 2 years and no good at all. It's not salvage logging like money. It's salvage the situation logging, such as do the best you can to prevent another mega fire. But the clock ticks. 3 years after, or even 2 years after a major fire, you're going to have a worse one in the same spot because of the brush growth and the fact that the trunks of the trees dried out. So this is Tobias Peak at what 1500 is, and that's 6 o'clock, right? So almost 7. Where's my military cheat sheet? 1500 is it's 3:47 in the afternoon, looking like a volcano, and just chugging away. So that's the windy fire. And Christopher Luttrell, FYI, inland spots through the canyons and passes can get minor Santa Ana event come early next week. Christopher, do you know where I can look up that info? We need to read about that. That's frightening. Well, yeah, Frank, I don't know how it works, but I know what they should do, and that is cut through all red tape immediately, jump into action, and say, call to action, all loggers in the United States, report to the West now. Everything we can do immediately, just get get the logs on the ground, load all that we can, get them on trains, send them to mills all over the country because there's not enough time to set up new ones right now. Salvage what we can out of the situation, and then even after the trees are rotten, this is to protect what's left of the environment and what's left of the communities. They have to do that immediately, in all forms. Just this could be a good economic boost too. And my idea would be use all the lumber to rebuild the homes, for free for the victims. But just have a massive initiative to quickly get this done. There's just so many trees that have died now with these fires. It would take decades to do everything, and that's not feasible. But we saw the Dixie get bad because they didn't salvage log everything out of the Moonlight Fire. That's part of the reason we had the giant firestorm there, threatening Susanville and everything by Janesville and Milford and Genesee and all that stuff. So we should be learning our lessons right now. It's no good. It's not good for the environment to have standing dead trees everywhere. It's a powder keg. It's a time bomb. So I don't know how it used to work in the past, but it's broken whatever way it used to work in the past. There was this misguided environmental opposition to it. It seems to just stem from the fact that many of them seem to hate loggers for some reason, and don't like logging. But guess what? That this is the way you protect the environment. The disaster happened. Put all hate aside and just realize we have to protect the environment now. We have to protect people. You can't protect the forest by letting it burn down again. That's not protection. I have no idea where that entire idea came from, but it's not good. So let's see. Yeah, I know Smitty. Thanks. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, John Sater, that looks like a furnace. Yeah, look at the crazy other cams right now. Let's duplicate tab. I never thought we'd be looking at the French fire cams, the ones down there at Shirley Peak. Sorry, Shirley 1, was it? Shirley, yeah, Shirley Peak 1 has the massive blow up of the Windy. I believe that's the Windy in the distance of today. Let's do it 12-hour. I don't know if it shifted direction or... Yeah, Husky Eagle says, I hate being sick. Are you sick too? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Frank. We've got a mechanical harvesting. It may not be that... I mean, they may have wanted to harvest as much as they could have to salvage the Moonlight burn, which was 2007. I was there in 2008 and drove around, and I was very concerned. You were using helicopter logging where they could, but I just saw the devastated landscape with many of the unfortunately very old trees dead, and I thought, okay, that's not good. I thought by now it would have been salvage logged, but to my surprise, when the Dixie Fire broke out, they said that there's still dead and down trees all over the landscape with the Moonlight Fire. I was just like, what? Oh dear. And I knew it would be explosive and bad. So, yeah, exactly, Nicole. The Native Americans used to take care of the forest way better than we've done recently. It's time to listen to them. In some spots, we've started to light the beneficial low-key forest fires, the ones that are controlled and done at the right time of the year where they don't get out of control. It fertilizes the land. Like low-key forest fires are natural. They usually just sort of run around doing minimal damage, mostly burning off the pine needles at the surface, and that fertilizes the land, or low-level grass fires fertilize the land. But when you let 94 years or 75 years of no fires at all, period, and you have too many too much duff, which is the pine needles and stuff on the ground, and too many dead trees on the ground, and stumps and logs on the ground, and dead trees standing up. You let that build up for the better part of a century. That's when you get these Holocaust fires, these mega fires, which are our fault. We screwed up in many different ways. It doesn't make sense to clear cut and devastate the forest here and then leave it too thick in the lot next door. That does not make sense. Forests too thick are bad. The trees struggle to survive. They're competing with each other for light and resources, and they're too close to each other. They're spreading disease by touching each other. And all of them are weak. And so the sanity is in the center, just forest thinning. But extremists on each side, extremists that want clear cutting and the extremists that want no logging at all, they have too much power and too much influence over what people think about the situation. We just have to stop listening to extremists and say, shut up, just get real. Both of them are kind of nuts, but thank goodness they're a loud minority in each case. That's why we have no hate and no blame allowed here. We have to work together. And it's about time we did and just cut the crap, This unnecessary arguing and hate cycle. Just cut the crap. Work together. Let's do it. Let's learn all the lessons. Let's make a better future. So I'm pretty alarmed by these images. Blue Mountain Kern as well. Here's Colville Mountain time lapse. Looking back here. Now remember, I've been in my sick bed all day. Let me know what did I miss throughout the day. Let's get caught up here. So Kim Weaver says, and then yeah. There's a whole lot of things we can do, Kim. Sea probe Saturday night. Chances of precip will start in the north and push south through Sunday. Confidence in the area north of I-90 getting measurable rain is increasing. That's good at least. And let's look at the forecast. Yeah, I would say masticating, Kim Weaver. That would be the next best thing, especially the rotted logs already. Mastication would be wood chipping it basically and turning it, helping nature by fast forwarding the mulch process. They make new technology will make it so that people aren't quite as anti-salvage logging. The big concern with that is that crushing the landscape underneath the dozers and tractors, right? Sensitive, sometimes endangered plants being harmed, and that's a good concern. However, you can't save them by letting them burn up in the next Holocaust fire anyway. Now we finally have the technology to do it right, do it sensitively with minimal impact, and that's called a masticator. That is a tractor. It can be either a car with regular tire wheels, or it can be a tractor with track wheel, track locomotions. Sorry, like a tank, or it can now be a special kind of little mini tractor with spider legs where it could kind of walk into the forest without making a road. And it has a robotic arm that grabs a tree or a log or whatever, and then there's a buzzsaw cuts it off, and then the wood chipper goes and does the whole thing real fast. That makes this real cheap, the speed at which they work. And if it's a rotten log anyway, I mean, the best thing about that is there's no dragging. There's no dragging on chains the log to get it up onto a truck or off the landscape. That can harm the plants, So if it just walks around the forest making mulch, that is 1,000 times better than the old methods, which were, admittedly a bit destructive. So this is why we're so enthusiastic about the new technology like the masticators. They're going to allow us to help the environment with the least amount of harm and protect our communities and protect the forests. So the Kim Weaver says, does the masticator also use tines or harrows to get the chips below the surface? I'm not sure about that, Kim Weaver. We should do a little bit more research. If anybody does know about masticator usage, then that would be, that would be good. The what I don't like is the hate cycle and the blame cycle. You know what? It has no solution. When two big groups get together and they're kind of opposed, but ironically have the same goal, just different ways of looking at it. The thing is you're not going to get anywhere by demonizing the opposite group. They'll just hate you and you'll hate them. Then what? Stalemate. No progress. We're stuck. Why don't we try to understand each other, work towards the common goal, and realize we're all people here, and then just start working. Let's just start working. So make compromises. Nothing. If you're going to say, "Hey, my way or the highway," nothing's going to happen. We can't let a good solution. We can't let the perfect solution be the enemy of a good solution. Okay, so yeah, I know, Husky. It looks like a nuke went off. Hey, Tracy. Hello. Hey, Smitty. Hey. So the thing is we can't support the hate machine. Just like people have to write whatever groups they belong to and say, if your rhetoric is hateful and you won't compromise and you're not telling the truth about the other party and you're acting and you have no solutions, and obviously the ones that you advocated for don't work, such as no roads in the wilderness, no salvage logging, all loggers are bad. If you're going to keep saying that, I'm not going to support you anymore. But I want to support you, a group that'll help protect the environment but not be extreme. The same thing is logging companies. Hey, we would be supporting of you, but don't devastate the landscape. And the people that are representatives, of course. It's oftentimes you can't blame the logging company because as environmentally sensitive as they want to be, they have to compete with other companies. Things like Canada. If Canada can do logging cheaper because they have an easier rule set, that's not fair to the United States. There's a whole lot of legal stuff here where we have to write congressmen and such, so that if a logging company does act more responsible than another one, that it's not punished, that it is rewarded with tax breaks or whatever. Oftentimes they're as frustrated as anybody else. They may not want to do a clear cut, but that may be the only way they can make profit. We have to change that. We have to use all kinds of tax incentives, breaks, and a system of incentives for doing the right thing, and punish the ones that do the wrong thing, right? With fiscally, I mean. At least we can generally count on the way that capitalism works, which is companies do whatever's most profitable. So all we got to do is make doing the right thing the most profitable. And if it takes subsidies or something to prevent mega wildfires, that's actually going to be a good investment for the government. Because of the cost of fighting a wildfire. So we have all kinds of, we don't have problems, as John Lennon would say. We just have solutions to pick from. Let's start examining them and pick them. Advocate for them and push for them. So King George Ridge, we got activity. What is Mount Abel? Is that moonlight? Yeah, I think that's lens flare, moonlight. Let's look at the weather. Are there any other cams that might? Let's see. Look at Rocky Hill. Be telling us a little bit more about the situation. Let's do a time lapse. Yeah. Have they got any more firefighters to the KNP and the Windy yet? That's a good question, Shaz. Hey, let's see. Oh, Kim Weaver. Yeah, that's a good point. The wood chippering thing. you would worry about creating a lot of wood with more surface area, which sounds more flammable. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad at all, because wood sitting on the ground in bark dust. Have you ever seen a bark dust fire? It's almost has invisible flames. The nice thing about it is, I'm just going to draw a picture for you. Let me get the pen up. The nice thing about something laying flat on the ground is that fires struggle to burn a log or something flat on the ground. This is just a picture. Here's a log flat on the ground, like a fallen tree that's old. And a lot of times these will burn black and not burn much at all. Wildfires and such go past them, and sometimes they'll smolder for a long period of time, but they don't burn much at all. And why? Air can't get underneath it. Air has to flow. So have you ever, as a kid, tried to make your first campfire and your parents laugh at you because you just put a log on the ground and take a cigarette lighter out and you try to light it and nothing happens? It's actually kind of hard to get solid wood to burn. And so then your parents say, here's what you do. And they stack it up off the ground, like leaning on each other, right? Well, now you have the perfect way to get it to burn, and thoroughly, because air flow gets to the bottom. Every fire pulls in air from beneath, and heat rises and air goes out the top. A chimney effect. Now it will burn vigorously and brightly. All you have to do is add some kindling down here, right? And that's what bushes are. When you have dead trees on the landscape, bushes are the kindling at the base of the bonfires. So the best thing in the world, first is good. Here's your dead tree standing, and the bushes, after 3 years, growing up at its base, and 3 years of minor tree grow. That is a bonfire waiting to happen. It is good to at least get it on the ground where there's no airflow beneath it. So it'll burn with a lot less problems. If it's on the ground, the embers just go nearby, right? If it's standing up, the embers go all over the place, especially when that log is burning and on fire, and finally at one point it will shatter apart and collapse under its own weight and throw burning chunks of trees, 500-pound burning hand grenades basically, all over the landscape. That's why you don't want them up. So getting them on the ground is even better as a log. Even better is it's just wood chips and stuff. Wood chips on the ground, there's no airflow underneath it. They start rotting and getting moist and wet and mushroomy pretty quickly. Wood chips can't throw embers anywhere. They're just wood chips on fire, so they just sit there and you get a little bit of smoke, a little bit, and the flames are extremely low intensity. So that's the deal with that. It doesn't matter that that's fuel; it's on the ground. So and it becomes soil pretty quickly. Duff and stuff will get on it. It'll just begin rotting real quick. So exactly, Kim Weaver. It's like trying to burn a book with a book that's closed versus all the pages open. That's a great analogy. So let's go and look at how many firefighters they've got now on the KNP. Let's go read the InstaWeb. This is the multicam look to it, and Tobias Peak is just ugly. King George. Buck Rock is kind of obscured by smoke. Looks like the Windy is the one that's just vigorous right now and trying to reach the powder keg of the SQF complex. So why are we worried about the SQF? Let me show you pictures about how not only is that an almost completely dead forest area and the devastating fire of last year, but also the beetle kills and the fungal thing. It's dead old growth. It's dead sequoias. They're going to be an insane fuel source that will not be controllable under any circumstance. It'll just be like, well, there it went, and we may just have to wait for winter. It'll just be really bad. I shouldn't say under any circumstance. I believe it would not be controllable under any circumstance. The only bright spot here is we're in September. At least winter is closer than, say, if the windy fires started in July. If it had started in July, oh my God, we would have such an insane problem. So let me show you about the SQF. Let's see, in SQF Wildfire. They should have a variety of photos here for us to be seeing, or videos maybe. Let me give it a second. We are listening to a radio right now. We're listening to Northern California major incident, and it stopped the broadcast. It's not really reliable. Does anybody else have a radio where we could hear anything? I'm looking at Tulare County, and the Sequoia and Sierra National Park one was offline. It seems to be online right now. Excuse me, but it was offline a second ago. So let's go to that feed. It says there's one listener. Hopefully that will come alive. So, yeah, EAK Doctor has the info for us. The KNP complex fire, as of 9 p.m. tonight, they have 356 personnel. Yay! It's also extremely small. I mean, it's better than the 140 we had, but that's about it. Yeah, Frank, I know what you're talking about. The fire can actually skunk around between chunks and pieces on the ground, and the fire can move almost undetected. Don't ask me how I know. That's the thing about bark dust fires, is they're almost invisible. But the thing is that every tree trunk on the ground becomes wood chips anyway. We would be speeding up the process by like 40 years and turning it almost directly into soil way, way faster. We'd be bypassing the 40-year process of insects and bears tearing apart things and rot and all that, and just be like, let's fast forward, help the soil come back and help the new plants grow. You just got notification for this chat. What notification, Mark? Mark says winds came in from northwest today. Fall has arrived in my elevation. Reno with the leaves falling. There you go. Yeah, the higher elevations get quicker. They meet winter a lot sooner. Okay, area forecast discussion. National Weather Service out of Sacramento for the 15th. Synopsis, chance of moisture, not a bunch. That's not me saying that. It's here on the weather report. Chances of moisture, not a bunch, in parentheses. Increasing with best chances on Sunday. Cooling definitely on track with the coolest day Sunday. Some gusty winds possible early next, with temperatures slowly rising. I think they meant to say early next week. Some gusty winds possible early next week, I suppose, with temperatures slowly rising. Discussion. The cooling trend has started today as a weak upper wave has driven down the upper ridge that had been in place for a few days. Not much change in weather tomorrow, as next precipitation bringing system drops into Pacific coastal areas. Expect a dry and mild day Thursday. Friday, mid-level winds will start to increase as the next system advances further onshore in the Pacific Northwest. This will create a brief period of localized elevated fire weather concerns, but the areas that reach that criteria in the Sierra is short-lived and spotty. Thus, we aren't going with any fire weather highlights. Onshore flow will bring delta breeze and in general moist air into the area. That's for Friday. I'm not even sure what to make of that paragraph. They just said the wind will cause a brief period of localized elevated fire weather concerns. But it's short-lived and spotty, so that's good. Saturday, a lot like Saturday. Okay, this is full of typos. Saturday's weather is a lot like Saturday. I think they meant a lot like Friday. But mid-level weather, mid-level wester to southwest winds increase. This will continue to bring up relative humidity levels. Wind criteria will be possible issue for fire weather, but looks like relative humidity should keep us out of anything too bad. Okay, good. It's moist. It's windy, but it's moist. Just at least. Saturday night chances of precip will start in the north and push south through Saturday. Confidence in the areas of I-80 getting some measurable rain is increasing. Okay. Probabilities of a tenth or more around the 50% mark in the higher elevations and foothills of the northern Sacramento Valley. Okay, whoever wrote this, I don't know. I would just say, dude, you're clear as mud. Can you go back to the drawing board? This is supposed to be extremely succinct, very clear weather forecast. I have no idea who wrote this. I'm just giving up on that entire sentence, that entire paragraph. Probabilities of blah, 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 blah. That doesn't make sense. In the higher elevations and foothills in northern Sacramento Valley. So system not super wet, but wouldn't be surprised. A few half-inch reports in some area. I guess they mean half-inch. So system not super wet, but wouldn't be surprised. A few half-inch reports in some areas. Alright, I'm going to just translate that to English. May get half an inch of rain in some spots around the Sacramento Valley, especially in the north. Wow. I can't even read these. Extended discussion. Sunday still looking like the best chance of rain, and system is pretty progressive, and it's basically out of the area by Monday. I'm talking about Northern California here. Upper trough then digs to the east. It sets up a pattern. We get concerned with offshore winds. Okay. They need to write that better. Write not a lot to see what happens to start highlighting fire weather concerns yet. Does this person speak English? Write not a lot to see what happens to start highlighting fire weather concerns yet. Okay, I'm going to go to a different weather station. That's National Weather Service. I have no idea who they're hiring to be writing up these reports. I'm going to go to NOAA Weather. Just whatever. They need an editor and a translator for that one. If you want to know what the heck I'm trying to read, this is the link. Yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, Luann Coffee, I just went live an hour ago. I was terribly ill. I still feel like I have truck flu, which is the flu that makes you feel hit by a truck. I wasn't online today. I was just in bed. Shut up, Dusty. Yeah, the jokes are that person types like me. Yeah. So, I'm gonna read NOAA instead of National Weather Service, because that was unintelligible. Alright, let's go to K&P Complex. I want to know more about what the heck we're seeing. K&P and the windy. So let me duplicate tab and go to windy as well. The windy is just looking quite active right now. So the windy, let's start there. Bottom right, Tobias Peak right there. Updated 5 hours ago. Total personnel in the windy is 526 people. It was at 2,520 acres, but we can see it actively spreading around. Caused lightning. Estimated date of containment the 30th. Oh, I hope so. That would be nice. I guess if it reached the SQF burn scar, they have one shot at keeping it on whatever dozer line is at the southern edge of that burn scar. If they don't, pandemonium. This of grave concern here, the SQF. Can't let it get established in here, or I don't see how they would stop it. I hope that they have some pre-made dozer lines that they could man, and that they're going to try to deal with things that way. This is a very old burn scar, so I don't know if they have anything to the east. The yellow one, they're kind of color-coded by date. The red ones are the most recent fires, and yellow is pretty, fires of a decade or more past. So let's go back here to the windy. Bottom right corner. Axis King George, I think, is the windy fire as well, but I can't remember. Anyway, let's read about it. Okay. Wait a second. Hey, I just pressed the wrong button. Hang on. The fuels involved in the windy fire are timber, grass, and understory, chaparral, which is 6 feet tall, like manzanita bushes and such, and brush that's 2 feet tall. Dense stands of decadent brush with numerous dead conifers and oak trees mixed in. The fire is currently in an area with no recent fire activity. Recent fire history. Fire behavior may become very active while burning in areas of heavy fuels, well, as we see. Fuels are extremely dry, and the fire is in the high tree mortality area, meaning the dead zone. Topography may assist in the fire growth, yes. So remember, the estimated containment date is sometimes just there for entertainment purposes only. Remember when the Dixie first started, and they said it would be contained by August? And then they moved it to August 13th, and then we lost Greenville and it exploded. Then they were like, never mind. So, significant events for the windy fire. It's active, making uphill runs. It's backing, doing short-range spotting, and active fire behavior. Steep terrain is promoting active backing. An active backing fire driven by rollout, producing short uphill runs. Rollout is flaming debris just rolling downhill, the tree pieces, the pine cones, the logs. High-intensity uphill runs occur when fire is established at the base of the slopes, meaning a pine cone rolls down one slope, and then it's on fire. It lights the landscape on fire at the base, and it runs up the other side, because fire likes to climb. Smoke inversion over the fire is moderating its behavior. Yes, when it's there. But when we have clear nights like this and clear pictures, the smoke goes away, and then it chugs away. So, weather concerns for the windy fire. The weather pattern right now is fairly quiet over the fire area. Central California is currently being between an upper level ridge to the south in Baja region and a trough in the Pacific Northwest. High temperatures today will be running about 5 to 7 degrees above normal for this time of year. A small amount of haze has developed and will continue for the next few days as we are in stable and stagnant weather pattern through Wednesday. Well, it's Wednesday, so what happens now? Isn't the wind coming? Planned actions. They'll continue to take opportunities to contain the fire's edge where they're allowed to, by opportunity. And with limited resources available, while looking to build contingency and indirect lines. Continue to validate the management action points. Okay. Continue to build WFDSS decision in coordination with Sequoia National Forest and the Tule tribe. Projected incident activity. The windy fire will continue to spread north, which we don't want it to. That's towards the SQF burn scar. It will continue to spread north into Windy Creek and up the Crawford drainage, east through Perone Grove, into the Summit Trail at Onion Meadow Peak, and towards Windy Gap, and south to Cedar Creek, towards Mule Peak Lookout. It will threaten the South Pyrone Sequoia Grove. And we saw them wrapping the Mule Peak Lookout. It's an old one, an old wooden structure, and they were wrapping it with that aluminum-looking stuff. So hopefully it survives. Hopefully the Sequoia survives. And hopefully it doesn't spread out towards people. Weather. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 54 degrees. West to northwest winds around 5 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. Winds could gust as high as 1 mile per hour. Oh no. But it's still active anyway. It's not even wind driven, it's fuel driven. And oh boy, what's going to happen when it gets winds? Remarks. Resources will be going direct where possible. It will also be using roads, ridges, and other natural and man-made features when direct attacks not possible due to the limited resources currently assigned to the incident. Additional operational resources will be needed to make any progress here. Meaning we need more people, we need more planes, we need more engines, we need more everything to make progress. As the incident continues to grow due to dry fuels and lack of resources, communities are being threatened by the fire spread. These include Camp Nelson to the north, Ponderosa to the northeast, and Johnsdale to the southeast of the fire. These communities all have limited routes of egress, few way outs, and would require advance notice to evacuate safely. The Mule Peak Lookout has a high likelihood of being impacted by the fire in the next 36 hours. 2 high-value giant sequoia groves are being impacted by the fire, including Perone Grove, South Perone Grove, and numerous others, like Red Hill Grove, Long Meadow Grove, Parker Peak Grove, North Cold Springs Grove, and Trail of 100 Giants remains threatened by the windy fire. Major historical sites that are threatened include the scattered logging camps and mill sites and the Redwood Corral and associated structures. By the weekend, a series of low-pressure troughs will bring stronger and gustier winds over the area. There is also a probability of offshore flow over the fire area in Sunday night to Monday night time frame. Excuse me, I got a cough. Ooh. Yeah, I'm glad you guys didn't have to hear that. It's a barky kind of a cough. Sorry. So, yeah. Here comes the wind, in other words. So let's try and look at that. That's our, this is what it's doing without it. The powder keg thing is real. People are like, I mean, here it is, without significant wind, guys. This has been active even trying to form pyrocumulus clouds at 6 in the morning and after midnight every single night. And if it gets fanned by the wind, it's going to become a moving volcano, basically, as far as its destructive capability. Let's see here. Oh, I am pretty concerned that Dixie and Caldor will have problems again too with wind. And we were looking at the predictive services, and they're saying extreme, high to extreme fire danger Friday and Saturday and such because of that wind and other concerns. So, yeah, that's very nice, Tracy. A lovely video of Tahoe strong people thanking all the firefighters as they were leaving. Yeah, it's good. So, okay, let me look back at the stream. Yeah. The windy is probably going to find its powder keg. A big hugs, Luann. Sorry that I've been doing this since July 14th for like 14 hours a day in general. So I only have a ragged kind of throat, and I don't mean to be bothering people with my constantly, but I am sick. I wanted to be here earlier. I was floored. So I'm here throughout the night though. This is our Tobias Peak. So this is the Windy's time lapse starting around that's 11:30 in the morning. And I want to make sure that I get up to date on things. We'll watch some videos too. And I'm trying to use a new firewall system that'll help my internet problem. And if you'll bear with me, I'm supposed to have a little control panel, and just gotta check this. Okay. Yeah. I have to make sure that the right apps are allowed access to the internet so that we don't get cut off here. Stupid firewall was saying, does this app have permission to ask to use the internet? Yes, it's my streaming app. Please allow it access to the internet. Oh my gosh. So something called download upload host, that seems like it needs access to the internet too. Okay. So let's look back here. I think that's under control. I think the stream's healthy, and let me know if there's some sort of interruption. I'll check this new thing I have. So wow, this is the last frame. This is current, and it's chugging away. Fires are generally less active at night because there's not as much heat as during the day. There's more humidity. But look at it go. The Windy in particular has been just quite astonishing with its nighttime activities. It's like a meth head. It doesn't sleep. It just goes and parties and parties and parties. It hasn't slept for days. It doesn't care. It's still ready to party. And this is just mostly backing and rollout. This is just where things like trees are on fire and they just drop their flaming pine cones, which are affectionately known as footballs, down the slopes, and it rolls to the bottom of the slope and it races up the other side. And that doesn't require wind. This is not wind driven. That this is going to be insane when it is. So let's look at Windy. Then we'll look at the KMP as well. Okay. Wow. I'm on waves for some reason. I was like, why is the ocean purple? Okay, here's wind. Let's drop it down here by Visalia, sort of. Where is the which town is closest to the Windy? That would be Porterville, due east of Porterville. Okay. All right, Windy. I was almost correct. I was only off by about 25 miles. Okay. Let's take it into miles per hour. See, this is confusing to me. Basically winds 5 to 6 miles an hour consistently during the day, almost dead calms at night with 47 mile an hour wind gusts possible throughout the days, 15 mile an hour wind gusts at night. This is general. I can sum this up real quick. Oops, wrong color pen. Daytime winds, and then in blue, nighttime wind directions. and supposedly almost dead calms, unless daytime 27 miles an hour, nighttime 15 miles an hour. But what are we seeing it do? It's not spreading in wind directions. It's irrelevant. The wind's mostly just giving it fuel. It's going with rollout, and that's determining the spread. The fact that fire likes to climb hills. So if we look at it, this tells more of the story. The shaded relief, it's been sitting in a bowl, and when it gets up on ridges, then trees and stuff on the top have the rollout. Their debris that's on fire goes to the bottom of slopes, and it races up and climbs to the top of the next one, and then it falls down over the other one, and then it races and climbs to the next one, and it'll fall all the way down. The fact that terrain is so steep, rollout's going to go further. Dusty was the one, I think, explaining how a tree that burns and then shatters apart and falls down one of these steep slopes is like a missile. It picks up enough speed in terrain like this to be a missile at the bottom, where it'll shatter apart and throw flaming shrapnel everywhere. So here is the Mule Peak. Here's the Mule Peak. I think the fire lookout, if we put it on Forest Service or scan topos, yeah, that's the lookout house. So let's see if it's being impacted. Probably already. The fire's probably there right now. And whether or not that Mule Peak lookout is saved, I don't know if fire crews are there right now. I wish we had a cam. I don't know why we don't have a cam. Right there, we'd have a front row seat to the fire. But you'd think the fire lookout camera system would include, the fire lookouts of yesterday. So whether or not that building survives, we'll find out in the morning, I guess. Or day after day. We have to keep it, one day at a time here. So we can go back to the summary and see where it was supposed to spread. But with only 500-ish people on there, with this kind of terrain, almost no roads, just mostly trails, this is going to be extremely difficult to do anything. Aircraft will be the name of the game, and they haven't had aircraft due to the smoke. But when it gets cooking with the winds, that'll blow the smoke away, and theoretically they could have aircraft. But what has to hold is right up here to the north. It's already in the 2006 slate, a burn scar, or meeting it now. And this line right here, I would hope that they could stop it, because apparently that's where they stopped the fire before. Maybe it was rain, or maybe it was snow, and that's just kind of where it stopped. But it could be that it stopped here because that's where their lines were, the SQF last year. What we could do is get a briefing map from SQF. But mostly the SQF stopped because of cold weather. It went out of control from midsummer to winter, basically. And it has to just stop, otherwise it's going to reach the powder keg of fuel. And the poor town of Ponderosa is now at extreme risk. And I've been there. Isn't that where they filmed Bonanza? Guys? Didn't they film Bonanza here? The classical Western show that was super popular in the 60s and 70s. Oh, I think I remember that now. We did this epic tour as a kid with my family, where we went to see all the sites. Okay, looking back up the chat. Oh, that's very nice, K-Doctor. Yeah, Dusty was telling a story. Let me see. Hang on. And thanks for the support and pats on the head. It's so hard to go on at this point, day after day, without feeling just terribly guilty, and just because I can't be here all the time, not when I'm sick. And the little thank you for helping, or I enjoy this stream, I'm getting useful information from it. That really helps give me energy. That's my motivation here, is to help. I'm sorry, I forgot the donation page for the Caldor and Dixie. Here you go. This is what I'm going to pin to the top of the channel. Please give generously there. All I need is a pocket change left over to keep going without, income. Oh, the clock isn't here anymore. Okay, let's get the clock up. But I'm good to be with you the foreseeable future here. Let's fix my clock. Hang on a second. Let's see, simple, customize, background color. If I forget anything like that, guys, just let me know. Yeah. Save. Okay. Okay, resize. Clock. There we go. We got the clock. It's back. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute cough for a second. Okay. Alright, I gotta get a drink. That's our latest from Tobias Peak. We're still looking at the Windy. And then we're next going to go look at the KNP. And we got to figure out some better weather forecasts. I know the the Predictive Services out of Reading has like a video for us to watch. Has anybody found out how to work the one for Southern California? Because there's two places in California with they are the end source, like they are the Pope. There's other weather services that make predictions. There's NOAA and there's National Weather Service, but the Predictive Services is the Pope for firefighting weather. It is all about predicting weather that affects firefighting and fire danger. That's what we're after. And their websites are super hard to navigate. Ancient looking, but it's more important than ever to figure out the one for Southern California. So we go to Predictive Services Fire. Predictive Service National Interagency Fire Center. And sitemap. Dispatch and reference material. Weather. Oh, it's outlooks, isn't it? Okay. We have everything you ever wanted to know about fire here, but in a very disorganized website that makes it a little bit hard to remember where to find stuff. So, September 2021 in general outlook. Above normal wildland fire potential, especially for Northern California and Hawaii, and places around Wisconsin and Washington and Oregon. That's and below normal for the soaked and soggy southern United States. So that's interesting. So where's the monthly 7-day significant fire potential? This is nice and easy to see. High risk triggers. So the brown is bad. It's really bad. Only with red can you have something worse. And that's over here because of lightning potential. But we have moderate risk brown over here with W as windy over there. And that is valid for the 15th. So it's only today. Where's the ones for the rest of the week? 16th today. Still moderate risk. Okay. They have Friday. W is for wind. And that's around the Caldor and the Dixie and Antelope. So Friday might be pretty bad as we've been expecting. And then Saturday, still got wind around the northern Sierras. Goes down to low risk by Humboldt County, and that thereabouts. That's nice. And then where's Sunday? I skipped it. Sunday, a lot less low risk around the northern Sierras. Yay. Remains moderate risk for everywhere else in the south, and pretty windy the east side of the east of the Sierras. And then windy on the border with Mexico on Monday. So I'm kind of wondering, why isn't the windy risk placed on the map? Because we're reading about it. Excuse me. There we go. Southern California Geographic Coordination Center. The 7-day outlook for hereabouts. High risk triggers. Alright, moderate risk. The high risk, it goes into high with wind and lightning. It remains pretty moderate. The worst days Friday, Saturday, and Tuesday across the board, pretty much. So which area are we in for the I thought we could click and see. But wouldn't it be labeled SC05 and such? Oh man. See what I mean about just now I have to go looking up which area we're in for the windy fire. I wish you just click, it would tell you done deal. So there's deserts, Sierra Mountains, Eastern Mountains. Alright, whatever. I'm looking for a video. It should be under Outlook. Like it is for Northern California. Mark says there's a red flag warning for Saturday. Ouch. Bonanza was filmed in a couple of places, but I mean they had like their little set to town. That might have been Ponderosa. So did somebody go live? Thought we'd be able to help if she was UK. Sorry, I hadn't looked at chat for a moment. Let me go back to looking at Tobias Peak. I'll try to figure out predictive services for the Southern United States in a second. Oh, chat's on slow mode. Sorry, let me try to fix it. I think I hit edit. Customization. Okay, sorry, it's off. Oh, Michael Wells says Bonanza was filmed on location in the Incline Village area at the set called The Ponderosa. Oh, most was filmed on a lot in Burbank. Oh, okay. But I do know that somewhere in the mountains there were there was a significant amount that was filled, and there was a plaque that we saw. I just can't remember where we went to find it. So, yeah, I know Frank's sobering numbers for the Dixie. Dusty says, I like your artwork. It has an almost Picasso-esque quality. Oh, my drawings. Oh, thanks. I should start selling them. I am quite talented. No, I'm not. It looks like crap. Going back up to chat. Trying to I'm not sure what I missed in chat. Parts were filmed on the north side of Tahoe. That's cool. Oh, hey, Big Al. Big Gal. Big Gal Al. Oh, sorry, mate. Good to have you back. Jay Cat says, I had Tulare County on here today, and a busy day, not only KNP fire stuff, but local and CHP too. Hey, Jay Cat, which broadcast? Because I've got multiple going right now that are silent. I've got Sequoia and Sierra National Forest, Kings Canyon playing right now. Cal Fire Tulare unit is playing right now. There's nothing being broadcast. But if we could hear something, that would be good. Help who? Help who with something? JCat, we had an EF1 2 miles north of here. Power was out for 10 minutes. Lost the internet, phone, and cell phone till noon. Yikes. Yikes, that sucks, JCat. 2,270 peeps left on the Dixie. 86% containment. Caldor has 2,948 peeps left on it. 71% containment. Yeah. So, Mr. Dusty's story. Okay. If I missed anything in chat, this is hard to keep going through. Tracy says the Sierra Tahoe cam frightens me, worries me continuously. Well, you know, it kind of has had active fire on it at nighttime for weeks. I was a lot less worried about that cam because they have to do a lot of control burning around Sierra Tahoe to protect it. And it kind of had a front row seat to almost every active part of the Caldor for weeks. The fact that it doesn't look down, if it did rotate down, sometimes I think during the night we would have seen the fire crews doing control burns. And that would have freaked people out less and less. They've been using it as a staging place. I mean, it's safe enough for them to use where the camera is as a staging place. And has been for more than a week. And that's one where people enter here and they're very concerned about it. And while it did do damage, it was mostly that one night that it climbed Lover's Leap and then threatened Tahoe in the first place. That was when the fire first went past it and took out homes, and we had all that sorrow with it. And it can pivot around and look at everything wrong from the I-50 area to the Echo Lakes, and a lot of times that is control burning, especially at night. Then it can look south and look at what's going on kind of by Kirkwood. And then it looked northeast sometimes at what was going on in South Lake Tahoe Basin. But we saw the fire get right up to it, and the only huge concerns I had when I was looking at it was that one night, where they really lost control, and it went, unfortunately, at Strawberry, and went to get up on the Echo Summit. One of these radios is live.
2347.
Cal Fire Tulare unit is talking.
Engine 95, Colorado, process Manning, chest pain, Colorado, process Manning, timeout 2348.
Okay, when you hear weird tones like that, that's medical. Firefighters respond to medical calls all the time. They've got the first aid training, so that's one of the things about streaming those channels. Yeah, this is very low-level activity here. I like what I see on Sierra Tahoe. That's nice and quiet. Ooh, got a nice sunset. It's a far cry from what we saw earlier, the marching flames approaching it and helplessly watching from afar as it rampaged. Hawkins Peak is so docile right now. Heavenly Ski Area is so docile right now. Big hill, barely seeing spots far away. Oh, that's looking just nice. Remember the giant mushroom-shaped clouds that we had before? It's just such a relief. Just remember, though, if we have Santa Ana winds or Diablos, everything's off the table. Everything could explode again. We just hope that they get a handle on things and get it real situated before any event like that. Every fire is a race against time before the next big wind event. So Kim Weaver says, wouldn't that be Big Bye Gal? I don't know. It's Big Al, and the point was for like 2 days I called Big Al Big Gal. I thought he was a woman, and he humored me for a bit, finally corrected me about 2 days later. But thank you so much, Big Al, for not only that humor, but sharing those images of the Sequoias where you went there last month, man. Showing us what's at risk and the fuel load. It's been it's been perfect for us to, we could speculate all we want, look at photos from above, but when you see, hey, I was there last month, then we have an exact idea about what the firefighters are facing. So usually you go to Outlook, and there would be a 7-day outlook like so, but where is, maybe they just don't make videos like they do for the North. Am I supposed to read it? The 7-day printable, I'll do that if I have to. But the National Predictive Services forecast for California's South Ops. And let's just write this down. Which fire service zone? Which zone is the K&P and Windy in? At InstaWeb, it doesn't even say the word zone. You'd think InstaWeb would say this is the zone that the fire's in. Okay. Fire weather zones, California. If we had just a nice interactive map guide, that would be nice. Welcome to fire hazard severity zones. Okay. Well, where's the map of the zones? Oh, for the love of cars. Fire hazard severity zones maps. that is not at all what I think we're looking for. That's just like something else. Fire weather zone boundaries. That's Northern California. Okay, where's Southern? Okay, I guess we have enough. All right. There's Fresno. So 594 is Tulare zone, right? And 591 just to the west of it. So we would be looking at 590, 594, 591. Let's see if that's what we're... No, it just doesn't even work. SC 14. Okay. Help. Anybody in chat know where to find this information? The SC zones, whatever these are. SC03, okay. Southern Sierras. Okay. Weather discussion. High pressure over the desert southwest will gradually weaken as a weak area of low pressure approaches the region and begins to merge with the trough off the west coast. The deeper, cooler trough that forms will move inland over the region Friday through Sunday and then linger over the Great Basin Monday. High pressure will briefly build over the west coast Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Temperatures will remain quite warm and above average through Thursday, just tomorrow night, with upper 70s and 80s across the mountains and low 90s and 100 degrees in the valley. Minimum humidity will be mainly in the single digits and teens above and inland from the marine layer influence throughout Friday. Oh God. You don't want single digit humidity. That's just pretty much red flag stuff if you have winds. Southwest afternoon and evening winds. Oh great. Of 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 will periodically surface over the wind-prone mountain and desert areas through Friday, with stronger west to northwest winds and gusts up to 50 miles an hour is expected across the mountains and deserts Saturday through Monday. That basically would be red flag. Temperatures will cool to allow below normal and minimum humidity. Temperatures will cool to a little below normal, and minimum humidity will increase into the teens and 20s from the coastal areas Saturday through Monday. Shower and thunderstorm activity is not expected through Saturday. Isolated showers and thunderstorms will be possible across Yosemite and portions of Sierra Sunday and Monday, but confidence is low at this time. North to northeast winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour with higher gusts to 35 miles per hour will be possible through the mountains and below the canyons and passes of Southern California Monday afternoon through Thursday morning next week. Through Tuesday morning next week. However, confidence is low this time on the strength and the timing of these winds, as models currently suggest the strongest winds to materialize along and east of the lower Colorado River. Colorado River Valley, Fuel discussion. Warm and very dry conditions will cause the potential for large fire to be elevated away from the coastal areas. Large fire threat will decrease across the lower elevations starting Thursday as temperatures cool and we get more humidity, but there will continue to be an elevated threat for large fire across the mountains as wind strengthens. So anyway, lower elevations are looking better for fire weather. The mountains are looking way worse as the winds strengthen. Expect light to moderate initial attack activity across the region through Monday. Wow, so large fire threat will continue to be elevated for the regions of the mountains as winds strengthen. North to northeast winds of 15 to 25 miles per hour with higher gusts to 35 will be possible across the mountains and below canyons and passes Monday afternoon through Tuesday morning next week. Okay, so that's a longer term outlook, but the immediate concern: southwest afternoon and evening winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts to 40 will periodically surface over the wind-prone mountain and desert areas through Friday. Stronger west to northwest winds, gusts 50 miles an hour expected across the mountains Saturday through Monday. So, the wind is here. It's going to be bad enough tomorrow and Friday with southwest afternoon and evening winds, right? So a southwest wind blows to the northeast, and stronger west to northwest winds that way. A gust up to 50 miles an hour expected across the mountains and deserts Saturday through Monday. Remember, that's upper levels, so wind direction at the surface could be completely different than where the wind is out of in general. So, yay. Immediately the wind, that's a very sarcastic yay. Immediately the wind will be pushing it towards the east and northeast because that is southwest afternoon and evening winds. But Friday, stronger west to northwest winds have gusts of up to 50 miles an hour across the mountains and deserts Saturday through Monday. Hold on to your butts through Tuesday is basically the idea. It was simmering, and what the weather is about to turn up the heat to maximum and lift the smoke and lift the lid off the frying pan, which is the smoke, and it's headed right towards the powder keg of the SQF burn scar. So the windy fire will make that hard to medium strength push during the daytime closer and closer to the powder keg, which is here, and then the 50 mile an hour wind gusts will be spreading it down this way and driving it down this way. So it's going to spread pretty much like that, or it will try to, based on the way the winds are. That's my assessment. And that's just wind-based spread. It will continue to just spread to the south and such, and even that way against wind, just because it's downhill when flaming debris falls that direction, and that can be kind of random. We know that flaming debris will also just continue to roll downhill and then climb up hills, no matter what the wind does, anyway. So, even with very little wind right now, that thing is chugging away. The windy is going places. I gotta mute the cough. Hang on. Okay. So the funny thing about predictive services is they can't issue a red flag warning. Only the National Weather Service can. But don't ask me why. That doesn't seem to make sense. But we can go to the National Weather Service map and see National Weather Service red flag warning map. I think I should bookmark this. I keep losing it. These guys, they first issue a fire weather watch, and that almost always becomes a red flag. Watches like, we expect this to happen. There's a big possibility this happens. And warning, in weather terms, is like, it's happening. That's so different. The terminology is so different when it's like mandatory, like evacuation watch and warning. And mandatory. I wish they'd standardize their terminology. It gives people a false impression that warning is like something might happen. No, in the weather terminology, warning means it's happening. A watch means it might, or we expect it. So, I'm going back to the chat, looking at California. Boy, it's not looking good to the north. over there by Colorado. That looks nasty. I see the watch for Reno, which means all this area that peach color, that's probably going to be a red flag. So the thing is this is covering enough of the Sierras down here to get me concerned that will probably be expanded. It really could. Yeah, exactly. Dusty says watch means maybe, possibly, probably. Warning means yep, it's on. So the thing is that I went through most of my life not knowing that, thinking that tornado warning is like, oh, there might be a tornado. No, tornado warning is like it's the funnel cloud is now touching the ground, it's coming. Tornado watch is the thing. And I just wish they'd make it easy enough for kids to understand. I don't know how many adults still have the misunderstanding. But that's nice that they have their own terminology, but there should always be a set of it for the public. Just do simplify it for the public. In your dissertation papers and in your meteorological studies and in your universities, use whatever language you want. It's Chinese or sounding to everybody else. But when you talk to the public, clear, concise, absolutely understandable, no mistakes messages are what they need to do. Because not everybody in the United States is a highly educated English speaker with their first language. Somebody learning English opens the book and looks up the definition of a warning. They think, oh, it might happen. You know? Hang on, I got a cough again. Okay. All right. So, that's in a nutshell. That's close enough to where these fires are. Like, there's Kings Canyon. Here's where the KNP is. A little bit south is where the Windy is. That fire weather watch is so close that remember, a red flag has to be low humidity, like single digits, low teens. Has to be high winds. Has to be dry fuels. That's basically it. And we got everything else in place. All it takes is a little bit of a wind, a new wind and humidity prediction, and that'll spread out all over the map. So the possibility for red flag, I think, is pretty high to be dropped down there. So, oh, they have a predictive services. Cute little link there. Okay. So is this the map that shows us zones? Please be the... Okay. Let's read a special weather statement. Whoa, what did I do? Special weather statement. It was at 4:30 p.m. Wednesday. Well, yesterday. Now it's after. Now it's after midnight now. So big weather changes are in store for this weekend as a storm pushes into the west, bringing periods of gusty winds, a drop in temperatures, and chances for precip. Winds, strong and gusty winds, are anticipated Saturday and especially Sunday. Plan on impacts to air road travel, choppy lake conditions, and areas of blowing dust. This is all over the place. This is like Tahoe, Truckee, Markleeville, Bridgeport, Lovelock, Silver Springs, Nixon, Imlay, Empire, Gerlach, basically the Sierras, Mono County, Eastern Sierras, Mineral, Washoe County, Pyramid Lake, Cedarville, Eagleville, Fort Bidwell, Portola, Tollville, Incline Village, all these places. Silver Springs. Strong and gusty winds are anticipated Saturday and especially Sunday. Plan on impacts to air and road travel, choppy lake conditions, areas of blowing dust. Time to secure those fall and Halloween decorations, especially inflatable ones. Winds will also bring increased fire danger. Please see the Fire Weather Watch for additional details. Temperatures. A cool down will begin Saturday and continue through early next week, with high temperatures dropping a solid 20 degrees by Sunday and Monday. That's that cold front. Frost and freezes likely for outlying rural areas and suburban valleys Monday through Wednesday mornings. Be sure to cover your sensitive plants if you are still enjoying those outdoor gardens. Rain and snow. Best chances for rainfall will be near and north of I-80 Saturday night into Sunday, but lighter rain possible south of I-80. Check back as the storms near for anticipated rainfall totals. A few flakes are possible above 10,000 feet, but accumulation is unlikely. Isn't that like Shasta? I don't think there's anything else that's above 10,000 feet. Is Mammoth Mountain above 10,000? That's interesting. Thunderstorms. There are low-end chances for thunderstorms in northeast California and northern Sierras Sunday. Be sure to have a way to get weather alerts. Yeah, so this reiterates, hold on to your butts. So that's our special weather statement for the region. And so the National Weather Service has a completely different zoning than Predictive Services does. I don't know why. This is so complicated. Now I have to make now, and this isn't complaining. This is exasperation. I outline problems because I'm writing a guide that I'm going to submit to whoever will listen, whatever officials will listen, to helping the public understand fire danger. They can't sit here like me for hours and try to figure out what danger they're in, find the information. This will require a note, K&P fire, what county it's in, what National Weather Service zone is it in, which Predictive Services zone is it in. And I'd have to cross-reference that to every different fire, and the average person doesn't have the ability to look this up, track it. They need their information immediately. So I'm going to be writing this, saying let's simplify this real fast. Yeah, Frank says agencies do that because they can, and there needs to be legislation to help them out. They would actually run more efficiently and faster. If one agency figures out something, they could just say, Zone 7, this is the issue. Boom, give it to the other agency, and they could just pass it on. And so can social media, and it's nice and simple. So, yeah, exactly, Frank. You know, we need to simplify and iron out, have a smoother working system of agencies that cooperate and don't have their own system. You know what that's called? Oh, yeah, there's a word for that. Standardization. It's a really good thing. Before they had standardization, every kind of train had a different size track in the early days of trains, and so the trains couldn't go on each other's tracks. So they standardized it. And there was ever more just two sizes of train track, narrow gauge and standard, and that was it. Can you imagine if and then we standardized our weights and measurement systems. Can you imagine if we were still measuring stuff in like different types of tonnage? You know, C tons and metric tons and this and that. And what if an inch meant a different length in a different state? Yeah. So, Dusty says, are you some kind of radical or something? Yeah. These days, common sense is a radical notion, and I want to bury my head in my hands. What happened to us? What happened to us? Okay. And I'm not quite even sure, why is there a National Weather Service and a National Atmospheric and Oceanic Weather Service and a Predictive Service? Shouldn't they all be branches of the same, like, weather thing? And just, okay. Can you imagine if the military was all independent and the Air Force didn't have to help the Army? You know, it's just like, okay. Alright, let's look at our cams. Yeah, windy fire taken off, and it looks like it's quite... Is King George on the windy? Let's see. we've got the Colville Mountain 2 is looking at the KNP. Where's the King George? I forgot which one it's looking at. King George Ridge, okay. Now that one, Delano is looking at the Windy. Okay, so we've got Tobias Peak and King George is looking at the Windy. Two different angles. So let's do a time lapse of the King George. Now I still have the radio on. We haven't heard anything. Playing is Cal Fire Tulare Unit and Sequoia and Sierra National Forest, which seems to be dead. I mean, it's online, but dead. Do we have another radio to listen to? I'm dreaming? Yeah. Exactly. But guess what? We get whatever we push for. We get whatever we push for. Presidents and such can get major points if they say they're streamlining and making everybody safer. And making it cheaper to run the government. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we want or expect to get. We kind of need this. Here in Canada, all alerts and forecasts are done by county and regional municipalities. Yeah. Hey, Medev 55. Of course, I listened to you and all the chat and learned a lot. Big hugs. Thanks for being here, guys. Okay, so exactly, the ancient Romans were smart with their standardization. They made the width of every cart the same, so that their ruts were the same size. So that all different types of carts could be on it. And that's a tradition we have today. Oh yeah, yes please. Yeah, Gmedev is behind the standardization. That was me trying every day for 50 days, trying to keep up with the Dixie fire, make sure we were safe before going to bed. I finally wore myself out and quit. Yeah, I know. This is why I'm here. There are 65 different tabs open that I have throughout the day to different agencies, different sheriff's offices for different evacuation infos, different maps. And there should be one-stop shopping. There should be one website. You go to it, boom. Pick your fire. Click on it, get all the information you need. Boom. That's it. All government videos, all government maps, all government pictures, all government warnings, all fire information there. 24 hours a day. Updated constantly. And that's it. Everything that you need, every agency reports to that one site. And you could have it like this. And that would simplify law enforcement. Instead of getting on their Twitter, getting on their Facebook, getting on this, and getting on that, getting on their website, they do it to the one area. And then that area updates the county information too. Because the county webpage, so, I went to school for web design. There's these little boxes of info. I'll just explain what I'm talking about. Like, for example, if you're on a website and there's a square and it says it's 77 degrees temperature in Sunnyvale, right? Sunnyvale, whatever. And it has info. Well, me as a web designer, I don't have to type that every time it changes. I don't have to get on my website and update it. This is a little square that is always pulling this information every single day from a weather agency, right? And it's automatic. So the cool thing is if there's one end of story site that's constantly updated with all the latest info that's official, every other state agency, like you could have, just like the weather is always changing and is accurate on every single website using that square. The sheriff of his own community, like Tulare County, could have this box like this called evacuation, right? Now he knows he wants to evacuate X, Y, and Z road. So he connects to the website, the main one, and tells the main one, evacuate X, Y, Z. The main one updates, and his own county now updates X, Y, and Z. That's all he has to do. Guess what his Twitter automatically does? His Twitter automatically puts out a new tweet for the county, and his Facebook and everything automatically goes X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z. Just one-stop shopping. That's how it can work. Everybody all over the world, every media agency can get an update too when the XYZ evacuation thing comes out. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. And then he does this once on his phone, and he goes to about his business, which is actually evacuating these places and going door to door. And we have some awesome things now, some awesome technology. Alexa or any other thing like that. I'm not talking to you. Never mind. Anything like that in the home.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Can you say that again?
Alexa, never mind. Sorry, I said her name. You could have that pipe up in the middle of the night and say X, Y, and Z, evacuation time. It could go out as a push message to everybody's phones, everybody's, her name, and everybody's Google Home, everybody's smart home. We could have all of this interconnect as a system, which would be absolutely amazing. And I don't know why we don't have it yet, but I have all kinds of ideas to make it happen. So I will be making videos and explaining this, and hopefully we can get on board. We can get letter writing campaigns. We can influence the politicians. They'll get on board. Everybody's happy. Even better, what we can do? People's home security cams can help monitor fires. They're already asking for volunteers with these alert cams here. Most Ring doorbells can get about the same kind of resolution or home security cams. We could help subsidize, give people tax breaks if they mount special types of security cams all over their property or their homes. And instead of let's drive over there with our engine to see if what that smoke is about, it's click, click, click. They can see it and see if it's a problem at the end of that street without chasing around. Oh, that's a big problem. Dude, go over there. Homeowners can report smoke starts. Just all kind of things. Technology is going to allow firefighting to be so much quicker and faster and efficient. And the warnings, everything can be so smooth. It just isn't right now, but we can make it so. The multicam. Let's go back to my multicam. Did I close it on accident? Oh, here it is. So let's look at our info. That's a lot of new spread. I'm happy that not yet. We don't see this yet. We don't see it reaching that ridge yet. I am a little bit surprised that it hasn't reached it yet. So what they need the most is time. The more time that they can get before the wind to prepare all these structures in here, which is what they said they were going to do today at Silver City and Mineral King. The more time they get, the more likely everything will survive there. And same thing with the Sequoias and everything else. This thing is really moving to the north. So the K&P is just marching to the north. Winds are supposed to be going toward the southwest right now, but I don't think there's much wind at all except for gusts. And like I said, it's mostly backing. That tells the story right there. Why is it going to the north? Yeah, that's very obvious. Look at that. Look at that steep slope it's climbing right now. It's having fun. Fires love to climb. So the fire got down in here, and it's now on its way marching to the top. That will probably be pretty rapid even without wind. So they wanted to keep it south of Crystal Cave Road, and it looks like it breached it. It was a good goal, but just kind of heartbreaking that didn't happen. And there's the generals. I'm sure we don't have that webcam, but let's try for it anyway. Where's my folder for the K&P? Yeah, this digital camera is undergoing maintenance. Well, actually, a fire probably destroyed it, but that's real sad. The wind is east-northeast at 4 miles an hour, it's saying. Yeah, that's no factor. It's the gusts that can occasionally go up to 17 miles an hour. And that can really be in any kind of direction in this kind of mountains. The microclimate thing, winds get funneled around and change. Humidity is 30%. We would hope it would be better at night, but we'll take what we can get. So, GM Deb 55, everything you're saying is so cool and so possible. They will say they don't have money. Butte County, Z love them, but they operate on 60 standards. Well, here's the thing. They'll do whatever people really, really push for. All it takes is for people to say, your excuses are not good enough. We're electing other people, and we're doing other things. Make it happen. The big problem we have is people going, okay, and bad attitudes like, that's not going to happen. That's why that's not allowed here. That's the problem. The technology's there and pretty cheap. Everything I just said isn't particularly expensive to do. It's pretty basic internet creation. Remember, one of the world's largest websites ever basically works on that principle. The world's largest website, I believe, is still eBay. eBay runs on or at least it used to run on Joomla, which is a type of a way that you can make websites. It's an alternative. There's just a couple popular ones right now. There's Joomla, WordPress, and a couple other platforms like the Dying Blogger, but mostly everybody's on WordPress. And Joomla's not too different. It's, how I was telling you about the squares? All of eBay is a square system, and it only costs $1.2 million to make. I just want to give you a quick idea about it. It's because let's just say ruby ring. I'm just going to type in random ruby ring. Just look for a ruby ring. All of eBay is basically the same exact web page with those different modules in them. So with every eBay page, like here's the search page, you got picture, you got title, you have price, shipping cost, and then the text that describes the product. So all you do is you set up the How do I know that happens? Yeah,
Unknown type fire, engine 83 company 71, Rose, cross of Mendocino. Unknown type fire, Rose, cross of Mendocino. Timeout, midnight 26.
What? There's a new fire? That's Northern California major incident, I believe, that was talking. Oh my gosh. So anyway, the point is that once you set it up, all you have to do is add new text for everything. You have a ready-made blank template. Add fire title, add acreage, like where the price is, because almost every single eBay page is exactly the same. And all they had to do carefully in the background was program it so that each new listing got the new stuff, the new info. And you make it like that. Everybody sees the same information. It's very easy to set up and very easy to maintain. And every other website can link to it. And eBay gets a cut, basically. But you can embed this and you can say, my favorite things on eBay right now, like on my own website, if I made one, where I could just say, I like this ruby ring, and I like this coffee cup, and I like this bronze horse statue. and I can send people to eBay and they can buy it with my link and I would get a kickback. That's called affiliate programs. And this is very easy. I have no idea why the government gets bogged down in crap. When they said that the health care website with Obamacare was coming out and it was like $200 million, that was a scandal to me and shocked the class that I was in for web design. We're like, how in the heck can a website cost $200 million? I'm pretty sure my entire class of amateurs could have made it in about 3 months' time using the most basic free tools available. The only thing that would cost money is the security security aspect of it. But yeah, Frank says Amazon does the same thing. It's like every Amazon page looks the same. And so it's all you do is make some apps for different things, like an app that would interpret the data for Android, Windows, and Mac, and you're basically golden. It's just two types of phone, basically, Mac and Android. So this is our Tobias Peak on the Windy Fire. Now let's try to figure out what is this new fire in Mendocino? What did they just say? Let's look at our cabs. Mendocino County or Mendocino the town? I don't know. Let's duplicate tab, go to regions. It could just be a really minor, just backyard barbecue out of control. That would be the North Coast, right? If it's Mendocino County. Do we have a new? Instead of writing blank checks or however the government operates stupidly, there should be which company can do it for this price and then test them. You know, you could have a system like hire 10 companies to do it, go with the best one, and the one that makes the best product after a certain amount of time. And you could even invite volunteers to do it, because imagine what kind of like Mozilla, the Firefox was a volunteer effort initially, and they made one of the best browsers ever, just boom. Imagine the street credibility of a young group of students, like the next Bill Gates, the next Steve Jobs. You know, they're in school right now. Imagine them getting together and making the best thing, even if it was a volunteer effort or for a prize money. Can you imagine going to a job interview and saying, "Well, I invented the entire Wildfire website"? You're hired. You know, into upper management. The community can come together. I don't see anything particularly new here. I'm not hearing anything. There was a Bay Area fire app. You know what? I installed it on my phone, and it's brilliant. It was called, and it gives you alerts. Is it called Fire Guard? Let me check it out. A lot of people came into my chat saying, I just got an alert from this app, and it was just really good. But restricted to only a county in the Bay Area. Let me see. Watch Duty. It's called Watch Duty. And it alerted people about the Hopkins fire. Now, it's only in the Bay Area, unfortunately. About Watch Duty helps residents of fire-affected areas stay up to date on wildfires starting with Sonoma, Lake, and Napa counties. Oh, darn. That's just Sonoma, Lake, and Napa counties. Mendocino is a bit the one just to the north. But wasn't the Hopkins fire in? That's Mendocino County, so I'm a little confused. I'm going to Mendocino County Facebook. Let's take a look at it. Do they have does the sheriff have any new information on a new fire? Let's go to new posts. Sorry, I'm on my phone right now. Let's go look back at the multicam for you guys. Okay, there's our windy fire. That bottom right is Tobias Peak 1. Axis King George, bottom left is also the windy. The K and P are this Buck Rock on the left, and Crook 2 in the middle, and Crook 1 in the upper. King George II is rolling around randomly, so basically K and P on the top 3, windy on the bottom. Yeah, we don't have any new posts from Mendocino Sheriff, but I'll keep refreshing that. I can't believe that was an arsonist. So glad they caught him. The accused arsonist, but being caught on camera means that's probably a very strong case they have against the accused. So looking back, Dusty Smoke says they don't look too sleepy. J Cat, I had a webcam on my tower. 4 lightning always takes them out, so I gave up. Oh dear. Oh dear. You have a tower, J Cat? Okay. Let's go look at chat. Okay, JCat says on a weather radio with emergency alert feature, you will get fire and flood and evac orders for the broadcast area of the NOAA Weather's radio station that the radio is tuned to. Yeah, that's a good system. It's a real good system. Going back up to yeah, J.E. Cat said that Squaw Valley has changed its name officially to Palisades Tahoe. I think it was Palisades. I got the weirdest comment that was ugly today on my video and just deleted that person. I checked out the person's channel. That person had around 800 subscribers, and just like they were nuts. It was basically, all those rich people in Tahoe, you should burn. You polluted all of us by burning trash and making us sick. And this is karma. This is wrath for changing the name of Squaw Valley. And I'm like, what? Wrath of what? That name needed to be changed about 80 years ago, when white man was first figuring out that that's a really offensive name. Why wouldn't you? And so I just banned that person from commenting again. I get some of the weirdest people wrathfully angry at the weirdest stuff. But I think that's pretty normal for the internet. 99% of all the comments are pretty much supportive, sympathetic to fire victims, but every once in a while you get a Looney Tunes person out of the woodwork. And that person's channel was all about how the chemtrails were poisoning everybody. The rich people were poisoning everybody. Chemicals in the sky, and oh my god. So Dusty says, after the lines are all around the fires, they endeavor to fully mop up in smokes at least 200, 300 yards away, more sometimes, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be good. I hope they can do that around the Dixie before the wind comes, too. You know what I just read, though, that blew my mind yesterday, was some of the Dixie and Caldor fires may persist until next year, even underneath snow, like this other fire did last year. And I went, what? What? Did you guys hear about that? I understand that stumps and hollow trees can contain a smoldering fire, but under snow? Oh, God.
Medical aid engine 96, night between Rio Frio and Stimulus. Unknown problem, staging required. 1897 9th Street, timeout midnight 37.
Okay. unknown problem. Well, yeah, it's not just politically correct. It's just, let's not use racial slurs. Let's just be nice. You know, I don't know that that's politically correct, but as is just being a decent human being kind of thing. Heck, why not name things like Sacagawea after really cool Indian figures? We can name things as an honor to people, or we can slander people. It was always an anti-female term too. It painted Indian females as if they were all basically slaves, just there to scrape hides and clean up after their husbands. And in reality, there's a lot of strong female figures, and councils, like the Iroquois female councils, had as much power as the Senate did. If you consider our House of Representatives, Senate, and Presidency, they were like their own judicial branch. Anyway, Dusty says the worst holdover situations are where large logs, stumps, and debris are partially buried under a slide, and as such smolder underground forever. That's nuts. Even under snow. So, yeah, I wish I wrote it down, but in my fever, I closed down whatever article I was reading, and they said that today, this year, some fires, some smokes started because they were leftovers from other fires of last year. And that just blew my mind. It did not in the high Sierras, under snow. So, yeah, J. Cat says there is a fire. I forget now which one it is. It's under investigation, but they say it could be from last year. Yeah. Frank Presley, that can happen. A snag especially may quiet down but not go out and then start up again when the temps rise. Yeah. Dang. I wish I could find that article again. So, you can tell us about that, Kim Weaver, if you want. I love history. I need to read about the K&P. That's the next article I was about to read. So, looking at the K&P complex overview from InsaWeb. It's last updated. Come on, website. 5 hours ago. At that time, they said the K&P was 8,940 acres.
96, available in quarters. Stewart.
With the Paradise portion of it being 7,257 acres, the colony at that time measured was 1,683. All that info is the same I read yesterday, with 356 personnel now. Cause of lightning, date of origin, they saw it on the 10th of September, on that Friday about 7 a.m. Probably from the lightning that happened the night before. Fuels involved timber, litter, and understory, 2-foot brush, 1-foot short grass, timber litter, brush, steep terrain, high density of 10-year-old snags. Significant events, observed fire behavior being active, uphill runs, spotting, flanking, weather concerns, that same one we were talking about. Good ventilation will favor fire growth. Westerly afternoon and evening winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 40 will continue to surface over the wind-prone mountain and desert areas through the middle of this week. And from the investigation we were just doing, mostly the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Although tomorrow, it just might start. meaning today. Actually, it's after midnight. I would think it would be like tomorrow in the evening. Planned actions doesn't seem any different. Try to use aviation to moderate fire behavior when available. And crews will look for opportunities to make direct and indirect line construction. Try to prevent the fire from crossing major drainages, which just did 2 of them. Prepare infrastructure for the arrival of the fire. Provide protection during the fire's passage. In the next 12 hours, the colony fire is projected to spread east up the Marble Fork drainage and continue to back off the ridge to the southwest and the north. The Paradise will back off the Paradise Ridge and Milk Ranch into the east fork of the Kauai drainage and make uphill runs towards the colony fire and the giant forest. In the next 24 hours, the colony fire continues up Marble Fork on the south and to Lodgepole. Slope reversal results in uphill runs in Yucca Creek to the north. Colony and Paradise Fire will join at General Highway, which we already saw happen, basically. Colony will make uphill runs to Giant Forest and east up the middle fork of the Kauai. 48 hours. Fires will continue upslope to the northeast into Giant Forest and north into Lodgepole, Wakushi, and Red Fir. To the west, it will continue to back down to the west and south. So that's the only thing that Three Rivers really has going for it, is the fire's approaching in a backing manner, which means normally going against the wind, just kind of just falling down the hill. Going down the hill by flaming debris falling, literally rolling down the hill. That is a much slower kind of spread than the head of the fire, which is going towards the north and towards the east and northeast, where it's pushed by winds. So the fires will continue upslope in the next 48 hours into the Giant Forest and north into Lodgepole, Wakushi, and Red Fir. The next 72 hours, the fire continues to spread upslope to the north and east and up the east fork into Kauai and Mineral King and west towards Ash Mountain headquarters. That would be the next 72 hours, and this was updated 5 hours ago, so the next 68 hours, I guess. After the next 72 hours, the fire continues upslope from General's Highway to the north and to the east up the middle and east forks of Kauai. To the west, the fire continues to back into Three Rivers and north fork of the Kauai. Into the Three Rivers. Nope. It says to the west, and the fire continues to back into Three Rivers in the north fork of Kauai. Wow. So just making its way to Three Rivers is what it's saying after the next 72 hours. I made sure I didn't read that wrong. I wish I was reading that wrong. Oh, today or tonight is one of the last nights where the wind is pretty calm. And it's still running around with a kind of intensity that we see on the cams, despite it being almost a dead calm in some ways. Let's check on Dixie fire. We haven't been able to monitor the Dixie very well for a long time due to the lack of cams where it currently is. Things like Shingletown just don't show us anything. Just the Dixie fire is over by Old Town, and we just don't have cams. There's Butt Lake and Indian Ridge and such. Okay, hey, Wild Rat. Exactly. All I know is what we get when we fall, when we're failing being good stewards of our garden, we get devastation. Yep, exactly. You're spot on there. Edward Weiss says, so far the K&P has been mostly beneficial. It's been burning at a relatively slow rate, taking out the forest decimated by the bark beetle. That will change immediately, though. It'll change immediately. It was in a cage in a decent spot it's broken out of it, and now it's going towards the bad areas. There. Okay. Oh, that's Wild Rat a bit out of the chat rules. We have a lot of fire traumatized people here, and we want to keep it kind of positive and supportive. No matter what, people that need fire info leave if they feel pressured, or if they feel targeted, or if there's messages of this or that, either entity, spiritual or otherwise, or being, targeting them. We just want to keep this the place where people can feel, as difficult as this topic is to talk about and face, just supported. It's okay. It's okay. I share a lot of sentiments sometimes about how it just feels so like we're losing everything that's dear to us. Like I restrain myself from saying stuff like
Light engine 90 Ormus between Springfield and Dinuba. Seizures 9554 South Ormus, time out midnight 49.
Yep, speak of the devil. I always get interrupted by things, but yeah, to me it's just like I want to put cosmic philosophy, insertions in here too, and I don't want to muzzle anybody. I mean, we all have valid thoughts and opinions and feelings. It's just I got feedback from the people here, and they said they felt like mostly the support group environment, the official sources, verifiable sources, and then we do think about where the fire, what it could do. We do speculate on where it could go as best as we can, with knowledge of fire behavior. So we do tell people this is a speculation about the best, worst, and middle ground scenarios, so people can prepare for the worst case scenario. But yeah, you're totally welcome here, and we also try to we only talk about arson, for example, if we have official sources talking about it, like suspicious fire starts. I have plenty of my own ideas what might be going on, but I restrain myself until an official says, like with the French fire, we can now say, please contact Kern County. It is of suspicious origin. I did finally say, guys, what's going on in Mendocino County looks like it could be arson, because the local representative said that. And so I put that on the Twitter, and I put that here. That if you see something, say something. Yeah. So yeah, Wildrat says, what about on next step methods, working on better management? That's absolutely cool to discuss. That's what we do a lot here. As depressing as all this is, we have new technology coming out. We need to do a mix of embrace new methods and new awesome ideas and new tech, and go back and rewind to what has been proven to work. As long as we don't blame groups or make people feel we want to work together, even though we're on different sides of the aisle, different groups, different philosophies, come together and make bridges. We all don't have to agree on everything, but we should just start working together on the best course of action, the best possible outcome. Nobody wants to see the landscape burn. We have to change whatever is working right now. There's a lot that's not working that has to just go, has to change. We have to adapt very quickly, extremely quickly. We can't wait for 10 years of changes to go by bureaucratically before we get a better handle on things. There has to be rapid and extreme changes of reorganization and rethinking everything for us as a nation to respond adequately, quick enough to prevent these mega disasters. Otherwise, there will eventually just be no part of California or the West that just hasn't burned up. We have to adjust to the new abnormal, and then try to fix it. Most of this isn't under our direct control. What the climate and weather does is not. So of the 35 reasons for wildfires, everything from invasive plants that we got to get rid of, to restoring native fire-resistant plants, to changing logging, changing policies, changing environmental policies as well, new budget, new ways of thinking about fires, especially evacuations. All of that we definitely discuss, as long as it's with the goal of identify a problem, note it down so we can change it. The problem is the problem, not people and not groups. We all come together and fix it. Yeah, so absolutely, that's a good thing to discuss. If you have new ideas, absolutely air them here. No question is stupid, and we'll explore them. We have a lot of firefighters in chat here. We've got experts in weather that show up here. Just in general, a couple topics are not going to go anywhere because it invites the wrong kind of discussion. Like weather modification, I just don't go there. I've had too many problems with people arguing bitterly about how the government already knows how to control the weather, and therefore, and I'm just like, no. Therefore, we should hate and be bitter and overthrow the government. No. We talk about what we can change, practical things like home defense. What can a county does even if the state doesn't get its act together? What's been awesome here is we saw the community here at Tulare County. Tulare County, they had the most fire-educated, intelligent citizens in that meeting, and it shows. They have this awesome group that was preparing citizens for wildfire and educating them and helping people groom their property. And they have free inspections, or inspectors who are trained to come out and identify problem spots for people's properties and help them fix it real quick. And they were saying, call this phone number, and I was so impressed. Little individual counties, even individual neighborhoods, if you can't wait for the government to do something, you can pull your money together and do really simple, cheap things like putting water tanks down the roads, ready for firefighters to use them. If a neighborhood does that, has a bunch of water tanks, firefighters are much more likely to go and try to save that neighborhood, stay there if the fire isn't too horrible, and wet down the buildings and let it pass them, rather than just leave the area. Like what my father did when we had rural property, was we invited the local volunteer fire department for a big free barbecue. And he says, so what can we do with our property? He says, rent a bulldozer and make a little fire access road, put a gate on it, and give us the keys, and put a couple water tanks up here, pull these trees down that are half dead, and just make 2 ponds. And if you do these things, then we would have the ability to save your property here. Because right now, we can't defend it. Right now, we would not go on your street. It's a dead-end street. It's the top of a hill. It's kind of a death trap. But if there's enough water for us to wet down your house in a big, wide gravel driveway where we sit there in our engine, and what we like about your house is it has a tile roof, has stucco. There's especially a pond in the back, too, that we can draw from if your pump is not working. And if the water tank runs out, then, we'll just, whenever a fire approaches, use your house as the place we stay, and we'll defend it. We'll use it as a little bit of a neighborhood base of operations. And so, yeah, exactly, Smitty. If they announce a suspect, that's an official source. We can talk about that. And so we need new ways of thinking and not just old. So part of the reason I do this is it sure zooms in after a time, doesn't it? Is I knew a lot of stuff that the average person doesn't. I was just fortunate to grow up in fire country and know firefighters in general. And we're so fortunate to have firefighters in here right now, like Dusty and others, and people fire educated. here to answer your questions, and all my wonderful mods who are just awesome. So yeah, that's what we talk about. I think that they're going to have fire suppression drones. And I have ideas about that. That would be amazing. Imagine drones that scan for those sleeper fires, those fires in tree trunks that you can't see from the air or with the human eye, going into FLIR vision. I mean, the FLIR cameras have been absolutely amazing. If more of these dot the landscape, we'll have a new era of fire detection. The Dixie fire FLIRs, I don't know if this one's back up, but seeing the landscape like this, yeah, it's kind of dead. You see this kind of vision? Imagine these dotting the landscape. It's just getting cheaper and cheaper to do stuff like this. Let's see, where's the Caldor one? Maybe the Caldor is alive. Yeah, this is the live Caldor one at Heavenly Ski Area in Placerville. Can you imagine with drones flying around like this? Every weather station, every old weather tower brought back to life with a new drone landing pad and a fleet of drones in like a miniature barn. Everywhere there's a lightning strike, just press a button and send the drone out to fly very, very low over the trees so it doesn't interfere with the aircraft. And go and inspect individual trees, looking for them everywhere a lightning strike was, with this kind of vision. Can you imagine how much quicker the response would be? It's going to be a new era. Imagine the smoke jumpers not carrying their gear, but little robot dogs following them around, carrying their gear for them, doing a very fast hike into the area, quickly taking care of it, getting flown out by helicopter. Yeah. So, well, you can keep a JCat. You can keep a pond circulating. Mosquitoes need stagnant water. They don't think you can't have a pond. They are some of the cheapest pond circulators. All you got to do is have a pump in the center that's kind of like a miniature fountain, and a very minimal amount of electricity. That pump will just constantly circulate the water so that mosquitoes can't get a hold. That's how Disney World has no mosquitoes. Even though it's in the middle of a swamp, they circulate the water around it at every point. That's one of the ways we eliminated malaria in the United States. So, Tim Watson, neighbors. Oh, hi, Tim. Neighbor's grandson works as a cook at the firefighter camps. He said they are not sending crews home. They're just getting moved to new ones. Yeah, because they don't have any others to call for. It depends, though. It depends. Some of them time out, period, and have to go for rest because of human limits. I don't know if those are the federal, the state, the volunteer, the inmate crews. I don't know which, but there's special rules for each type of crew, and I have no idea what they are. But I don't have a radio that's really functional right now. Tulare County Fire and CHP Pink.
Esther, you're going to stand by it, Betty.
Oh, there's life in that one.
And 672, your case number 1782-1782.
It's going to be a lot of law enforcement on that one. Kim Weaver says, my uncle had a place at Running Springs near Lake Arrowhead. A fire burned up the mountain behind his house. Hotshots used his backyard as an anchor in a fire because he had cleared. Yeah, there's a lot of easy solutions where you could. I asked firefighters about retaining walls instead of fences, like, masonry. They don't have to be expensive. They can be anything from poured concrete to, cinder block bricks, whatever you want to do. And fences transfer a fire between neighborhoods. It's just dry wood in a line, But retaining walls, they love those to try to defend a structure. They can get behind the other side and at least the ground moving fire. People don't realize with Paradise, a lot of it moved along the ground very quickly because of the wind.
X67F3 per the RP, that's negative. Last visual is just north of 280.
Oh, that's police activity stuff. It moved. The pine needles ripped off the trees. The president.
You'll be well, Betty.
The president unfortunately said, "Why didn't they rake?" And I buried my head in my hands because they had just done their raking. The whole community got together to do raking. And if you looked at the Facebook pages of the Paradise community, they had just done their community roundup raking all over some of the devastated areas. It doesn't matter. When a wildfire approaches with the high wind gusts, it dumps thousands of pounds of needles all over the roofs, gutters, and the ground. The trees just bend in the wind and it rips them off. So it doesn't matter how well you groomed your property if you have the trees over it and all those pine needles going down. They will blow around on fire. The pine cones will too, the branches, and on fire debris like trash cans and things, pieces of fence, and then blow up against the other houses and structures and catch them on fire from the base of their house, like the fire will go up and hit the underside of the roof eaves. But if you have masonry walls, that type of fire spread doesn't happen because the debris hits the wall and just sits there. And firefighters can patrol the wall and go on the one side with the fire and hose it all down. And now, further debris landing on top of it, flaming debris, won't light it up because it's now soaking wet. And you've made this awesome defensible line for the neighborhood. So changing building codes like that would be amazing. There's a lot of little things that we can do to groom. Even if the county doesn't listen, the state doesn't listen, or the feds don't listen, you can convince your neighbors and get lower fire insurance and much more opportunity for the fire department. Much more likely that they would just sit in your neighborhood and defend it. If they can only defend one neighborhood out of 10, they'll defend the one that is the most defensible. That's it. Is it going to be yours? So, Lorraine, hey, welcome back, by the way. When we get a fire like Santiago Peak, my community lake was a major water source for air support. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Wild Rat says, was that the old fire of 03, Kim? That was my first real hotline experience. Grew up in Big Bear. Yeah. What's your background, Wild Rat? I think I've seen you before, right? Here? You kind of seem familiar. Forgive me, I've met like 600 people. But every once in a while I go, wait a second, who is that? So, oh, and hey, big boy, hi there. Let's see. Dusty says, been watching the cams on the two fires, K&F and the Windy. It's K&P and Windy, and even though it's 1 a.m., the brightness hasn't slowed down. I know. Yeah, Tim Watson raking up a forest. That was, that was a funny comment. I think he meant the town, but you get the idea. The funny thing is I actually, let's not laugh at that. Let's consider that a second. That was blaming the victims, and that's why that wasn't a good thing for the president at the time to say that. However, what the Indians did was they would light the duff on fire periodically to clear it. The duff is the pine needles, the sap, the sticks, branches, the twigs, everything that constantly falls off of conifers, the pine cones, the logs, pieces of logs, bark. Traditionally, around your cabin or around your house, you gotta rake that up into a bonfire and just burn it. And for the wilderness, what the Indians did and what ranchers did that learned from the Indians would just light those in the months where it was favorable, with low wind, nighttime generally, more moisture, more humidity, consistently burn it off to fertilize the ground and year after year keep it from building up, because it will just build up. It'll be like 4 feet tall. It won't look like that because the snow will compact it down to like 6 to 8 inches deep. However, that's actually 4 feet of buildup in a compact little ball impregnated with sap ready to light up. So I thought about this, if you do it traditionally, that makes smoke, air pollution, asthma. California doesn't need more of that, and then the energy is wasted. What in the coming age of robotics, why don't we gather that stuff up, like robotically rake it up, and then use it for power generation instead of fossil fuels and such? Like, why would we have coal plants at all when we have nature giving us billions of tons of ready-to-burn material? And if we had a capture method, a filtration method, and with reduced emissions, of course, wouldn't that be great to engineer to get our energy that way? Instead of what we have here, which is extreme pollution, extreme smoke, extreme fire behavior, extreme death of the forest stuff happening. Nature's like, here you go. I have given you everything you need to generate electricity. Why? But you're going to do coal mining instead? Okay, whatever. Pour technology into making that much greener. It's uneconomical to have people fan the wilderness and do this. It becomes...
7, copy. You're going to be 98, and that's a firm negative on any other calls.
It becomes economical if we have robotic spider walking tractors, spider leg walking tractors and masticators out there doing it, though. So, yeah, it's people can't access half the area, Lorraine, because we wouldn't have enough money to pay them either. But as robotics become cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, don't even picture a human-looking robot. What I mean is like a remote control tractor or a masticator, that kind of thing, People think all robots look like humans, and it's like iRobot or something. Robotics, a robot can be a smart toaster, it's also a waste of human experience to get people to do manual labor. At the moment that robots can do it for us, it's time for machines and robots to do it for us. And besides, there would be human factor. Humans would have to camp in the wilderness. There'd be logistics. There'd be food they'd have to be supplied with. There'd be a risk that they might start a fire, but having to eat out there and camp. There'd also be risk to people. Risk of hiking in the high Sierras and getting lost and freezing to death, and heart attacks, strokes, snapping their ankles. A lot of this is not really safe for humans to do. But you can send in the robots. It doesn't matter if they break down and snow comes, early snow hits them. Well, that's okay. We'll go dig them out later. You would have people constantly in need of rescue. In the rugged Sierras, for example. Yeah, drink, because I said masticator. Yeah. And so, we have more than enough people on unemployment to tend the garden. Wild rat, people should do this stuff in the accessible areas. You're right. In like Sequoia National Park right now. But as an ultimate goal, like looking down, like in 20 years, when robotics are available, going to the humanly inaccessible areas to fireproof them and generate electricity would be kind of good. I'm looking kind of further ahead. Right now, that'd be great for employment and economy. And can you imagine us being more humane to the immigrants who want to come in, to give them work visas and process them and not treat them like crap, and just say, hey, we actually do have the need for a whole lot of work right now, especially fireproofing the West. And it was organized, humane, orderly, setting up work camps for them and that are temporary, and we definitely could use the help of people from Mexico and South America and anywhere. And a lot of times from the international area, people from Tibet, for example, will go and work overseas during their winter months when there's nothing to do. If they want to go back home, though, for the good seasons of Tibet, we could have a really good work permit and humane, immigration policy. And we could do a whole lot different. A lot of times, people don't necessarily want to enter the United States illegally to stay here forever. They just need a job, And we could do that. We can also use the expertise. Oh God, that was extremely loud in my ear. So, sorry, what? A rule? But yeah, I definitely, I'm with you where we're at right now. Like the Sequoias and such at risk, the community's at risk. I would say hit a rubber stamp on a bunch of people's applications if they pass the background check. Let's set up some temporary camps and let's work right now. We still have an intense Santa Ana wind season and intense fire season ahead of us this year. People think it's winding down. It is not. Just wait until these Santa Anas and Diablo winds hit this fire season. Oh dear God. We're still in the mega drought. We should be rounding up people. Can you work right now? Just like wartime. When Pearl Harbor happened, this should be our Pearl Harbor wake-up call. The Dixie and other fires. They, within days, said we're going to build ships in the Pacific Northwest. They went to all train stations, all city centers, all over the United States. Can you work? Do you want to work right now? Sign up. Get on the train tomorrow. Arrive with a suitcase. They trained and bussed people out, and then they had an emergency. The Army and Navy and such set up temporary emergency towns. Bought trailers. Started making them. Vanport, which was Oregon's second largest city, was built in less than 8 months, and it housed 230,000 workers just ready to build ships. And while they waited, they're in Airstream trailers and tents and such in big parks. Time to do it. Time to do that right now. In World War II, we would take an island from the Japanese and build a town on it and have neat rows of housing and porta potties and infirmaries and everything you needed. Why don't we do that for our evacuees, and why don't we do that for the workers who would immediately go to work protecting towns? We need fire breaks now. We need massification and road improvement now. We need fire mitigation now. Not tomorrow, not next fire season, right now, to prepare us for the months coming ahead. So yeah, exactly, Kim. Cellulose can be broken down into two sugar molecules by hydrolyzing it and adding a water molecule by the action of the enzyme from the guts of termites, and that can be fermented to generate alcohol fuel. Absolutely. Cellulose ethanol. And we should turn every fiery weed right now into ethanol for energy production. That burns the cleanest. The thing about every fireweed that promotes fire means that it also has the ability to generate a lot of electricity because it releases that energy. The Scotch broom. There was a teenager in Tillamook, Oregon. He's probably not a teenager anymore because it was years ago. Won a science fair and should have won a Nobel actually for figuring out a new method of turning the fire-promoting weed and the toxic weed, Scotch broom, and turning it into directly into a biodiesel type material. So there's not only would it be people get the idea that this would just cost money, it would generate money. Selling energy is big money. It wasn't feasible in the past because of the human cost of wages and this and that and rescues and the extreme amount of labor. It wouldn't be profitable, but with robotic technology and new technology for turning cellulose into energy, it's here. We do need to get rid of our fiery weeds instead of it being costly to do that. What if it was profitable to do that. That would change everything. We need to put money into the people developing that technology, fund them. Every year we give grants out for just study everything. I had an awesome history teacher, and he said he was extremely eccentric. I'll never forget him. And he would get our attention as, high school kids who were really, wanting to goof off, He would get our attention by saying some really extremely strange thing at the start of every class. Or a real interesting question. He would say, "Class, true or false? The United States government gives out tons of money every year in grants to study just general things. If you're a scientist, if you're at a university, you can apply for grant money, and oftentimes you get it. 20,000 here, 40,000 there, just to study something. Class, should we give $20,000 to a team to study the flow rate of ketchup?" And we kind of blinked like, no. Why would we want to study the flow rate of ketchup? And he was disappointed, and he'd go, "Class!" And it was fake disappointment, like fake, it was comical. "I'm so disappointed in you." And we'd all smile because now we were going to get told why you need to study the flow rate of ketchup. He goes, "You should fund every kind of technology that you can because you don't know what it's going to give you. Studying the flow rate of ketchup might lead to new breakthroughs in viscosity. That might lead to new engine lubrication. That might lead to new space travel. You never know where technology is going to lead you. Fund everything you can, but prioritize what we think will get results." And so, the weirder that you make something, the more students remember it. And so he's one of the most memorable teachers I ever had. And so he goes, he actually explained elaborately how ketchup viscosity, he actually pulled up the report, because apparently the United States government did give somebody $22,000 to study ketchup. But guess what? They invented a hydrophobic chemical, a hydrophobic coating. And they made ketchup flow like water, like a quick oil, inside of a jar. And guess what that ended up being today? Never wet. This brand new technology of super hydrophobic coatings are waterproofing things that we never thought we could waterproof before, and it's almost breaking the laws of physics. Have you seen the crazy stuff that never wet can do? I mean, it's I bought a bunch of this stuff, but I don't have the time to get to it. You can paint a surface with never wet and then splash it with a bucket of water. And the drops of water are only going to pool in between where the never wet is, and it cannot cross it. It's like water, liquid, you cannot pass. And I think we should look at never wet masticators right now, because these cans will just drive us crazy. We gotta monitor them every so often, right? But we do have a little bit of free time to look at what I'm talking about. Now, never wet is like so. I don't think you can put it on glass, otherwise everyone would have it on their windshields. But you can spray it on any surface. Like here's a Kleenex. So here's Kleenex that had water on it. Here's Kleenex treated with never wet. It beads. It's tissue paper. It will not get that surface wet. So the amount of applications that this has, you can even go and dunk it in water. The Kleenex on the left has never wet, and it's going to come out dry. It's called a super hydrophobic coating. And why is this important? Well, can you imagine there's ketchup. Oh my god, I didn't even know they were going to do a ketchup example. But see how ketchup can flow like water. See? I didn't realize they had ketchup, but I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. Ketchup can now float like water on that kind of a surface, so the implications are pretty incredible. Everything in fire suppression, like sprinklers. A lot of people won't get sprinklers because their equipment will be ruined by the water, right? Well, what if you can now treat your equipment? This stuff's unreal. Now you can have your sprinklers. The mustard falls off bread, you know? There's a cotton ball test, I guess. Yeah, cotton ball's gonna come out dry, you know it. So, here's the mud test. Here's clothing treated with never wet. He doesn't get wet, except on his face. And it's kind of stuck where his pockets are, but if he shakes it, it's going to bead right off. Yeah, it's like liquid in space. So imagine what we could do, funnel the grants for fire protection and such. I don't think this can go on glass, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would be the best thing ever for driving and driving safety. See, the paint cannon, the paint can't stick to the area where they painted never wet on there. So, oh, excuse me, this is Ultra Ever Dry, a competing product apparently, but it's the same concept. Never Wet is a different brand. Treat your electronics and they won't fail in water. This one, it takes a long time before the water finds its way in. I would do my phone, but the glass on the phone, it seems to frost the glass. But coming down the pipe might be ones that keep it clear. So you can see, there's all kinds of applications. Now we should go into a masticator as well. A lot of these videos will give me copyright strikes. Amazing biggest excavator, mulchers and modern technology, fastest land clearing equipment. So here, remember the masticator is this, guys. It's this. The arm can be mounted to a caterpillar with, track, but you could also mount the robot, the arm, the arm of the machine, onto a vehicle with wheels. It can be smaller in scale. It can be larger in scale. It could be on a train. It could be on the back of a flatbed truck. You could make a custom vehicle, or the ones that I like are on spider legs, which are new types of technology for delicately walking around the forest and just getting the brush. It could be a very small affair, just doing bushes and such. But the concept is there's a buzzsaw, a wood chipper, and a claw in general, where it will take anything from a mature-sized tree down to bushes, down to stumps, whatever, and quickly turn that into bark dust or mulch. For fire safety and for making the environment, improving the environment. Clean up after windstorms, whatever. The speed with which it works is the key here. That's what makes it economical. Now right here, this is on a traditional Caterpillar tractor, which is going to require a road or something similar, right? But it can, if the arm is long, it doesn't need to leave the road. It doesn't need to scar the landscape. It doesn't need to crush sensitive plants. It picks out the dead one or whatever and makes it safe. Get it on the ground, and firefighters can hold a line. If flame is about 4 feet off the ground to 5, if the wind hits it, then it'll be 5 feet on the ground that way. It'll try to cross the road, right? So firefighters can stand, say this is the road. They can hold the line if the flames aren't more than 4 feet tall, right? But that means they have to get rid of trees that are that tall. This tree, if it were on fire, Basically, a tree, the flame height, if it was whipped up by winds, could be twice the height of the original tree. So you get 100-foot tall trees, you get 200, 300-foot tall flames. It could be crazy. But this is the way that you would protect communities. Right now, lightning has struck near Three Rivers and near the Sequoias. I hope they have masticators out there. I don't know how long it would take for them to arrive. I think communities should have their own set of them ready to go, or there should be a rapid response team for that. Instead of taking bulldozers, which need to run on flat ground, they can do this. You got to sacrifice the tree, but remember, a fire's coming anyway, and it gets it on the ground. Wood chips are not going to burn, 12 foot, 15 foot, 25 feet tall in flames. This little pile on the ground, which can yet be masticated down into little bits, is not going to be the issue. When they do it to a stump, then you don't have a stump on fire for 4 months in the root systems, right? So this thing will work on the rest of it too. So Mark Scheinfeld says, I saw the spider-looking one in New Jersey where all the land was being developed, had been cleared of trees, so many. You know what? Laws need to be changed from common sense development. But this is what we need to do for all the fire-promoting weeds, So here he's going over it. Look how awesome that is. Look how far the reach is, and that's a pretty small one. All of that tree became that in no time. There's no collector here. It's still on the landscape, but that will not. If they did that and treated the road real quick, that means the firefighters could hold that road as a line. This will change everything about firefighting. These simple little things. So, yeah, it's kind of sad to see living green trees completely destroyed like that real quick. But these are, demos. This has to be done underneath power lines. The Dixie fire started by trees leaning on the power lines. Smitty, you're not supposed to drink when I say masticator. It's when the officials do. You're gonna get really full of milk. I'm part of the drinking game too. When the officials say we masticated this and that, we celebrate and we go, yay, take a drink of milk, of course. I don't drink alcohol. But just look how quick that works. Here's branches. Let's turn on sound for a little bit. Okay, that's enough of that sound. But the point is if you have a tree you don't want to die, you work around it. And you can remove the invasive species and the fire-promoting ones like that. Like that kind of might be Scotch broom, actually. It kind of looks like it. Maybe not. It's not dark green enough. You could get rid of Scotch broom this way and keep the native plants that that looks like Florida or something, or south. You could keep the native plants, get rid of the weeds. There's more to it than that. You'd have to go at the roots and such, but this gets you a good head start. This at least is a temporary measure to keep a fire at bay. May not be the best thing during seed time because it would throw seeds all over the landscape, but you get the idea. This gives you a good start, and now hand crews could go out and clear the rest of it. The bulldozers, kind of destructive, but these can be much more selective. Now this just seems to have the wood chipper version. Have you seen the versions with the buzz saws and the claws? Now, and here's a masticator on a dozer, on a mini dozer, making a miniature path. Now this would be awesome to allow hand crews.
6791, I copy 98, and everything was sent over. I'll print the log over too.
I unfortunately saw a lot of towns get devastated by fire in Oregon last year because of the invasive weed called the, quote, Himalayan blackberry. They have nothing to do with the Himalayas, but that's their nickname. and they grow to be impenetrably thick, 17-foot tall masses of tangles of thorns. And look at him go, like that might even be some blackberries or some kind of a berry. Unfortunately, at the Echo Complex over on the Oregon coast, there was a neighborhood, and I met some of the victims. The entire trailer park burned down because even though there was a large body of water for the firefighters to dip in, there was a big river and creeks feeding it. But the blackberries had grown about 15 feet tall, and the firefighters couldn't get to it for a water source. Now imagine clearing a path like this for a hand crew to get in there. You could get this done really quickly. Neighborhoods, even if you can't solve your weed problem in a day, you can maintain a little access trail, to your area. It looks like a snow blower. Yeah. So this is a different type of masticating, and you could make a very small trail through the forest this way. That's very environmentally sensitive. This one's struggling a tiny bit, but he's not giving up. He's going to make that trail. And there's a whole bunch of varieties. So let's see. There's that one. Let's do the ones with the buzzsaws. There was a funny, hysterical video with funny music last year. Masticator with a saw. Masticator with a saw and claw. Yeah, gone in 7 seconds. What's the ones that pick up the tree? Those are like, wow. In the future, I hope loggers don't ever have to get near a tree. That is such a danger for them, barber chairing and killing them. I met a logger in a doctor's office once, and he had his right leg injured by a tree when he was cutting it. It was a spring-loaded kind of a tree on the ground from a windstorm, and he was trying to cut it, and it threw him through the air once the saw went through, and he woke up with his right ankle by his right ear, and he had wicked scars. I mean, man, they were wicked scars. So which were the ones that pick up the trees? Sorry. It's just too dangerous to be right underneath the trees. The widowmakers, oh yeah, this thing, this looks promising. And yeah, there it is. So did you see the saw? It grabs, and the saw blade comes up underneath. See that? It goes by real fast. Yep. The claw grabs. The saw cuts underneath, right here. Let's just put that on slow-mo. Just put that on extreme slow-mo. Go back a little bit. And we'll monitor the fires again in a sec. Look at the cams. See how it just cuts like that, and you can just remove the top or whatever threatens power lines or whatever is storm damaged. And it carries it, and it can put it in a chipper. Doesn't have to be a chipper, but sometimes the chippers are attached to the arm.
791, go ahead.
Here's if you want to save the logs for other reasons.
91, 10-4, 67 after.
But this will be so much safer as logging is concerned. It doesn't matter if that arm gets taken out by a falling tree or whatever.
S3, I copy up. 91, I'll send it over if I find anything.
The thing about this is it makes it so much cheaper for people to remove danger trees from their property and be safe. Right now, paying it to be done, it's just thousands of dollars. But what if the whole community says, let's do all our danger trees, and this one vehicle comes out and does it in a day? Part of the excitement here is it makes it that cheap. Company gets to sell the lumber too. It makes it even cheaper for the community, and it doesn't go to waste. That's the big thing here, is I can't stand waste either. But this isn't exactly what I was going to show you guys. There's the ones on spider legs that go into the forest and mostly sensitively walk around plants. I made a playlist, but I don't think it's saved. It might be under titles like logging technology, or I don't know. A lot of these are advertisements for these companies with the technology. The knuckle boom mounted grapple saw. It's on a vehicle. If I knew what the spider leg thing was called, it would be easier to look it up. Like maybe even the type of tractor or whatever. Hammerhead grapple saw. Final prototype testing. Yeah, see the long range reach of grapple saw stuff? That's pretty good. A lot of this is urban examples. I guess I should type in logging. Grapple saw prototype 2. Maybe that will be good. Well, that's on your traditional kind of tractor. Is this an actual video? But I saw the ones where it walked up. There's like a logging machine. Probably could be remote controlled. It walks up to a tree, grabs it, cuts it off at the base, and then completely wood chips the sucker and moves on about its business. That stuff was insane. So, I probably just should say new logging technology machines. Something like grabs trees. Oh, is this it? The world's modern long reach excavator machine. Well, that's kind of like making a road. Oh, that's a tree harvester.
Just to advise, there was no match on the crime history.
Oh, that's for farming, tree farming. Oh yeah, here there's different examples. Here it is. Now remember, they can be on spider legs. This thing clamps on the trees and can either stack them, you know. But if it has the chipper, like we would do for emergency use in a fire or on a rotten tree, there it is. See, it grabs it, cuts it off at the base, puts it over here. That's really good for emergency fire line creation. Especially if salvage logging, for example, real fast. So, Rocker Aaron, sorry. I typed spider logging machine YouTube and it showed up at the top. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Spider logging machine. Alright. Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. New technology. Now, this is space age stuff. Sometimes they have wheels. These are still in development. But the idea is it doesn't have to make the road. And this is human operated, but you could have remote operated ones. And this is still putting trees on the ground. But the idea is it can go up a little creek area instead of making it a road for itself. And these are still wheeled vehicles. A wheeled tractor are going to do more damage than the spider walker. I don't know if they have an example of that. See, that's a tracked vehicle. Yeah, so those have tracks, but look how they can go straight up. Into places where they normally couldn't. That's still a pretty narrow footprint. It's more like it makes a trail. You could do this to benefit people too. Instead of just making a little cleared area, why not turn them into hiking trails as well? For people's enjoyment. So here it goes, selects tree, grabs it, cuts it. Safe distance. The operator. Cut. It's called Amazing Forest Harvester Heavy Equipment and Logging Machine. Working in dangerous conditions, number 4. Now it just strips the limbs off. Cuts a little portion. Cuts the portions. This is incredible. You know how long it would take a human to do this, the bucking process? How dangerous it is, humans crawling all over that and falling off and get their ankles snapped and such. Oh, there's one on legs. Cool, thanks. Let me copy that link. Just cuts it down, puts it over here. This was always possible to clear areas and make neighborhoods and forests safe, but now it's cheaper and faster. That's what we have to have. It was always frustrating where firefighters of the local community would say, we should do this, and they have a limited budget, and they figure out the cost, and it's not good to rent dozers, the environmental havoc too, the long hours of skilled labor. But this magical machine is doing the job of so many different logging machines. Like, if you ever watched Axemen, that was a good program. You would have had to drag logs around on the ground. And not only is that fire dangerous, that caused the Tillamook burn, basically. It caused it to get bad in 1933. It's friction. Picking them up eliminates the friction and sparks of logging. Eliminates dragging on the ground and scarring up the landscape. It's just incredible. Eliminates the waste. In the past, the trucks didn't have that. Trucks had to be loaded. You had to have the yarder, and you had to have the caterpillars. You had to have the spar tree. You had to have a tower. You had to hook up things with chains. Loggers had to go all over the landscape and hook up logs to chains. It had to be dragged uphill. All that stuff is destructive and labor intensive and time consuming. Now here's one on spider legs doing its thing. Looks like an old prototype. But that's a lot less damage to something on tracks, you know. It's like, yep, it's just going to sensitively walk around.
671.
And now we don't have to worry about machines destroying things when they work on environmentally sensitive areas. So let's look at the one that...
Also just on 198 boy 639-2456.
I don't know. I think that's Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Walking technology. Yeah. That's cute. The Colheita Mechanizada Harvester. Is this in a foreign language?
Walking machines to become a reality.
Oh wow, this is from the 80s.
Manufacturers have driven walking machine technology. The general development of cost-effective automation and mobile hydraulics, and the rapid advance of...
791, it's returning valid Class C to a manual Duran, no priors, no FTs.
Yeah, so this has been in development a long time. The newer stuff they have Gotta be even better. Now with remote automation, that's going to be even cheaper to do this stuff. We know that mines are already automating like this. So fire prevention technology is going to do it too. Alright, cool. Alright, let's look at our... We have 30% humidity and 24 degrees, 74 degrees. This has got to be... Yeah, that was at 9 a.m. yesterday. That's not accurate. Let's do a time lapse now on Tobias Peak and Blue Mountain. Where the Windy is the most active tonight. Oh, the K&P is active and chugging away. We just don't have as many good cameras on the K&P. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse of Blue Mountain Kern 1. Well, we're starting to see open flames on some of these ridges. We've seen the glow behind them before, but now we're actually seeing some spots of burning, and especially right there. I wanted to look at the Bowl fire in Oregon as well. It's getting close to Bagby Hot Springs, which survived last year's fire, but that would be flame right there. We can directly see. So it might be coming over this ridge. Let's try to see where exactly the ridge is. It's hard to see. Well, we have a good road here, so let's look at our camera map. Go into street map, Pine Flat. We just don't know how zoomed in. How zoomed in is the beam? What area are we looking at for this Windy fire? It's due east of Delano, Pine Flat. Now the other cam, King George Ridge, has the other. Okay, is looking up that way right now. That can help us orient. So, Blue Mountain Kern 1. Which ridge are we seeing? It is past. Let's look at Pine Flat by California Hot Springs. Is it Tulare County? Okay. We don't have a heat signature on Pine Flat. It's looking past it. So, presumably, the ridge that we're seeing at Crest is right up here by Last Chance Meadow and Bone Meadow, Bone Creek, and Mule Peak. The Mule Peak Lookout, which is where they've been trying to save the Mule Peak fire lookout, which is an old wooden structure. So I don't know if they're manning it right now or if they wrapped it up and left. It'd be interesting to see with the with that fire. Let's put our activity thing back on. So all the Shirley cams will be looking at it as well. Alright, looking back here. SC. I'm driving through westbound through the Cascades late October, considering driving Oregon 22 through Detroit or Oregon State Route 20. Thoughts on driving through the fire area on the highway? Stay away or worth the scenery? I'd drive that way. I would. If it's open.
Medical aid 395 West Jane.
These areas, any business open, like in Detroit Lake, just stop and spend money. Help them recover. If the Santiam River Canyon's open, or yeah, if you take
Medical aid Call for South Hamlin, timeout 0152.
Okay, it was a seizure call. I just try to mute that. If you want to drive from Estacada to that might be a good loop, going to Detroit Lake and making your way over towards Estacada. I don't know how much of that is still open. Like, they're still working on stuff. We could look at ODOT. But a scenic drive. I don't think Bagby Hot Springs, I mean, it's now being threatened by the bullfire. Let's go look at the bullfire. I'm hoping Bagby Hot Springs survives. That's one of my favorite places to go. They invited me to give fire feedback, which was so awesome. When I reached out to them, I was like, guys, we lost Brighton Bush. You know, we lost so many other treasures around that area. If you turn on fire history, this is the devastated area from the Riverside, Beachy Creek, and Lion's Head. So I'll just draw with a big yellow pen. Here's the Riverside, or blue one, and Estacada. It tried to eat Estacada up here. And here's the Beachy Creek. Detroit Lake is right there. The Beachy Creek spread west. The Lion's Head spread east, like a big, horrible bow tie. We almost had a mass fatality event at Detroit Lake. 70 people from the small town went out on a boat dock and called in for a National Guard rescue as that horrible night unfolded on the 6th last year, so 10 days ago last year, when it was a fire holocaust all over the West. And I was seeing how bad it was getting, and I left the live stream and I went to evacuate my own family members from the area. So they said negative. We don't have a good enough visual. There's too much smoke, and these people did a risky thing, and they made their way through remote logging roads, which is against the advice that I would have given, but they went up towards Mount Hood National Forest and went in between the fires, and in my opinion, they should have stayed at the lake, but I mean, they did what they felt they had to do. So Detroit Lake was, for the most part, erased off the map. There's a couple of structures that escaped destruction, but Imnaha over here, Brighton Bush, is almost everything burned down at Brighton Bush. Then to the west, I mean, you lost Jawbone Flats, Elkton. To the west, the fire spread and took out Mill City, Lyons, Gates, and everything else here. If we put it on OpenStreetMap, and it's not even a good map. Gates, Mill City, Lyons devastated, Elkton devastated. Of course, Jawbone Flats almost eliminated. If you could do a loop like this, you could go to Detroit Lake here, pop up on the other side, make your way to Madras, and then you could you go up and make your way back over towards passing Mount Hood, going to Sandy and Estacada. This would be a pretty cool scenic day drive thing. But we'd have to figure out which things are open, or you could go as far as you could and maybe have to turn back on a couple of those. But where's Estacada? Sorry, I'm discombobulated here. Estacada. There it is. It was evacuated, and we had the extreme long-range spotting. It was like 15-mile spotting. They just landed like this. And they said, "You shall not pass." They made it like their little fortress. They evacuated the civilians, and they held their ground there. So 224. Devastated by fire. But that is one heck of amazing drive, fire or not, with the leaves and the incredible gorges. You know, this thing is scenic and just incredible to drive this if it's open. I don't know how long it's taken them. It's a rockfall area, of course. Don't do it when it's too wet. But I'm sure some of it survived everything they tried to save. And you could come over by Bagby Hot Springs is not open. I don't think you can get there. I don't know what you're going to find past Ripple Brook, which also burned. ranger station. But Bagby did survive, and then we need to look right now at the bullfire, because it's approaching Bagby, I had heard. So Bagby Hot Springs miraculously was in the middle of this and just didn't get hit. So yeah, it's right there, and it's extremely old and historical with the ranger cabins and such in there. But it's a hike. So Bagby is up here, and it's a hike from the parking lot. It's kind of strenuous. It's easy for most able-bodied people, but if you have any sort of out-of-shape thing, the last little bit is a little bit of a, oh God, why did I do this? But just keep going, because it's almost over. It's closed right now, but the drive towards it can be pretty dang amazing. We have a heat detection so close to it. That's a gray spot within the last 6 hours. I am plugged into that Facebook group, and I could ask about it. But right now I'm going to read the InstaWeb for the Bull Complex. It's more lightning stuff. All the Oregon fires got ignored up here in the Cascades because of everything going on in California and the bootleg of Oregon. So it was updated an hour and 15 minutes ago. It's only 15% contained. Oh God. 21,000 and some change acres. Incident overview. Following a round of lightning in the afternoon of August 2nd, 4 new fires were identified in the south end of the Mount Hood National Forest. 3 of these, the Janus, Cola, and Ridge fires, were located in the southeast corner of the Bull of the Woods wilderness in the Janus Butte area. The 4th fire, the Round Lake, excuse me, I clicked something wrong. Let me go back. The 4th fire, the Round Lake fire, was located in the east of the Bull of the Woods wilderness, and the 5th, the Ogre Creek, was located on August 3rd in Round Lake area. By the 18th of August, the fires expanded towards one another and joined up to make the Bull Complex. The southern area Gray Team was assigned the fires from August 13th to 21st. The Great Basin Type 2, the Great Basin Type 2 Team 4 was assigned to it from the 22nd through the 3rd of September. The fire is currently being managed by Northern Rockies Type 2 Team Number 4. A fire camp is located.
Engine 26, confirming 395, gain.
26, affirmative, 395 west gain, cross of South Hamlin.
A fire camp is located at Timber.
Engine 26 in the area, attempting to locate.
That's just a medical call.
200.
A fire camp is located at Timber Lake Job Corps Center at Ripplebrook. So I guess they set that back up after it burned down to support the firefighters with food, water supplies, and basic care items. The Willamette National Forest and Oregon Department of Forestry are both actively engaging with fire managers. Northern Rockies Team Number 4 is coordinating with all local jurisdictions and maintaining communications with the impacted communities. Area closures are in place on both the Willamette and Mount Hood National Forests, along with the existing area closures from the 2020 Lions Head, Beachy, and Riverside fires. Closure maps and details can be found here. So let me provide you with that info. That's what you're going to need if you want to take a drive in the area. It's still actively going. So, oh, you're so welcome. This is so important to helping these communities recover. Even if all you see is devastation, it's still going to be awe-inspiring, like in a bad way. But just spending money on the stores that still exist at the stores, and you're going to find some nice things. Not everything burns in a fire. There will be little areas of little green that'll be nice to see, and there will be some good fall foliage, leaves and such. So, what were you saying, Tim? Stay away from what? Tim? Yeah, I'm telling people to go to places that are actually open. You're driving from Bend to Seattle. I'd love to see something special. Your videos have meant a lot to me this year. Big hugs. I can tell you where these special places are. I was trying to figure out to film them. You're not going to be able to get to Bagby. I mean, the fire's approaching it. But that is a nice drive. What used to be nice was this. Hang on a second. I got a cough. Oh, sorry. I got that barking cough thing going on. Okay. You're going from Bend to Seattle. Yeah. Going through the way through Estacada will be real nice. Whenever Bagby opens up again, there's lots of hot springs in these areas. Unfortunately, Brightonbush being totally messed up. But there's a hot spring that I went to with Mom, and I believe it's on this corridor. It may be back open. And it has a pool, an outdoor swimming pool hot spring. And a cute little motel and camping spots. Very wonderful, special little place that we want to see it survive. It shut down through most of COVID. So let me just figure out what its name is. That would be a wonderful place to stop or spend the night. Hot Springs Resort near Detroit Lake. Let me just put that up. It's not Brightonbush. It's much more affordable. Brightonbush was always for yuppies anyway. Super expensive. We've got our super vegan food and yoga classes, and you have to make reservations. Belknap Hot Springs. It survived. Here it is. Let me get you since it survived, there's good leaves around it. And I went there a couple of times, and boy, is the water healing and soothing. It just sends you to levels of relaxation that are insane. Nice, wonderful minerals. And so the pool is open back up on October 1st. No fires allowed this time. Oh yeah. So I'm very happy that it survived. It has some of the coolest gardens around it. And you can see the hot springs coming right out of the this is the hot spring pool. And you can see the hot springs coming right out of the ground. It has this little bridge, and you can get some amazing fall foliage shots. The pool's affordable, $8 per person per hour for walking guests, but if you actually rent a room there, you get your day passes, and there's incredible gardens and little walking trails, and I was so happy that this place survived. Cabins, RV sites, tent sites. And it's got like little neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods with the cabins, and some neighborhoods with RV. And you can do groups and group rental and all that stuff. Even if stopping by for the day is incredible. So I wish there was more pictures. But this is the lovely kind of what's Mountain Home? And some dog-friendly ones, and then there's some disability access ones. I don't know what Camp Yale is. Maybe it's a youth thing. A sister property. Okay. So the location of it is. I thought I had a little map. You don't have a lot of Wi-Fi. It's in the lobby, and it's a little bit better than dial-up, but not too much. So don't expect that you can stream or download or watch Netflix or anything with the Wi-Fi. You know, bring your DVDs or something. Where's this? Where's the dang? Anyway, they're pretty friendly staff and such too, but they're somewhere around here. I'll just put. And very historical. I'm sad that the older historical buildings don't seem to be with us anymore, but And it's East Eugene. Really? I thought it was by Detroit Lake. Okay. Willamette National Forest. I didn't think it was that far away. Let me double check this. But that was not fire devastated, even though there were other fires in the area. I mean, you can turn on the fire history of last year. It was insane. So there was the Holiday Farm fire was just as bad in reaching for Eugene. People don't realize that almost every major town of Oregon got very close to being incinerated. Eugene was threatened by the Holiday Farm. Salem was threatened by the Beachy Creek. Portland was threatened by the river complex and many other small ones that went around by Clackamas County. It was Medford was surrounded on 3 different sides by fire. Then you had Roseburg and Cave Junction surrounded by fire. It was pretty dang insane. And you had the coast, like Lincoln City had its own fires. The Echo Complex, that's the one where the berries, the blackberry vines, were a big fuel and prevented firefighters from getting the water from the nearby river. So, Belknap Hot Springs, Oregon. Okay, that is on Highway 126. East of Rainbow and Nimrod. So, yeah, slightly different area than I remembered, sorry. But it's a nice drive. And out of the fire zone. Yeah, Highway 126, right there. It barely made it. Here it is. And so many other fires got close. So there's an active fire right here in the Middle Fork complex. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to blow my nose there. Oh man, all the cold medicine in the world isn't touching this. Okay, going back to the chat. Yeah. It's like we had to cancel our trip to the Feather River Hot Springs due to the Dixie. Yeah, I'm glad you're one of the people who know about it. My mind was blown when I found out that Feather River had hot springs. We drove past that every holiday of my life in my childhood, and so many times per year. It was there when they made the highway in the 30s and 20s. The workers were using it, and then I think there was a fire and they never rebuilt it. So they were trying to have Feather River Hot Springs start up again. And so I put that on the top of one of my lists, and I went there a couple of years ago, and I couldn't get there because of a different fire in Dixie now. But I'm always wanting to promote little places like that. Mountain towns, they kind of struggle to survive. But so you have a car dash cam recording all drives for posterity. Maybe YouTube someday will share it, and I'll subscribe to you, because everything you record right now is possibly before it gets destroyed by fire later. I have somewhere I recorded, not dash cam style, but regular cell phone style, part of my drive to Jawbone Flats. And March was right before the fire showed up at Labor Day, and I captured a whole bunch of that old growth before it was killed. And now I'll take a real dash cam and go back. I want to film fire aftermath as well as interview survivors. So I can't thank enough everybody who's donated to my camera fund to get that going. I purchased a Blackview 4K dash cam, and I'm looking at getting a real camera now for interviewing people and making documentaries. So it was a relatively short drive, past Detroit Lake. I've only done it once or twice. It felt a lot shorter than we thought too, going by Eugene. So Shasta says, "Hey, I'm back. No sign of the dog." Oh no, dog's missing. Let's go back to our cams. There's our Tobias Peak. Rocky Hill. Look how active it is tonight. Let's do a time lapse on Rocky Hill last 3 hours. The fact that we're starting to see it crest ridges is new. It's the southerly spread of the Windy. Wish we had a camera at that lookout. There's a cold spring, Kim Weaver says, at Waikiki Beach, just past the low tide line in the water. There's a place where the water bubbles up into the 6-inch deep seawater. It's fresh, cold, and delicious. You stick your face in the water in the ocean and take a drink. Wild? Yeah, I'd say that's wild. Oh no. A puppy was shot on the main road over the back of my house. It was up and running, but no one could catch it, so I went to try to find it. Oh my god. I thought you were in the UK, Shaz. Somebody shot a puppy? Who in the world would do that? What? Like, with a gun? Oh, was that autocorrect? Was that hit instead of shot? Or... Oh. That's sad. Either way, hit by a car or shot. I don't know who would shoot a puppy. Oh my god. So let's, yeah, no calls for killings, please. That's a little bit against YouTube's rules. You'll get me banned. We can't call for violence. Why did that suddenly get shown? Who hit the show that comment button? Please don't do that. Oh dear. Oh, it was autocorrect. It was hit by a car. Ooh, okay. You almost started a riot. People already started calling for violence. My God. Arrest your passions. Arrest your passions. Keep them in check. Goodness gracious. Whoa. Remember, yeah, thanks, Shaz. Thanks for causing thanks for causing the riot in here. Oh my god, it's okay. Oh, that's still sad either way. He was hit by a car. But no, you want to get me banned? Call for violence in my channel. Espouse violence. Make threats. Curse a lot because I labeled this as family friendly. Drop huge F-bombs and S-bombs. Go ahead and get completely inappropriately, non-politically correct and in your face, and do the above, and I'll disappear off YouTube. Oh, yeah. You know what? Windy has a thing called local webcams. Webcams at this vicinity. Occasionally, there's another one, like a private webcam that we don't know about, or like Caltrans webcams. There was one at the Sequoias, but it's offline. Like there's an intersection somewhere. We just don't have any joy. Why don't we have fire lookout station webcams? That's a pity. Now let's look at the Tobias Peak. That's Rocky Hill. Yeah, here's Tobias Peak. Let's do its time lapse. It's just chugging along throughout the night. Tomorrow evening, and especially on Friday, we're going to see a complete change of everything going nuts. Completely going nuts. Yeah, Smitty, it was a typo. Nobody shot a puppy. It was hit by a car, and autocorrect typed in somebody shot a puppy instead of somebody hit a puppy. So, yeah. It says, can you ring a local vet? Maybe the people that hit him took him in. I think it's just... It's running loose.
60218.
That's Cal Fire Tulare unit talking. Oh, you've got a new video, Big Al? Let's take a look. Sorry. You uploaded another one of the Sequoia, so it would be on my search history or subscriptions. You got a link? Okay, that's better. I was just gonna say, why am I doing this manually? Let's use the link. Okay. One moment. Okay. Okay, Crescent Meadow Road to General Sherman Tree. Cool. This is where the fire will be headed. Let's slow it down. Oops, not low resolution. I mean playback speed. There we go. Half speed. Okay, so Big Al says this is where the colony fire will come through right before hitting the General Sherman Tree. Yeah. The General Sherman Tree area is from Crescent Meadow to... Dang it, I just hit the wrong button. Hang on. It's from Crescent Meadow to General Sherman Tree. Okay. Man, look at that! Look at all the heavy fuels on the ground over there. Ah, look at all the dead. Hopefully they're at work getting this stuff off the landscape. But that's what the masticator could do. Go grab it and wood chipper that. That would be very helpful. It needs to do that for the big dead trees. Yeah, thanks for these videos. These are awesome. Instead of speculating on what fuel load might be or what dryness of the trees might be, we see it. This is last month, and this is a great time capsule video. Is this the full resolution that you have? Like, did it take a low resolution video? Because this might be something a lot of people click on and want to see, because this is the way it was before the fire, you know. If you titled this Crescent Meadows Road to General Sherman before the fire, you would get probably a lot of interest, a lot of views, and a lot of nostalgia here. Yeah, try to upload the best possible quality you can. But this is awesome that you took this. This is good footage. Look at all these dead trees. Oh no. Oh no, that's a lot of dead trees. Not as bad as it could be, though. I've seen worse. Smitty says, have a good shift. Hope to make the news when you get home. More firefighters on K&P and Windy, so better already. Oh, Lori's going somewhere? Oh, okay. Have a good day, everyone. Time to feed the ready mix plant. It's going to be real hungry today. Okay, good. See you, Lori. Oh, okay. I thought Smitty was going. Okay. Shaz says, I understand the natural environment ethic, but in a place of such importance, they need to intervene to protect the trees. Absolutely. It's just like a garden. What happens when you don't intervene in your garden? It goes to hell. I think the Native Americans were the ones protecting this place for thousands of years. The fact that they exist is one of the biggest pieces of evidence for that. Old growth surviving for thousands of years is not an accident. It's pretty rare. The fact that the greatest trees are in special little groves points to the fact that they were sacred to the Indians and they prioritized them and constantly visited them and protected them with, lighting smaller backfires to keep the brush away, keep it down. I mean, these were their churches. Man, look at these trees. Oh, your software for rendering is pretty old, so it's 720 it is for now. Huh. It's 480 though. As far as YouTube is concerned, maybe it'll crunch it a little bit more. That's okay. What software are you using? I mean, this is great anyway. I forgot you have to remove your audio. If you didn't have to do that, you could go straight to YouTube at a McDonald's with Wi-Fi, But I understand the audio concern. If there's private conversations going in the car, I wouldn't want to, So the fires could be here already or approaching at any moment. The KMP. I bet there's all kinds of fire crews in this parking lot right now. Right now. Now the news is that they do some of the firings on the ground. They have started kind of doing that. They're on the right track. It's just what we're seeing might be scheduled for treatment, and they've had good success with it. However, not done yet. Not done enough. See that log right there? Not good. They need to crank that up with funding, priority, whatever. Yeah, Shaz says to some extent roadside there's going to be little grooming. It's off the beat track where more problems lay, literally. You have Vegas Pro 8. Oh, that's interesting. There's free DaVinci Resolve is free. I'm just going to look into that. I'm a Premiere Pro user in the past, but it frustrates me a bit. I use Sony Vegas a tiny bit, but DaVinci Resolve people are saying is pretty good. Yeah, Tim Watson says just clearing the dead and down trees would help. I bet they're trying to do that as much as they can right now. But yeah, it really would. But I've seen drip torch pictures. In fact, let's go see if there's any new K&P pictures uploaded. The InstaWeb has that section, videos, maps, photos. Okay, the video is the community meeting. The photos are community meeting. There's not much new in the way of photos. This puts it in perspective, though. I'm going to pause this. Here's the K&P complex photos. That was the colony in Paradise, miles apart before. They have met each other now. People don't understand the vast scope of the area. That puts it in perspective. It's a scene from Buck Rock Fire. Look out. Full-size image. They're together now. So, I think what we're looking at is the Paradise I think we're looking... Aren't we looking north? Sort of. Up the drainage northeast. The Paradise was the larger one. So we must be looking kind of west towards the valley, actually. I'm kind of discombobulated. Where's Buck Rock Lookout? So we can say Buck Rock. I thought that was looking east, but the Paradise one was the larger one. But the smaller one's on the right. Cleary County, California. Yeah, so here's Buck Rock, the lookout tower. It was looking south? What? How could that be the orientation of this photo? That doesn't seem right. Maybe it's miscaptioned or only... Yeah, I don't see how that could possibly be the area where this picture was taken. To the south of Buck Rock Lookout is a chasm, like a solid line of ridges, so you wouldn't be able to see both fires. Paradise and Colony panorama. Paradise and Colony fires seen from Buck Rock Fire Lookout photo. That can't be the right spot. Anyway, it's taken from somewhere. When the two fires were separate, you could see this. I think it was taken... It must be looking to the west. It was taken from somewhere over here. Somewhere over here, looking down this big chasm in between them, with Paradise Fire on the left being the bigger one. See? It's looking back down towards the California Valley. And here's the highway you climb to go up to the Giants, which are right there. This is looking to the west. North. Okay.
Hoffman?
Either way.
Collision, Highway 101 in the area of milepost 1616.
The fire already spread like that. They're already together now. Honestly, I don't know that I would try to protect a sign. If I had limited amounts of that, I would go put it on somebody's house. I mean, we can replace the sign to Sequoia National Park. Come on. They have, what, 1,200 structures threatened? Save it for somebody's house. I don't get it. Okay. Let's put this back over here. Now, I was reading about the Bull Complex fire of Oregon that's threatening Bagley Hot Springs and other places that didn't burn up last year. I'm hoping for some good news, but it's only 15% contained. It's just one of those in the Cascades right now, and the heat signatures are getting closer to Bagley. Significant events on the Bullfire. The fine fuel are drying each day. Higher elevations had moderate relative humidity recovery last evening. The 10 and 100 hour woody fuels are at the 70th percentile for dryness and are available to burn today. Areas under heavy canopies are the most active, with heavier fuels and lighter litter and duff. Fire growth was moderate past few days and will continue today. Current weather concerns. A weak frontal system moved across the fire early Wednesday morning. This resulted in areas of drizzle and excellent humidity recovery. Cooler air moved over the area behind the front. Afternoon temps were in the mid-60s to lower 70s, and humidity values were in the 30 to 40% range. Breezy northwest wind with gusts 20-25 miles an hour occurred during the afternoon. Subsidence inversions are expected to settle over the ridges early Thursday morning. Ridgetop relative humidity values are likely to fall to around 25% by dawn. Great. Low-level east flow develops Thursday with a thermal trough situated over the Cascades. Gusts 15 to 20 miles an hour will be possible over ridges and alignment canyons. That's what I'm reading right now. Put that there. The east wind will also allow more smoke to be pushed over the fire area, lowered to around 20%. There will be 15% humidity on ridges. Higher temperatures Thursday are expected to be in the mid-60s to lower 70s. Humidity recovery Friday morning will generally be moderate, but poor on slopes and ridges. Increased south-southwest winds, meaning blowing to the north-northeast, occurs Friday ahead of an approaching front. Wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour are possible Friday afternoon over the ridges, 15-25 elsewhere. Morning subsidence inversions gradually erode by Friday afternoon, but humidity values as low as 250/0, whatever that is, will be possible on ridge Friday morning. I think they mean 25%. It's a typo. 250/0. Yeah, I think they mean 25%. The frontal system moves in the area Friday night. Some light rain is possible late Friday afternoon through the evening, but steadier, heavier rain is expected to occur overnight through Saturday morning. I hope so. Up to an inch of rain is likely Friday night through Saturday afternoon, but it'll fan it up before it rains on it. The next 48 hours, a little warmer, remaining relatively dry, and there is a good chance stronger winds ahead of the evening rain event. Fire activity is going to be moderate for the most part. There will be downslope and downridge movement, mostly on the west side with clear air. Occasional torching possible. After the next 72 hours in the Wildfire area, widespread rain predicted. Yay! Fire growth is expected to be minimal in all sections of the fire. Road conditions, especially in the numerous areas of recent significant fires, are likely to be degraded. Tree and rockfall may be significant. Well, please, please rain out the fires. It's getting to be the wet season of Oregon. So that's at least a little good news there. Let's go to Earth. Earth and get a quick look at storms. Just look at the west here. Tim says it's bad when you have good news and it's still terrible news. Oh, and Big Al says that's not Buck Rock Fire Lookout, it's Morrow. Yeah, they had a typo. That makes sense. Let's look into the southish. Do an image search for Morrow Rock. It's the same season. Same scene, I get you. Caption is wrong. Yeah.
Miles an hour. In Santa Rosa, it was cloudy. 55.
Yeah, we need a bell. That would be great if there could be a bell for me to look at comments. Right now there isn't a way. Somebody was giving money through Super Chat to me to try to get my attention and thought that it had a audio bing or something, and it does not. So, sorry guys. Okay. Oh, you used your phone. That would be cool if there's a 4K version of what you uploaded. That would be really cool. You might get a actual in-phone app. I'm sure there's apps that just simply remove audio from video and can chug that away on your phone, and then you could upload directly to YouTube with the finished product. Hey, what? See what law? Yeah, I actually do need a bell. I do this. I just start talking about something, and I wonder about something, and I go looking for something, and the links are in chat saying, hey. Especially when I'm sick like this. Ugh. Tobias Peak. Looking nastier. So the word is that we're going to get a little bit of wind tomorrow, but mostly Friday. And this is not wind driven. This is just looking like a volcano fuel driven. When it gets driven by the winds to the SQF burn scar, if they don't keep it out of the SQF devastation area from last year, then all hell's gonna break loose. It's gonna reach a powder keg. If they cut it off from the burn scar, that would be like cutting the it's like that trail of gunpowder on the ground, and it's going to the powder magazine, which is the place where they hold the explosives. If they can cut it off now from that burn scar, that would be like severing that, and it wouldn't blow up. But I don't think they have enough people and enough time to keep it out. Oh, you're kidding around with Big Al? Oh, no worries. What were you saying, John Stoker? The machinist still has some kind of Hoffa thing going on? Do you mean Jimmy Hoffa? Oh. Those brothers who lay cornerstones? I respected the union and Teamsters, so I had to go on strike for $4 a week with a house payment of $350 and $81. The next job at the Army Depot. Oh. You know, when I was doing, like, answering the high school questions for what kind of career I should have, it said I should be a surveyor, a mason, or a bricklayer. I was so disappointed because I wanted to be a biologist and a DNA genetic engineer. But it rolled me out of science when I couldn't do math, when I struggled in math. And so instead of getting help with math, but most of my teachers just said, you're doomed to go into art. And I'm like, oh my God. Little did they know I had a math disability, not stupidity. And now that I know about it, I'm doing better in math than ever before. But it's basically like numbers dyslexia. My teachers, though, didn't get it. So I'd sit there in class. I understood all the concepts. I understood the formulas. I wrote them down correctly. I did my homework real slowly and had decent homework grades. And then we'd take a test, and I F-bombed them. I just failed them completely. Because it was timed, it was under pressure, it was fast. So I glanced at numbers from scratch paper to the test and wrote down the numbers wrong for everything. I didn't have time to check my work. I'd always redo it if I found out it didn't work. But they figured I was just lazy and not interested. I just had poor morale. But it was cool. They told me to be a mason and surveyor. I like making maps. And I like architecture. Yeah, we're finally really seeing the active fire. That isn't just light. We've seen it go over the ridge. Look at it. Just from almost 1 in the morning. It's now almost 3. In the last 3 hours, it just crested that ridge, came into full view. Over by the mule Peak Fire Lookout. It's backing to the south. And now that it's spilled over the ridge, the flaming debris will plummet downhill, and then it will climb this next one once it plummets down the hill. It's just doing its roller coaster thing, and doesn't need wind to spread to the south that way. It's just gravity. Yeah, fire climbs, flaming stuff drops downhill. Fire climbs, flaming stuff drops downhill. Math is hard for me too. Well, and that's one thing I don't understand about England and Australia. Why do you put an S on the end of math? It's kind of already plural. Do you guys just like giving yourself tongue exercises? You know, extra syllables and things like aluminium. Okay, it's aluminum, but sure. You want to add some extra blah, 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 at the end of stuff. That's cool. Yeah, look into dyscalculia. That's numbers dyslexia, and it's related to a couple other things in the brain. You'll recognize it in children this way. They can't subtract. That's the first sign. They get confused. What's 9 minus 3? I still don't know how to quite think about that. Do you count 9? And then the next number is 8, and then it's 7. Have I already counted 3 already? Or do you skip 9? And so as a kid, I decided I would just count up. I would guess 7, I would add 3, 8, 9, 10. That's wrong. So it's 6 is right, because 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. To this day, I just can't really subtract. It just doesn't work. And so the next thing is they can't read analog clocks very well, and they have minor problems, or maybe major problems, with facial recognition of humans even. That seems to be the same part of the brain that works on all that stuff. And then copying working memory of numbers. Can you give somebody some numbers, especially looking at them visually? Somebody tells me 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tells me to put that in my working memory. I hear it. 2 minutes later, I can write that down. Somebody says, write down a number. And then 2 minutes later, write down the same number. Or shows me a picture of them. I'm much more likely to get that wrong. All I need is special accommodation, and most of all, morale boost. Morale boost. I'm looking at the smoke here. You're not stupid. You just got a dyslexia-like condition. And accommodation. You know, we have to be able to use calculators and need extra time in case we're typing numbers on the calculator wrong, reading the result wrong, writing it down wrong. Extra time to check each problem before moving on. Yeah, timetables. We cannot memorize numbers. We cannot memorize a times table. It won't matter how long we try. The only possible way we can do it is with song. We have to have a rhyming song that will get stuck in our heads. That was the only way I memorized some of them. We will flashcard timetables. It just brought me to tears. I'll never forget. My parents were putting me events placement classes and giving me times table flashcards. I couldn't remember one thing from one moment to the next. The only time my parents ever lost their cool with me was throwing them down on the ground and walking out saying I wasn't trying. Because it would be like 3 times 3, 6. And I'd say that. 3 times 3 is 6. They'd do some other numbers and stuff. Well, now I have other numbers jumbled in my head. 3 times 3 comes up on flashcard. I have no idea. I'm like, 9? And they throw it down. Well, I just turned around the number 6 to 9 in my head. So, yeah, what says my wife works with a kid that doesn't recognize faces, and I didn't know that was a thing. I have that. I can meet former neighbors in the store and struggle to place them. It puts me into a panic, which doesn't help me place them. And the thing is that tiredness plays a huge factor. But I don't forget who people are. I don't forget anything about them. I don't forget their careers, things they tell me. I don't forget where they live. I don't forget who they are. I don't forget the good times we have together. I don't forget interaction. But I can fail to place the name with the face and connect if they walk up and I haven't seen them for months or years. And it does send me into a panic each time. They're greeting me warmly. I obviously know who they are, and I can't stick the label on it. My entire mental database of people, I have an extremely good memory for a lot of good things. And I can reach for it. It's like reaching for a door to open the information, and I reach for it and the knob falls off the door. It's just on the other side of the door. I know, oh, who is this person? I know, I recognize their voice. That's familiar. They're talking to me. And I'm just struggling, and then I'm blanking out. Then they say, "Are you listening to me?" Yeah. Wait. And sometimes people I know just kind of walk away with a funny look on their face. And when the pressure's off and I just have time to think about it, oh my God, that was Shirley. Oh my God, that was Shirley. Oh, how did I do that? So I can do that with doctors. I went to a clinic and was there just to pick up medication. And I hadn't seen this doctor in 6 months, and I knew exactly who he was. He had seen my knees and stuff. Even when I do facially recognize somebody, then placing names is another challenge. Somebody gives me like 3 sentences or 3 words that describe me. Remember? Math class? I'll go, yeah. And I'll remember that person even from, 10 years ago. I surprise people with what I remember about them. Like, dude, remember that time in 6th grade when... And then my friends go, no. I'm like, why don't you remember 6th grade? I remember it pretty clearly. And they're like, you do? I'm like, yeah. You did this, and this, and this. And I may not have the names. I'm like, remember that girl who wore polka dots all the time? She tried to shake your hand and got overzealous, and she crushed your ring. And then you wanted to hit her because it was one of those cheap rings that you got out of the thing at the store at Safeway, and you put in a quarter and you got a ring. And then she crushed it. You were like really sad about that and really wanted to hate her, but then you were best friends after that until she moved away and moved to Nebraska. So I have a good memory, but I can't place who the heck people are based on facial recognition, and then sometimes they have to help me. But I'm not like that every day. There's some people whose faces are just etched into my mind, from a particular incident. It's kind of weird. But the rest of dyscalculia is we will never be able to get times tables, and that's why we can't do long division. People have explained long division to me about 70 times. I get the concept each time. I still don't understand remainders, like what the hell. But to do it fast, you have to know your times tables. You have to do multiplication first. So they wanted to hold me back in 6th grade. Just because of math, even though it's an advanced placement, and I could have written a novel or a screenplay in 6th grade. In fact, I kind of did. Not good ones, but they were trying to put me in college level classes by 7th grade. But they said, your math ability sucks so bad we can't even pass you. And so when they finally allowed me to just use calculators, skip long division, there was a debate, should children even learn it now in the age of calculators? There was this old stuff where like, yeah, they should, and yeah, they should be graded on it. And I'm just like, they finally allowed me to just skip it. I did decently well in algebra and geometry, but it was kind of ended up with it right there. I go to college, right? I wanted to be in all these classes, which would make my life easier. I wanted to learn mapping software, like creating maps. And having that as like a career and part of historical study. I want to survey and map historical sites. It told me to be a surveyor. I figured that would be good. And they wouldn't allow me in these classes because guess what the college wanted me to do? The college put me through a basic math test, and I skipped all long division. I have no idea why that's in a college course. So I went straight to algebra and did decently well, and straight to geometry and did decently well. And they said, you can't get into that course because it has a math prereq. You needed to have taken this or this or this math. And it was math 1, like for dummies, for like adults who can't get division. You know, like that's their words, not mine. And I'm like, why in God's green earth would I need to know long division, to go make a survey map, to use digital tools to figure out wildfire and historical places? I don't know any person on this earth, and I do know people who worked for Rand McNally who ever said I needed to do long division for a dang map or know my times tables. This doesn't make any sense. I was in a directing class where I was supposed to direct actors, and they said I needed a math prereq. And I was like, you're just being out of line. They wanted me to take about $8,000 worth of math classes so I could go to directing actors. And I said, who the hell have I got to sue? You know, it's just like, what? Yeah. Tim says I can't put names to faces, but then again, I'm old. I have always felt old. I've always been like that. So, Big Al says, I've only driven slightly over the border into Idaho from Glacier National Park, so I could say it was in that state, never been there otherwise. Yeah, Idaho's pretty extraordinary. It has a lot of ghost towns. So, oh, Helen, hey. That still doesn't flag me. I don't know. You must be on mobile. Above chat link of Oriole Grove. Video with many aerial and ground views gives prime example of Sequoia forest composition, snag tree densities. Oh, cool. Alright, let's do that. I wish flagging me actually worked on other platforms like mobile. Okay, that did not copy and paste the right thing. Okay. Somebody's 4K video called I Love Trees. This is copyrighted. But for the purpose of fire analysis, maybe I can make that it's really cool footage. But yeah, look at all the dead trees next to the big giants, man. That is quite concerning. So what people are saying is, oh, on the ground, the giants are not going to get on fire. Yeah, I concur. Mostly on the ground, it's not at risk. Look at the dead trees around it and the embers that can drift off into the other ones, especially from higher elevation. Dead trees, dead trees, dead trees, dead trees, dead trees, dead trees. Embers, landing, running crown fire. You can't get up there. No fire hose at this moment in time can get up there to hose down this tree. Although future technology is drones taking hose lays up there. Yeah, this is very concerning. This should be infuriating to anybody who knows anything now. That this is priming the landscape to burn, leaving these dead snags standing up there. This density is bad. So from the higher elevations, all these embers are going to land in the crowns if the wind is right. And this is a mega drought, one of the few times each century that these trees are vulnerable to these types of fires. Because living trees being so dry right now, there's a 80-90% chance that every ember, even landing in green foliage at the top of a tree, will start a fire. Oh God, look at that dead one right there. You need a few on the landscape for environmental habitat reasons and woodpeckers, but you don't want a lot on the landscape. This person's channel is named I Love Trees, and this should make you weep right now. This is just a ticking time bomb for fire, and it's here. Oh dear, thanks for the link, Helen. It should alarm anybody now. Now that you have the fire education, seeing stuff like this, all those dead trees, that should alarm you greatly. This is exactly the same kind of stuff I saw before the Beachy Creek, and the incineration that followed was absolutely insane. The old growth was not spared. Last year's Beachy Creek in Opal Creek Wilderness in Oregon. So I'm going to save that under 2021 fires. Thanks for the link. Real sad. Let's look back at the Tobias Peak cam. Still getting real active. Starting to see the flames on the south side of the ridge. This is coming south of the Mule lookout. Mule Peak lookout. Let's do last 1 hour. Yeah, there it is. We're looking to the north. Yeah, this is all within Sequoia National Park, everywhere here. And that person must have had special permission because they randomly decided to ban all drones from national parks, which I think there should be a lawsuit against it and take it to the Supreme Court. That's owned by the people. If I want to go film with my drone in a national park, screw you for not letting me. We, the people, own the land. If I get my permits and I get it okayed, shut up. You know, we're not evil. We're just normal people. Anybody who breaks the laws and breaks the rules should be shut down. But that's just like saying you can't drive in national parks. We own it. It's public land. We have the right to go look at it. It's funded by us and the people who visit it, and the hunters, fishers, trappers, all those whose licenses go to funding it. You know, the only way to experience that is to look at it from above in some places. If I want to look at it from above, shut up. Just make common sense rules, have a registration process. And I don't mind paying a small fee. That'll fund the parks. Common sense rules like don't harass animals, don't get too close to them, don't frighten birds and stuff. And can you imagine the disabled people that don't have a lot of access to things too and can't see much? This gives them, with a remote control, the ability to see things like they could never. Like, you could pay right now to go up high into the Sequoias on those zip lines. Not somebody disabled. But they can hold a remote control in their hand and they can look down at the screen and see stuff. Tree climbing and rock climbing that they never could before. And so I'm very frustrated. And that is one extreme zoom. Blue Ridge 1. It has a big mountain in the way. It's not looking at the right spot. Tobias Peak 1. What else is looking at fire? The national parks are running out of money as fewer and fewer people hunt. They're basically funded by hunting and fishing licenses. So the reason you don't have to pay when you go into a national forest is because the revenue is by the hunters and the trappers and the fishermen. But as that age group retires and dies out, there's just a lack of interest in that from the next generation, or a lack of ability to be taught. And they're running out of money. If they run out of money, they have to sell out to oil and gas companies, or you have to fund it with taxpayer dollars or something. They have to figure out new types of revenue. So Smitty says, like a private flight POSS, drones in national parks, file flight plan solved. Well, I think drones need to have their own type of transponder. Just every aircraft and every air traffic controller should be able to see where the drones are. Right now I have to call and say, hey, my drone's going to be at 300 feet at this area for 2 hours. And that's what I have to do. And then they put that in their memory banks. In the other aircraft, don't go below 600 feet at this area for these 2 hours. There's a sort of blindness there. That's like the way air traffic control was done in the 50s, before there was radar everywhere. But with transponders, miniaturized versions, every aircraft should see every other aircraft and every drone. And we would have such a smoother thing. They could also hook that up to at least the aircraft's version of TCAS, the collision detection thing, collision avoidance system. If a drone and an aircraft are on a collision course, the TCAS should randomly say, if it's on autopilot, it'll crank it up, it'll say climb, or dive, or turn left, turn right, to avoid the collision. And there's been near misses, but that's quite an important system. The drones may not be able to have a TCAS, but the aircraft would. But the aircraft have to see each other. Sometimes TCAS, sometimes air traffic control puts airplanes on collision courses. That's just human error. But the TCAS steps in, and as two planes approach each other with it, one will dive, one will climb. One will turn left, one will turn right. And it saves lives all the time. But you can only have that if the TCAS knows where the position is of the other craft. Hey Bugs, how are you? Yeah, problem solved. And it would also be like that for firefighting. Most of the drones ever flown by a wildfire illegally never actually threatened any pilots. Just to be on the safe side, they grounded the aircraft, because you don't know what that rogue drone pilot's going to do. You don't know if he's going to stay by the tree line. You don't know if he's going to climb. But what if all drones had that tracking ability? And then you can also knock on the door and give jail time people who violate it. You know. Oh yeah, no, I understand, Smitty. That's the point. You file your flight plans. The state generates revenue. It could also work like this, though. You don't necessarily have to do that. It would be like in the app. I guess that is the way you file a flight plan with a drone. In the app, it'll say cost to fly. You know, in this zone, how much per hour, and then you could pay electronically. It doesn't have to be to go to the airport and push papers around like the old days. That's the cool thing. Now you can file a flight plan with your app. This is Blue Mountain Kern 1. It's not too important to know about the smoke. I'm looking for how it's coming over the ridge. It's just a different view from a little bit closer than Tobias Peak one, I think. No, it's actually a little bit further away. But a slightly different type of view. Slightly different ridge. Okay, let's look back here. And what else have we got? Yeah, King George is also looking for a slightly different view at the Windy. Let's look at the past 3 hours there. Yeah, exactly. National forests are all owned by the people, owned by citizens. It's not right for them to just say, hey, no drone flying anywhere. That big blanket ban was the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. Sure, take some very sensitive preserves, like butterfly habitat, butterfly breeding grounds, you know, endangered snowy plover, whatever, breeding ground, and say during their breeding season, or migratory season, no drones right here. The entirety of the America's national forest and park systems, which is like a giant swath of the country. It's like saying 1/6 of the country is off limits. I'm sorry, what? There's also the ridiculous nature where I found the loopholes. I found that in every national forest, there's little spots, mostly owned by mining companies or abandoned at this point, or timber companies. So there's a checkerboard of inside of every national park. There's usually some privately owned land. So I had to go to fill my ghost towns right directly above, where these private property areas are. And I had like this little 6-acre zone that I could fly my drone and stay within it to be legal. It's just kind of ridiculous. Big Al, 6 a.m. on the East Coast, time for bed. Night all, thanks for what you're doing. Thank you so much for sharing your footage again. It helps us so much, Big Al. We appreciate you. You're one of the wonderful contributors here, and thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that the Bullfire might get rained out and the others of the Cascades, but it's going to be more like a windstorm here this weekend. It's going to be bad for everything here at the K&P and the Windy Fire. It's not good. Let's look at the current detections. Reds at night. You never want to see that. So the way we're seeing the fire approach in all these cams is it's going south, It's poking over this ridge. I believe this is the ridge we see it poking over on. Wind is kind of blowing that way a little bit. That might be helping it over. But it's so erratic up here. The smoke is mostly going to the east. So I don't know. Yeah, John Stoker says the spotted owl and some tree frog was protected, right? Oh, in the middle of the 2015 Butte fire. So much for the protection. Well, they found out that it wasn't the logging at all about the spotted owl. Very quietly, they just admitted, whoopsie, the spotted owl is being outcompeted by the barred owl, a non-native species that was introduced to the area. And now they're quietly shooting the barred owls. And everywhere they've done that experiment, the spotted owls came right back. Turns out you can't have invasives and outcompeting species running around the landscape. The loggers were never to blame. How about, imagine that? It was the same thing with the starving Steller sea lions. They outlawed pollock fishing when pollock were extremely plentiful. They're still extremely plentiful, and the fishermen were like, what are you doing? It was the El Nino and La Nina cycle that was screwing up the phytoplankton, screwing up their normal other fish that usually are what they need to survive. Sure, the Steller sea lions were eating pollock, but they weren't getting the nutrition they needed, because pollock is not the oily, rich salmon type stuff that they need. It's not the squid that they need. It's not these other shellfish things that they need to pack on weight. The Steller sea lions couldn't go out deep enough to sea to get their normal food source. They were eating pollock because it was a desperate act, and pollock were plentiful. You never needed to stop the fishing. So they figure it'll help Steller sea lions, and it didn't. But it hurt the fishermen, and that's why these policies, there's so much rage. It's not because they hate environmentalists, they hate the stupidity that gets them, affects their livelihood. Imagine if somebody walked into your office and said, you can't work for the next 10 years. Why not? There's a squirrel outside. And you working in your office is affecting that squirrel. And you're like, no, it isn't, man. No, we're pretty sure it is, man. You can't work for the next 10 years. Like, well, this is the only job in this town. Well, you should move or something. I don't know. Bye. You know? Environmentalists should be just as mad because they're chasing a wild goose chase. They're not helping the species because they're not trying hard enough to figure out what is happening. They're just hurting people and turning them against each other. Remember all the anti-logger hate? And remember all the rage that they reacted to? Loggers getting harassed and getting their cars vandalized, logging equipment getting lit on fire by extremists who figured they'd stop the logging and take things in their own hand. And it didn't matter. I mean, I am not for the logging of old growth unless there's bad circumstances where the old growth is dying. There's very little of it left. But they tried to stop normal logging, which had nothing to do with the spotted owl, and it just primed the landscape to burn, and these massive forests just ate up their habitat, and these massive fires just killed a whole bunch of California condors in the nest too. And the loggers could have worked with the environmentalists the whole time to improve the habitat. We could have had EBL, environmentally beneficial logging. Benefit the Roosevelt elk by making some meadows for them. The age of clear cutting's got an end. But every once in a while you would want to make a meadow for the elk and deer to have something to eat. You know, if we're not going to allow lightning strikes to clear out some forests to make meadows, we could make them. They could all work together and be happy. We could just work together. I don't get it. So, Neil Whiteley says you can't put a transponder on a consumer drone. The smallest micro transponders weigh 7 ounces, and the power requirements is about 10 watts a nominal. That's true. I'm thinking that they just need to miniaturize them better, or have an equivalent. I was researching that, Neil. I know what you're saying. The traditional transponders can't be tagged on there, but come on. We've been able to make cell phone cameras the size of a pinky fingernail. If we can miniaturize cameras, we can miniaturize that. Urban interface. Hey, Kathryn, how you doing? I'm real sick. I was in bed all day, but we're doing the best we can. We're pretty alarmed by the Windy and the K&P complex being vigorously active tonight. The Windy much more so. It's really vigorous. It's starting to come over ridgelines and be visible on cameras, like the Tobias Peak. So, a little bit worried. So, yeah, Blue Mountain Kern, this is all different views of the Windy right here, the ones that are most concerning. So, of my multicam, K&P is at the top, and it's less active, I think. It's just hard to get any eyes on it, probably from smoke layer, but the Windy is chugging away. It's spreading to the north and to the south and to the east. Mostly roll out and burning up to ridge lines, flaming debris going down to the base, and climbing up the next ridge. And it's been pretty sketchy. We're finally starting to see the fires, not just the glow of the ridges. We're actually seeing flames right now. This is the last 3 hours. So, John Stoker, we need better stewards of the land. I agree. Absolutely. We all want the same thing. Where we go wrong is we demonize the others. The environmentalists suck. No, they don't. They're concerned about the environment. The loggers suck. No, they don't. They're also concerned about the environment. They don't. They're not the enemies of the forest. They love the forest. They don't want to clear cut in general either. They just want to have employment, though, and live in the woods. There's very few jobs in the woods. A lot of them hate the whole clear cutting thing, but that's our laws have set it up, so that's the only thing profitable. We could have a new era of environmentally beneficial logging and land stewardship. But now if the extremists sit there and hate each other, they're doing the one thing that you should never do. Don't imagine the motivations of other people. Especially don't imagine them being evil. Loggers just want to make a buck and kill everything they see in sight. No, why don't you ask them what they want to do? You'll get surprised. Every once in a while there's a jerk like that. But every once in a while, guess what? On the environmental side, there's a jerk that wants to kill people and commit arson. And hates people and only loves trees. Don't listen to the extreme jerks on either side, man. Sit down with whoever you think is your enemy and don't assume their motivation. Just say, how can we work together? How can I benefit you? I don't want you to lose your job. And then you can start having a conversation. Imagining the motivations of others is one way to get depressed, cry in your beer, and fail to take action. You think you have to defeat another people instead of making peace with another group of people and working together. The two sides are not going to defeat each other. They've been trying for the better part of the 20th century, and I'm just frustrated by the stupidity of it. When they want basically the same goal. Shasta says, it's awful to see these fires so active at night. I know. It brings dread for the daytime. I know. One first way to start appreciating loggers, almost all of them are volunteer firefighters. Almost all of them. They hate seeing a wildfire like just as much as we do when it's destructive. When I tell people that, they go, oh. Sometimes the vast majority of those on the line, protecting your community, protecting the environment, is a logger. He can only do what he's told, you know. It'll be changing of the laws that will change how logging is done, but don't just put hate out there at individuals. If you identify the problem as a problem, we can solve the problem. You can't solve other people. I've never known any argument to work where one side walks in, points the finger at the other side, says you're evil and we hate you. Now do what we say. That's not really a good way to make to build any sort of cooperation. That's people giving in to that anger that they just want to unload it on somebody, and never let it overwhelm you. Alright, so this is concerning, that's Rocky Hill. I was checking the cams for Monument and such, and I haven't been able to see much, like Hayfork Divide. It's just all smoked in. I checked on the Dixie earlier, and everything's just pretty smoked in. The Dixie's going to have some wind, but has much more likeliness of having some winning rain. Southern California not so lucky. It's gonna have the wind and probably not much else. Well, that's a great camera view. Bunch of leaves. We check on things every once in a while. Let's see. King George Ridge, Tobias Peak. Yeah. We have multiple radios going. There's just nothing really being said right now. They lost some of their critical repeaters and comms on the K&P, and unfortunately we're even more deaf than ever to it. And wow, look at the glow coming over the ridge from Blue Mountain Kern now. Let's do a 15-minute. It's just cresting these peaks. So when dawn arrives, if it's not too smoky, we'll see the red flames. If we could see this with the human eye right now, that would be red and pink. The fire's coming over right around here. Oops, marking pen mode. Tim says it's almost 3:30 in the morning. Go to bed. Night. Good night, Tim. Thanks for coming by. Yeah. Yeah, I've been watching this for the last few days, just wondering what are they going to do when the wind happens. Being this active at night is one heck of a bad sign. This is ominous. Quite ominous. Yeah, I wish we had something to listen to. Something would tell us, like, what are they doing? Where are they moving? Where are they planning? Let's look at Blue Ridge 1 for a further away distance. In the human eye, this would look like a pink glow. Well, that is the heat radiating and reflecting off the smoke layer clouds above. It has a low ceiling. Yeah, we can see right there the fire coming over. That's one of the points where we have active flame. You can see it as little dots every once in a while. You can differentiate it from the smoke and just the heat, because when the smoke blows away for a moment, you can see the actual little dots separate from the smoke itself. But I'm sure it'll crest the entire mountaintop eventually. Yeah. Hey, Smitty, I hope you can get somebody. Let's play this again. Okay. I could even turn on Caldor radio, but we didn't have any joy for hours during the night either. We are deaf to almost everything going on all fires these days. We can take a look at the Caldor fire and just do our diligence. Greater Tahoe. There just hasn't been much to see, which is so good. Such a refreshing change for everything we've been monitoring on the Caldor. A little bit of activity on, Sierra Tahoe, as usual, but simmering. LPD mobile, up to the upper right, there's still activity at Echo Lakes and that area. But so different than even a week ago. All coffee, hey, welcome. A gentle reminder to all to get some sleep. Well, I woke up, I slept the entire day having the flu, but yeah, if anybody else needs to sleep, go ahead. Yeah, you're right, Shaz. A debate has never been settled with the I'm right and you're wrong mindset. The good way to negotiate is We're never going to agree on our viewpoints, but we can respect each other's different viewpoints. Respect that we have them. There's two different types of respect. There's respect like, oh, I admire this. And there's respect such as, I acknowledge this. You know, I don't admire venomous snakes. But when a venomous snake is near me, I respect it and I give it its distance. You know, I am showing respect rather than admiring the creature, right? In the United States, you know, and English, we need two different words. I have had the most difficult time of trying to get people to understand there's a difference. So when you do sit down with different parties, you say we respect that we are from different opposing viewpoints, meaning we don't have to force our viewpoint on each other. That's all that means. You acknowledge it. Doesn't mean you like it. You acknowledge it. But then you say, nevertheless, we have very similar goals. What does it take to reach them? There, that's it. The mentality of we have to convince somebody to my other viewpoint, well, good luck with that. You know. Yep, what a nice change looking at Tahoe. The good news here is if this containment could increase a whole lot, and if they could do much more work, you'd still see the glow of the fire up here by the Echo Lakes and such. As they secure that area, and the rest of the area looks much, much better, and they can give crews to the other fires. Desperately need them to relocate. But there's also the hidden danger of every time the Dixie looked better, and every time the Monument and McFarland and such looked better, they peel crews away to go somewhere else to some new thing. And then the weather worsened, and those took off again. That's that horrible catch-22. You want as many people as possible when the tide changes to quickly pounce on the mega fires and get them done. But then you have new fires sprouting up all around you. Well, do you draw down from the mega fire to prevent a new mega fire with the other one? We need to have it in the future that we don't make a choice, that there's just always enough people to send to how many fires we have with a reserve system. And buy more apparatus. A community volunteer system as well. I'm sure a lot of community volunteers could be taught mop-up and putting out stumps and stuff. Wouldn't that be cool? Then take the pros. They could be overseen by a couple of professionals that say, no, honey, this is how you do it. But then you can redirect the other forces back to where it's needed. We got a lot of solutions here we could get. Wow, look at Tobias Peak. Duplicate Tobias Peak. That's the Blue Mountain Kern one. Wow. That changed a lot in a few minutes. Can't turn your back on these fires, not even to look at other cams. That's the last 15 minutes. Look at that air coming in from the west, just giving it some oxygen. Feeding it a nice, steady supply. Boy. It's 3:33 a.m. And that looks like a pretty dang active, scary fire. Do a 3-hour time lapse. It's the windy fire. Wow. So a lot has changed since 1 in the morning. Here's 1 in the morning. Let's come right over and roll down the slope. Starts around midnight. John Sugar says, I would take a 3-hour hike down to the river and fill my canteen for the hike back up. Now you can't even do that without getting giardia. Are you trying to say you have a fever for the beaver? Let's go back here. Seriously, board feet, chips, cords, and less fire danger. Instead of paying taxes to fight it, you have to pay. It has to pay you. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Fire's paying us. What's in the foreground? Is that the fire lookout tower? Now that it's silhouetted, is it a tree? It's out of focus. But every once in a while, yeah, I think it's a tree. But this looked like a fire lookout tower right there. Wrong color of a pen. For a moment, but I don't think that's the location of a tower. You see how kind of man-made that looks? But then other times I pause the video and it looks like it's just a big treetop. Like right here, it just looks like a treetop. I thought the lookout tower was back there somewhere in that mess.
Medical aid 11377, Avenue 352.
That's probably Tulare County. Yeah, Cal Fire, Tulare County.
Station 4, medical aid, syncopal episode 11377, Avenue 352, crossover road 112. Station 4, medical aid, syncopal episode 11377, Avenue 352, crossover road 112, timeout 0335.
Yeah, Paul Coffey says kind of looks too straight to be a tree. I don't know, it's just, if we only had focus on the camera. Here's a 6-hour time lapse. But I don't think white was in front of it the whole time. We know that it's already burning past the Mule Peak Lookout. That they wrapped it in foil already. Yeah, it looks much more tree-like now to me. I think the light is just overwhelming the treetop and wrapping itself around it, distorting the shape. But that was pretty interesting right there. Oh, Dick McNeil says it's a tree. I know it very well. Yeah, where's the Mule Lookout is more over here, or over here, right? What's your story, Dick McNeil? You a local? I think we're all pretty dang concerned for this area right now. I wonder how much the Google car has been around here or not.
Fire, engine 4 responding.
40337.
You know, the Google car visited more of these places than I thought. I'm trying to get an idea, at least east of Porterville, it seemed to have run around here towards Ponderosa. And Ponderosa is under imminent threat. So here's a couple of images. Oh god, look at all the dead trees. Oh, painful to see. What? Random creepy person in the forest? Now, he probably set the camera up to take the 3D camera view. You're supposed to hide behind a tree so that you're not in the shot. I read the rules about taking the 3D pictures for Google Maps. You're supposed to either crouch down with the camera above you or get behind a tree when you take the shot. He's probably yelling, Larry! Larry, what? I'm taking the picture. So get behind the... Oh, never mind. There's the SQF burn scar. June this year. The SQF happened last year. This is the powder keg it's about to reach. I have to keep the windy out of here. The windy fire cannot get into this or it will explode. All these trees are dead. All of the trunks now can burn. And the poor living trees, there's always some little patches that stay alive, are now under threat because the rest of that dry, crackly, brittle stuff that's dried out for a year is going to go up like a powder keg. This will be one gigantic, moving, volcanic pyrocumulus cloud if it reaches this. That's the nightmare scenario. So these images are from near Camp Nelson, just south of it. That's where we got this image. Well, that's the green one by Camp Nelson. Where's the other one? By Cedar Slope. Yeah. So if we look where it is currently, we can find Camp Nelson. Ah, it's so close to it. Look how they saved Camp Nelson from last year's fire. Not real close. Where's Cedar Slope? Oh, right there. Cedar Slope. So here's the heat detections right there. The wind right now is blowing away from it, but it's going to change. It doesn't really need to be wind driven, but there will be south winds that will drive it north during the weekend. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's already finding the burn scar of the slate fire. They have to hold this. They've got to hold this. Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. Well, we know what's going to happen. Very, very bad fire impact. It's right where my arrow is. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I hope that wildfire lookout has been saved. We've been quite alarmed over the activity, especially since midnight. It's now showing up on the cameras, having burned over the ridge. Do we have any more? Google car. Oh, this is Springville. How lovely. I guess the Google car drove around this area. Can you imagine the not again deja vu stuff? People are asking me if the storms were going to put out the fires and if I could take a week off. I said no. We're going to get some new fires with the lightning, man. May not be apparent for a few days, but someplace in California will get unlucky. Redwood Drive. And the beetles and fungus has devastated the area. There's a lot of dead trees around. Here's, in general, the area at risk. What a nice drive this would be. This would be a sweet motorcycle ride. Nice and easy. Easy turns, easy grade. Nothing too scary. Whoa. We just time warped. I mean, the summer, you know. Winter, the ice and snow would be suicidal. But that would be a nice, easy ride. Oh, look at that little stony creek thing. Characteristic red dirt. A lot of iron in it. I've always thought it was quite ugly. Yeah, that's... You know what? This is April. Yeah, these are just dormant trees that didn't have leaf budding yet. I don't think they're dead. But by April they're starting to bud usually. This is the area at risk where the fire's trying to go. To the north of the Windy Fire. Not a very good fire break road, this is. Not particularly helpful. Everything growing right up next to it. A lot of spread out homes and properties. Some of these places you can tell fire already ripped through a long time ago. Maybe 40 years ago. More. Hasn't really grown back. Mainly the places where there's just bushes. These peaks. Well, there's a fire that when the Google car was going by, probably somebody's control burn or yard debris. Pier Point, Camp Nelson Trail to the... Oh, the Google car didn't go over here. Well, it would be a wasteland anyway. As an SQF of last year. George Bush Sequoia tree. Oh, wow. That's a big one. Okay. Back at chat. Tule Reservation, the current fire is around up in here, I believe. Slate Mountain, let me see. There's, yeah, Slate Fire, Slate Mountain. Sorry, so I did a little bit too far to the north, but it's, yeah. Starting to approach it. And it's around here. Be windy anyway. I don't know why Google doesn't have the fire
Engine
radar.
4 at scene.
40347.
CalTopo has the fire perimeter. Why doesn't Google? Occasionally they do, but it should have it right now. COVID-19 map. Well, what about a fire map? That's pretty important. Light traffic in this area? You think? You think? Could be because everything's closed because there's a massive wildfire in the area. Oh, really? Okay, Google. You're supposed to know everything. Now my phone thinks I'm talking to it. No, I'm not. Thank you. Let's check our cams. King George Ridge. The Blue Ridge. Blue Mountain Kern 1. Tobias Peak 1. Wish the radio would say something. I don't want to talk for 13 hours. Yeah, Paul Coffey says, wait, there's no rush hour? Apparently not. How strange, huh? John Stoker. Smitty says, buy a lottery ticket. If you hit it, get Kathryn a studio. Get yourself a cable car. There you go. I could use a studio. That'd work. I'd rather go shoot from the field. I'd rather have a trailer so I can go around and exploring ghost towns and history of the West and interviewing old timers. And you know, if anybody knows old timers, any story you want me to interview, that's what I want to do. War stories, World War II, Korea, anything, especially about the local history of these disappearing places, mountain towns, and whatnot. Get in touch with me. My email is in the video description. I want to drive around touring. Dick McNeil says, I wonder if the 100 Giants Redwood Grove is still standing. It's right down the slope from Mule Peak.
Engine 40351.
Let's see. Sentinel Pro might tell us, depending on when a satellite flies over. That's the satellite that can show you where the flames are, but it only comes around every couple of days sometimes. Now, where's the grove? The 100 Giants Redwood Grove. It's right down the slope from Mule Peak. It's Mule Meadow, Mule Peak, Bone Meadow. Maybe the Forest Service has it. Trail of 100 Giants, right here, okay. Yeah, it just says Lone Grove, okay. Hasn't reached it yet, as far as we know, with the heat detection. It's here. What we're seeing is it coming over these ridges right here, I believe. Just now, and going down this way. See how the wind's kind of curving towards the east? That kind of follows the pattern we're seeing where the fire is headed that way. Maybe it could get lucky. But if it comes down this way and climbs this ridge and then falls down this way, who knows? You can only hope. Yeah. True, Smitty says, winter comes, you still have to cut, mix, and splice. There you go. There you go. I'm not turning down a studio, but I'd rather have a travel trailer so I can run around and not pay $100 a night, lodging. And be pretty mobile. Here's our Tobias Peak. $3 hours again. Yeah, I hate not having any more info, just seeing scary cams. That's why I think they should staff their hotline 24 hours a day. John says, I would love to do that for Kathryn. Aw, heart. But I'm going to keep my 1948 Willys Jeep truck till I can't push the clutch in anymore. Oh, that's cool. Would you let me drive it? I can drive stick. Sort of. Kind of. You might just have to duct tape your head to the back of the seat to avoid the whiplash, but I'm sure I could make that comfortable for you. Just avoid your hair too much. Just sort of take the duct tape around your forehead and kind of wrap it around the seat, and it'll be safe. I know, it might be painful to remove it, but you're a man, right? You can take it. We'll just rip it off real fast. My buddy used to have a 52, Smitty says, I think, one with the heavenly bent windshield instead of a split. And my grand ran a 47 Jeepster for years. Oh man, Auntie Faye, who was a Greenville legend, she's buried now in one of the Greenville cemeteries. She was so old, and she drove up from the Bay Area all the time to her cabin. It was Ed and Faye, and I knew them. She had this woody wagon that was ancient and just never died, just kept driving that same woody wagon. Paul Coffey says, love to know what rush hour at Ponderosa looks like. Probably a stampede. Probably literal cattle stampede. I want to look at the SQF fire and see if we can get any info on it. Web, SQF fire. What exactly did they lose? I tried to cover it as best as I could last year, but so much was going on with the mass fatality events, things like the Beachy Creek and the North Complex and the Zog and the Blast Fire and everything and the Bobcat Fire. It was hard to cover everything. I kept reading the Incentivizing, but I couldn't track it very well. I don't know what was lost and what was saved. The castle merged together with other fires. And that was November 16th last year as it was ending. It basically rampaged until winter put it out. Now it'll be the same story. There's nobody. There's not enough crews in the world to try to put this out. It's just going to be winter. This is them fighting it in the area last year. These heroes. Wow, pictures of the pilots. Wow, that's the cockpit. Cool. I wish it would say what aircraft that is. Anybody recognize it? It's a helicopter, right? Looking south from Sequoia National Park. Last year's SQF. I was setting up, taking water from a stream. Fire hose going into the forest at Kern River Ranger Station. Kern River Ranger Station wrapped up to protect it. I feel like in fire-prone communities, that's maybe what your fire insurance coverage should cover. Everybody getting their set of that. That was their mop-up on hotspots. Forest Supervisor Benson welcomes the Mexico cruise. That was when Mexico helped us. I remember that. It was so nice. Australia too, somewhat last year. The George W. Bush tree after the fire. They gave it a diaper. A protective diaper. That's gotta be where it's vulnerable, that the bark is missing at the base. Yeah, that's some hard terrain to hike around in. Pictures of last year's SQF, where the windy fire needs to not go, otherwise it'll be one heck of a bad situation. Very mild.
Engine 4 1/4.
That's probably lighting a backfire. That's probably lighting a backfire. That's pretty mild stuff during the night. It's not captioned though. Now that's a picture. How do I zoom out? Let's get that in a frame. It's hardened all over the car. Now that's a picture. Whoa. Last year's SQF. Now, the trees aren't bending. That's the lens, the wide-angle lens distortion. In Photoshop, you can straighten that out. But around the sides of a wide-angle lens, you can notice distortion the most, like the fisheye-looking I guess maybe that's the best way to put it. So things in the center are relatively straight, but the closer you get to the edges, the more things lean around. If you do urban photography, it's you get buildings leaning that way. You gotta sort that out in Photoshop. But it's a good photo anyway. Wow. Now that is precision. It's a Chinook or a Vertol taking out of a pumpkin. A pumpkin's like a little doughboy swimming pool, a mobile water source. That is some fancy flying. That's cool that they set it out like that. And that's a good point, that you can make a little pond or something near your property and make it a lot more fire defensible. Because these pilots they'll see fire approaching your property. And if they have a good dip site, the individual chopper pilots, they're the ones that save hundreds of structures a day by taking that, splashing your buildings down, and if the fire approaches it, just putting it out next to your building. You think that's a Sikorsky? But they're single, they only have one rotor. That's a twin rotor. Oh, you mean for the interior cockpit shot way back there? Dick McNeil says, battery going dead fast. Good night. Thank you. Hey, come back and see us. Yeah. The lookout may have survived so far. I hope so. So, that was a great picture. It would have been better without the white truck in it. You have to have something for scale, but maybe there's a different version. These are the pictures I can show because they're works of the United States government if they're put on this site. Wow, this is pretty detailed. And it is a oh my. Did you see that? Okay. Now every once in a while we see something funny like that. Here we are admiring the awe, of the fire and how spooky and scary it is. And here's a panoramic. I clicked on full size. I was amazed at the amount of detail and how you can zoom in the picture. And just as I was explaining that, I go, "Whip." That poor guy. Oh, did the photographer even realize that he captured the moment a fire crew guy is coming out of the John? He may be zipping up, but there's a convenient fence post right there covering his nether regions like a fig leaf. Oh man. I bet the photographer being too far away never knew that. He seems to be in a state of undress. Oh dear. Oh my. Did he notice this and put it up, upload it anyway? Imagine being the poor soul who's like, hey, I was on that fire and that's me coming out of the... Ah! Oh dear. Oh boy. We need to laugh sometimes. Poor guy. He's like, this is the most secluded thing I could find right now. I'm so glad that this porta-john is facing away from the community. Oh no. Oh no. Aha. So Smitty says the other helicopter we were looking at was a Chinook. The other twin rotor Vertol is a Sea Knight, about half the size. Okay. Paul Coffey says, oh crap. Oh my god, you win the prize. Timing is everything, I guess. Well, at least he's got the fence post in the way. You know? He's probably trying to figure out a way to change into his uniform. I don't have to shut the door. Well, maybe I can open it, because I'm kind of cramped in here, and I need to pull on my... Yeah, it almost looks like a bathing suit situation. It must be briefs. Oh man, the detail in the photos, like you could almost see if he's a Haynes or a jockey man, you know. Oh, or Fruit of the Loom. Timing is everything. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna file this one under LOL. Do I have a LOL folder? I'm making it now. LOL. Okay. If you want to take a look for yourself, here's the photo in question. Yeah, he's probably blissfully unaware to this day that he was the star of the show, so to speak, of my nighttime program. It's 4 in the morning, and we only have 37 viewers. This will probably stay on the internet forever, though. That's the problem. Now I believe it's Sasquatch, says John. Oh, that is a little Vertol, isn't it? It's a mini chopper. And look at the elaborate hose lay to connect the pumpkins. We're looking at the old pictures of the SQF, and then we'll go back and look at our cams. That's how they saved Camp Nelson. Sequoia complex fire at night, the 13th of September last year. That was at North Road and Pack Station Road. Here's another lovely shot of the porta-johns. I would not have put the porta-johns under that big snag. That's a very dangerous place to do your business. Sequoia complex fire behavior, the 13th of 2020, September 13th. Oh my gosh, what a deja vu. It's almost the same. This is last year's fire, the evacuation warning map. Alch Park to 3 Rivers. Look how it's almost exactly the same as this year. Oh. I mean, being threatened by wildfire once or twice when you live in the country used to be the norm, or a couple of times in your life, but every single year is becoming a new abnormal. But to be sure, it is normal if a fire has already gone by, that every 3 years the place is primed and ready for a new fire unless you get all the dead logs off the landscape. They learned that lesson with the Tillamook burn in 1933, because every 3 years there's another huge fire. Because that's when brush builds up at the base of the dead trees again, and the same place burns. Worse than before. So that's September 12th, a year ago. Fire activity of the night, SQF complex. But what I mean is, being threatened by brand new fires every single year, pretty much no matter where you live in California, that's a new abnormal. Now this is low intensity stuff. This is probably them doing a back burn. I wish there was a caption. See how he's manning the station and they're letting the stuff on the ground burn off before the big fire gets there. That's appropriate. That's good. That's going to be their only option here again in a lot of places. Wow, there's a Hercules. Wait, is that a Hercules? This is last year. Yeah, C-130 with the MAFs. Okay. Oh, hey, there's one of our DC-10s. A VLAT. Last year. Working the SQF. Now that's a photo. Wide side of Sequoia complex, September 12th. I wish these would auto size. Or be like a gallery. Now that's a photo that's scary. West side of Sequoia complex, September 12th, so SQF. This is where the current windy fire is headed, and it's going to find so much fuel and all these trees it killed last year. It's the powder keg. If they can't keep it out of this area, it's the trail of gunpowder going towards the powder keg. And if it hits the fuels and their high winds, it'll explode. Seven members of New York Fire Department. Wow, that's cool. Camp Nelson Structure Protection. What a cool building. And they got their hose lay everywhere, ready to wet it down. I hope they can do it again. Camp Nelson Fire Station. You have to angle the roof really steep to get the snow off of it or it would collapse. That's a pretty neat one. Engine station to Camp Nelson. This fire's headed here again. More Camp Nelson structure protection. Pre-laying hose. Well, whoever manufactures fire hose right now is cranking in, raking in the millions. They have their own money-making machine right now. They probably just are crying because they can't keep up with demand. Maybe we should invest in hose-making companies. Ooh, yeah. Now here's the thing. This is the old style of doing it, and they were doing this last year and this year too. This is really dangerous. The manual cutting down of trees with the holding the saw in your hand, wood chips flying up in your eyes and face, and if you do the wrong thing and it springs back on you, you can be launched into the air. And the logger that I met in the hospital was thrown and woke up with his right ankle by his right ear. This is why we want masticators to do this. Real fast and real safe. And see all this manual labor and stuff, they gotta save their strength from making the lines. You know, making the lines. The machines should do this. I mean, we honor what they're doing, but the machines should do it for their safety and their comfort. Yeah, this is protecting Camp Nelson before. Oh, Golden Trout Pack Station. All this history up here. Golden Trout Pack Station. Meaning where mule teams go? That's some old school stuff. Is it like a horse camp? Fire in western part of the fire on the 8th. We're going back in time, you know. We're almost to the end of the fire slideshow for the SQF last year. Smitty says, the portable toilets were provided by the Department of Redundancy Department. Ask Kathryn, she used to work for them, of course. Paul Coffey says, I don't get it. Why do we have portable toilets when we're surrounded by one of the biggest forests on the planet? Flies, dude. That was Rommel's downfall, the Desert Fox. He had a very mobile German Panzer division, and his army was zipping across the landscape. But they made a bad sacrifice. They didn't take the time to dig latrines. They were like, it's the desert. Let's just go where we need to go. Unfortunately, the flies get on the stuff, and the flies got on their food. Rommel himself comes down with dysentery, and so does half of his troops. Has to be flown back to Germany or something, or Italy for treatment. Looks like a skeleton ever since, with sunken eyes. Yeah, most losses come from disease, not really the weapons and the fighting. And he kind of sank his own battleship with that. And you'll have everybody sick as a dog if you don't have sanitation in any kind of evacuee situation or any kind of encampment. If they have to take the time to dig their own latrines, then it's time they don't have to fight the fire. Oh, you rock, be safe, yeah. I thought we were at the end here. Yeah, last year, as the crazy red September is the day after the crazy wind event. We were closing down the forest. Last year's Labor Day storm. I called it Red Monday. Then I thought my stream would go on for about a week. Red Tuesday, Red Wednesday, Red Thursday, Red Friday. And it kept going. And my last year's stream was, I finally got to the point where I was labeling it Red Monday 4.0 because I realized after a point I had 4 different Mondays. I'm like, how long is my stream going? And I utterly collapsed. I was streaming for about 17 hours a day, every day, getting 5 hours of sleep here and there, in between 48 hours. Sometimes I was online for 36 and 48 hours in a row. Just thinking, the fires are about to wind down now, right? The emergency crisis is... The crisis part of them is going to wind down, right? I could finally sleep all I want tomorrow, right? And it just kept going, just kept going. Paul Coffey says all they had to do is dig a small hole. You got to go significantly deep. Otherwise, the rainwater runoff thing can really push it right into a ditch and take the wells and such. And there's regulations for a reason. At a certain depth, the online survival manual or the offline survival manual explains it. And they're sometimes they're on rocky ground too. It's just better to have proper sanitation, the best you can get. But here's our King George Ridge time lapse. I did it for too long. Let's go back to the last 3 hours. don't know, sanitation is where your tax dollars at work really matter, so that you and your family don't get tainted by a crew of 86 men trying to dig holes all around your property, and some of them, of course, just not digging them deep enough, and then the problems that could arise when that goes into the stream, and the stream feeds your well, and, you know, it's bad. So, John Stoker, I learn every time when the fires get close to me, my old neighbor says it will go up somewhere I live. I really have confidence in the fire department here. They just jump on them real quick. That's a good fire department. Rapid response is everything. Early detection, rapid response. Almost everything, almost every fire will mean back page news, not a factor, with early detection and rapid response. And robust response is the other thing. Have enough people, have enough crew, have enough airplanes, have enough surveillance, have enough engines, have enough hose, have enough everything. Have it pre-arranged. Have as much of it pre-made as possible, so you just man the defensive lines rather than try to figure out how to make them. In the past, I feel like this is a Roman Empire analogy. The Roman Empire was infantry, and most ancient armies were mostly infantry. That's the bulk of the army, and cavalry was for scouting and occasionally skirmishing for the most part. That's before the stirrups, you know. And so infantry marched slowly around. You spotted infantry at one of the frontier outposts. Roman army started marching to respond to it. And you had city walls in those cities to protect them before the army arrived. Sometimes. But the army arrived slowly, on foot. And then everything changed. The Huns came. New type of enemy, cavalry base, swift. You can no longer wait for the army to arrive slowly or respond to it slowly. These fires are now real swift. You can't decide, well, maybe our community needs some city walls or some defenses that we should always have, or maybe we should construct some dozer lines now. That's like thinking, well, maybe we should construct some city walls now. Now, when the Huns are here, that's too late. Swift, super rapid response. We should be transporting around fire crews by helicopter and airplane, flying them where they need to go, and have them just man the apparatus that's already there. You should have a lot of places prepared for helicopter landing spots. Eventually, I think, if we don't have them, we should airlift fire response crews. Of course, you move them separately, but we should have aircraft, we should have helicopters that could lift a fire engine and just take it somewhere. If we don't have that, then we should either invent smaller engines that are portable like that, or invent larger helicopters that'll do that. Redesign them for special spots where the helicopters could quickly just hook onto them and just transport them. It's a long drive from Old Station to the Sequoias. That's a long drive. But that's where the fire apparatus is right now. It's a long drive from Hayfork for these other fires. But that's where the other crews are that could possibly help. I mean, not really on the Rivers complex, there's not that many, but you get the idea. It's a long drive from Tahoe. It's a short flight. Alright, so that's our King George. Let's look at our Tobias Peak again in Blue Ridge. Wow, Blue Mountain Kern. Tobias. Three-hour time lapse. Well, we don't see much other than it went down that slope. And really took a hold of something right there. Around 4 in the morning. And we got a big bright spot. If we are seeing this with a human eye, it would be deep red. This fire action would be deep red. Bright pinks. John Stoker says, wow, like dropped them out of planes, like the tanks and the jeeps in the wars. I don't think when they parachuted the jeeps that the crew is inside, or the tanks. I'm pretty sure the crew parachuted out separate, but no, I don't think that the average firefighter would sign up for that. I don't know, separate transport. You know, crews on the more comfortable transports and the sky cranes picking up the apparatus. We could think of a lot of things. The fire truck part, the vehicle part, if they could have an easy separation part for the engine, you know, the part that has the tank and the valves and such. You could have, if they were modular, if they separated with the aid of a crane or whatever, imagine how quickly we could get them back into commission. If the engine's good on one and the engine, if the motor, you know, like that part of the engine failed on one, you can lift off its engine part, meaning the water part of it, you know what I'm saying, and stick it on a good one. If that's the heavier part, you could keep that around in the community and transport the moving part of it. You know what I'm saying? The quickest way to maintain is to have modular, easily replaceable parts. Yeah, they drop separate. I was pretty sure they drop separate. I don't know how you could survive the landing. Imagine being in a tank strapped in and it hit the ground. Oh, you'd break your back. Now, what was crazy was the gliders. The troops were in the gliders and they were meant to crash land. That was nuts. I watched a couple of recent movies. They were pretty good. About the gliders going in. Oh, man. That was freaky. What movie was that? That war movie where they were in gliders and they were going over Germany and the anti-aircraft started shooting half of them down, and one of them was lit up by fire, and they tried to jump out. Some of the troopers stuck in it, some of them parachuting out when their parachutes being on fire. God, what movie was that? It was pretty intense. It was kind of like Saving Private Ryan in intensity, but in the air. Real recent film, too. Wonder if it was on Netflix or something. They have depots that do just that with military equipment. Exactly. And we can learn a lot from what worked in the past. Hey, Nicole. Hey, how are you? I was telling John what he says about my Precinct St. Richard daily t-shirts. Here in Illinois, when they throw the cheese, at least the squeeze stays in the district. I have no idea what you just said. There must be some secret language you cheeseheads have. Let's see. The idea is rapid response. There's nothing quite as rapid as air transport. especially if you have the civilians trying to leave by car. You have that bad, if we open both lanes to traffic, how do the crews approach? So the K&P is the upper cameras. We can't see much going on, but the Windy has gone hog wild. That's what we're looking at, where it just moved. From midnight, it's gone to here. It crossed that drainage on the bottom, and now it's at the top. Remember, that's margin of error. I don't think we have the fire down here yet. I don't think so. I think it just went down the drainage, and it's just cresting the ridge, climbing up this area. And what we're seeing is the fire here on this ridge. We don't see in there. But the heat detection margin of error is this big. Remember. Now when we see clearly the fire crest, I think what we're seeing is it's back here. When we see the brightest, that means it's gone here. When we see open flames closer, we're seeing the trees on that ridge, I believe. So this is scary. It's moving pretty fast for not being driven by the wind. Johnsdale is in severe and imminent danger, like now. What's in Johnsdale? I think it's already evacuated. Did the Google car ever go here? Is it like a tourist thing, like a ranch, like a camp? It sounds like a former ghost town, obviously. Honestly, like it may have been active in the 1800s, and now it's a recreational site. That looks like there used to be things there. Is it like a horse park now? RV and ranch park. The Johnsdale Hilton. Quaint little place. Deer. The fire is approaching rapidly to the northwest. From the northwest here. I wonder if I've ever been here. There's a big... Oh my god. Was it Touchstone Pictures? It shows a kid running and jumping off a dock or something before major Hollywood movies. Wasn't that filmed right here? It's kind of tickling my memory that there's some... Yeah, here's horses. It was an independent film company, but that looks very, very familiar. For pretty major films. The Johnsdale Hilton opened by public reservation. Oh, look at this lovely time capsule. There's stuff on the walls. Oh. Why do tourists always just get super excited about their deer photos? You can tell when tourists are there, they're like, here's my half out of focus deer. Isn't this awesome? Sure, man. Oh, what a lovely little place. Hope it survives. Yep, here's more tourists. You always tell a tourist when they photograph deer butts. There's another deer butt. Wait till they're facing you. Oh. So it's a relaxed resort with a pool and stables. That would be so cool to visit. Let's look at the terrain. Which way is northwest? Okay. Okay. I was hoping we'd kind of see the fires approaching from, in general, this direction. Yep. This is April 2021. It's April this year. So there's already a lot of dead things killed by fire the previous year. Oh man. Or previous years. Yeah, that would be a lot of work to prep this for fire, as a fire line. Yeah. This is what masticators would be good for, but look at the dead fuel and the brush just ready to go up like a tinderbox. Ugh. From the fire devastation of previous years. Ugh. See what I mean? Just a couple years go by or whatnot, and you have the brush. This is a massive fuel source growing at the base of the dead trees, then you got a bonfire. So these trees that did survive are now ready to burn because look at all the brush at their base. You need to masticate it, get the brush away from it for these trees to live. Okay. Now the fire's coming from this way to the northwest. So in brush like this, it would move fast, especially if wind driven. It's not the heaviest fuels on Earth, but it would be flashy and fast moving, if wind driven, you know. Hopefully they've got a little time. Let's compare this to, yeah. So the fire's already here. At least the heat detections are already right here. So, well, we have our margin of error. It could just be over here, actually, but it's coming. The other place in immediate mortal danger is this area. Let's see, Forest Service. Whiteset or Whitset. Bone Creek Camp, Whitset BSA. Carr Camp. I don't know what this is. Just a little bit north. Right around here. Natural water slide. Oh wow, I've heard about that place. The natural water slide. Oh yeah. What a trip. Yeah, I remember this. I think we may have seen it. I may have seen this as a kid. That's one of the natural wonders. Oh yeah, I vaguely recall this. Okay, so we get an idea about that. It's not the heaviest fuels in the world right here, but it's still kind of bad. What an amazing spot. Okay. So let's see the little man. Camp Whitset is right here. This is an immediate danger of the fire approaching. That chaparral brush will just go like a tinderbox. Google car being here in winter with snow on the ground, the brush is a lot less than it would be in summer. Last Chance Meadows BSA, Camp Whitsett, Lower Peppermint Campgrounds, Lloyd Meadows Trailheads. Oh, there's a cool tree. April 2013. This is extremely old. Not too relevant. Okay, let's look at our cams. Heat detections. Swirly wind pattern here. God, it's much closer now to the giants, the 100. Rail of 100 and Fallen Giants. Is that on Google Maps? Trail of 100 Giants. Okay. Wow, look at that tree. That's not much of a fire line road either. Real narrow. There's a big one. Are there any tourist photos here? Wow. Look, I don't know if it's wise to camp directly underneath such a tree, but that's cool. Okay. That's a little bowl. And stuff rolling down this slope. I don't know that they could do much about that to save anything. It would be real difficult. You wouldn't want to be standing at the base. Whoa. Down here, with stuff. Whoa, there's a fallen one. You wouldn't want to be standing at the base trying to be on rollout patrol. You'd want to get away. Wow. People have no idea what these trees are like. These photos just don't do them justice. You get a hint of what these are like, but dead limbs, ladder fuels, struggling little trees. Boy, that's a huge fuel source. But that's 2013. I mean, hopefully there's not as much dead stuff around here, but who knows? Look at the fork in that tree. Now, I was told the Indians used to do this on purpose, to make trees that were signposts. Sometimes it's natural, sometimes it isn't. But when there is a tree growing, they would put a log in the center of it as it was growing up to shape it. And then they would use these as their signposts as they walked around. Their instructions, they didn't make paper maps. They would memorize instructions like how to go someplace. If I go to this boulder and go, 3 days this direction until you meet this landscape feature, and they had almost a secret code for these. So every once in a while I see those and wonder. Then they had petroglyphs too, where they could mark the land. And a variety of methods. And sometimes a tree this happens when another falls on it, and it kind of grows around one. But the ones that look the weirdest, especially ones where a branch kind of points in one direction, could be an Indian shaped tree. Not many of those around anymore, because it's been a long time since they did that. But the oldest species, you can still sometimes see that. The coast as well. Like the Indians obviously shaped the octopus tree in Oregon's coast. And nobody's quite sure exactly what it means, but John Stoker says, I know a slide similar to that near Tamarack. That's cool. Yeah. But this poor grove is in immediate danger, and so is Camp Whitsett and Johnsdale. Like, within hours, maybe. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. I'll be right back. I'm going to refresh myself. Okay, friends. Time for me to come up with some food. I wish that there was some radio chatter or something, so I don't have to talk all the time. We got 3 radios playing at once with nothing happening. We're just kind of deaf, dumb, and almost blind to these fires. At least we have a camera to look at. So here's Tobias Peak. Here's Blue Ridge. And Blue Mountain. Kern. It's kind of nuts. Hey Gail, good morning. Learning lots about directional signs and trees and natural water slides. A very nice way to wake up. Oh, glad to have you with us. I know what I can do. I can put on what I missed. I missed the day being sick and got on late at night after trying to troubleshoot some internet problems. Let's figure out what happened with the Dixie and such with their briefings that I missed, and then I can eat here. So that's a KPN update. That was yesterday's stuff. Is this a third community meeting? No, we already saw that. There's Sequoia. Yeah, the Windy has 0% containment. I missed the, last National Forest updates on what's still going on with the Dixie. Let's do that. The evening update. Okay.
Good evening, Carrie Gilland, Operations Trainee for California Incident Management Team 1. This evening, I'm going to provide an operational update for September 15th, 2021. I'm going to start up towards the northern portion in Fruit Growers Boulevard. This portion of the fire has stayed well within the existing containment lines. We continue to have resources monitoring the area and mopping up any areas of heat. As we progress out into the Walker Fire Scar, coming down to the south, and then progressing out to the east. We've had no additional growth, and we have resources continuing to patrol and mop up any areas of significance. The Milford spot, we continue to have smokes within the area. However, they're well interior. Resources do continue to patrol the 395 and the area of the Milford spot. Everything within Black Mountain all along Highway 395, continuing down to the Beckworth complex, we've had little to no change. We do have resources continuing to work the fire perimeter. Everything from Dixie Mountain continuing out to Horton Ridge, progressing out to the west. We did add additional containment with the black line, progressing out to the west, which was in due to the resources that continued to patrol and mop up 300 feet interior. As we progress out to the Beckworth Genesee Road, resources continue to mop up, and they've started backhauling hose that's not needed on the fire's edge. Everything within Grizzly Ridge, resources continue to mop up the ridge line, progressing all the way back towards Devil's Punch Bowl. Resources are still patrolling the area, and the hotshot crew is still working everything from Devil's Punch Bowl down to Indian Creek. Resources are continuing to mop up everything within Taylorsville, and they're starting to backhaul unnecessary hose and supplies that's no longer needed. Resources are working throughout Indian Valley, patrolling and mopping up any areas of concern. They continue to respond.
Timeout 0456.
Sorry. Some medical call. I was in the kitchen when that happened. I'm sure there'll be more interruptions. Hang on a second. Can I mute that? Alright, I'm muting the radio. Let's try this again.
To mop up the ridge line, progressing all the way back towards Devil's Punch Bowl. Resources are still patrolling the area, and the hotshot crew is still working everything from Devil's Punch Bowl down to Indian Creek. Resources are continuing to mop up everything within Taylorsville, and they're starting to backhaul unnecessary hose and supplies that's no longer needed. Resources are working throughout Indian Valley, patrolling and mopping up any areas of concern they continue to respond to. Everything is well within the black, and we've had no concerns right on the fire's edge within Indian Valley. As we progress down to the south towards Quincy Road, everything is a continuation of patrol and mop up. We have started heavy suppression repair throughout the area, continuing out to the east towards Meadow Valley, as well as Bucks Lake, progressing all the way out towards Story. There will be resources continuing to patrol and monitor throughout the evening, as we do have additional smokes throughout the evening. You will continue to see stuff throughout the evening, as well as the early morning hours when the RHs start to decrease and the temperatures rise. We do have additional suppression repair throughout the entire incident. That will conclude our operational update for this evening.
Okay. We come back over from the kitchen. She could relax a little bit with that delivery. If I was a director, I'd be like, it's okay. You can relax. Just kind of talk to people about the fire. It's kind of scary to be on camera, but you're okay. So, let's see if we have anything else. Did we have a West Zone, Dixie? At any point in time? I'm still confused where we're supposed to get West Zone Dixie updates now. The morning updates were no longer on YouTube where I expected them to be. Couldn't get a straight answer as who's in charge of that zone from InstaWeb. I could go to Modak at Cal Fire. They didn't end up here either. There's a FEMA mobile registration intake center in Greenville. That was yesterday, yeah. If you fly, we can't. Well, yeah. Public notice. No change or evacuation summary. Downgrade. There's a West Zone update 16 hours ago on the 15th. Might as well watch it. I missed it.
Good morning, Kyle Smith, Operations Section Chief, here on the West Zone of the Dixie incident. So I'll go ahead and start around here as far as give you all an operational update. So in branch 18 and 15, which is south of the Lake Almanor, that follows the Highway 36 corridor. There's a lot of great effort still continuing in that area. Then we'll mop up, a lot of repair work going on in that area. So moving on around to what we call Division Juliet, Division Kilo, and Division Lima, which is around the Mill Creek area. That area has been placed in patrol status. We have resources still in place, just making sure everything still stays in that type of status we're looking for a patrol. So that's looking real good. Moving around into the Lassen National Park in Division November. That area is starting to look real good. We're looking to actually turn some of these areas into patrol status within the park here, possibly by the end of shift today. So moving on into what we consider Division Oscar, which is also within the park as well. We had a real good day yesterday. The two hotshot crews was actually able to get direct line tied in, and they got about 3 days of mop up till we can be able to place that also in patrol status. So moving on up to Old Station Community, that's looking real good, and we're looking to place that area as well in patrol status. We still have a lot of resources in the area, maintaining, mopping up, and making sure we can move into patrol status in the very near future. Moving on up into Division Sierra and Uniform, that's the area that we're really working on hard to do mop up efforts. We're still having some issues with spot fires outside the line. We're actually moving some active military hand crews in place today, so they should be in the field inserted tomorrow. 4 crews starting out with to help expedite that whole mop-up operation in Division Sierra and Uniform. Along with that right here, while I'm here, Today at 1100 hours, Highway 44 will be reopened with a pilot car that's helping traffic for traffic control within the fire area. So that's taking place today. Moving on out down in the Division Whiskey, that a lot of that area is in patrol status as well. It's looking real good. We also have a lot of resources still in that area, making sure we can maintain it in that patrol status and keep it there. Moving on down to Division Zulu, looking real well. So that's all in patrol status, and we are keeping resources in that area to maintain that status so we won't have to revert back, and they're still maintaining any type of mop up that needs to be taken care of. They're taking care of that as we move forward, keeping it in that status. In the report.
Okay, unfortunately I made a lot of kitchen noise and didn't hear a lot of that, but it sounded pretty good that there was a lot of mop-up stuff and a lot of people coming back in here. And, you know, that's nothing sounded too concerning about that. We know that they will get some wind on the Dixie, but the chances of rain are much higher in Northern California this weekend, where it looks abysmally bad for Southern and Central California fires, where the windy and the KNP just getting the wind and almost no chance of rain. And they're spreading even through the night. These are ever since they began on the 9th, this has been the time to hit them and catch them, but there hasn't been enough people. These could have already been contained already if there's enough people. But what has to happen? Apparently some arsonist starts new fires in Mendocino. Half the aircraft go over there. People go over there. Other fires started elsewhere, stealing their resources. Hasn't been enough time to go down here and get crews in place. They have nobody to send from California. They're all on the other fires. They're sending for people in the Rocky Mountains. Takes some time to get here. Still have thousands of people on the completely optional fire known as the Dixie fire, started by the power company. Everything about every other fire here would have been different. All of them probably would have been not much of a big deal. We didn't have pretty much 25% of the nation's fire resources on one optional fire because the power company decided not to turn off the power, even though it could be a fire starting with a surge in their lines, and decided not to inform CAL FIRE for 5 hours or so. Those tiny little decisions can mean a huge series of disasters happen. So we've got active fire and the windy burning through the night from several different camera angles. We're now starting to see actual flames poking over ridges, where in the past all we saw was fire in the distance. But now we saw heat in the distance and light in the distance. But it's moving towards the south and towards the east pretty rapidly, considering it's not wind driven. Smitty says those GI crews you mentioned around Group W, Whiskey, are active duty regular infantry. Yeah, exactly. They were the ones helping at Genesee. They ran out of fire crews in the entire country, and so there's only 2 things to do at that point: call for international help and draft members of the military that never in the world thought they'd be doing this. And I was told by fire captains and chiefs and such, get ready for desperate measures. You'll know things are going to get bad when they draft members of the military to fight fires. In my opinion, we should have drafted thousands, not a couple hundred. I don't know. And some of them came from Fort Lewis. It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's awesome that they're here, but wow. Boy, do we need more firefighters in the country. That should improve now. There's bipartisan support for that, at least that part of the infrastructure bill, increasing firefighter wages. at least for the Fed ones, and that should really help fill the rosters. Really didn't help with the whole citizen shortage when it paid food stamps wages. Okay. Okay. Well, it's eerie to watch this without any radio, but we don't have the radio.
Battalion 8507.
Except for fire unrelated stuff, pretty much. That one's Tulare County Fire and CHP Pink, and we've just heard a bunch of medical stuff.
Engine 25, speaking from the TAC. Engine 25, speaking from the TAC.
Engine 25, affirmative, V Fire 24.
25.
508.
I gotta eat here. I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear the chewing. I'm gonna play some background rain sounds so people realize that the audio isn't dead. There's just nothing. They're just not saying anything on the radio, and I'm eating, so stream's still going, but I'm eating. Okay, done with my meal. That's a scary red. Flare up heat detection halfway overlapping the giant sequoias, the special ones, the area where the largest living thing on Earth is, the General Sherman tree. I can imagine there's an active battle to save it right now, and all the other special places here. We don't have any good views though. Unfortunately. Sorry, I meant to mute it. I was adjusting the snappy headband thing on my headset. 1 second. Okay. So K&P is expanding, but much slower. The Windy just decided it would take off today. And it's not even particularly wind-driven, it's just kind of going up and down hills. Directly in danger right now is the Johnsville area. And this Bone Creek Camp Witsit. Excuse me, Johnsdale. And also the Long Meadow Grove, the 100 Giants. The Trail of 100 Giants and Fallen Giants. For this being a huge margin of error, we have a slight hope that the fire is just going to go mostly that way, and it's not over the ridge, and maybe it'll just go past it, at least for the night or the morning, but we have no idea. It probably won't. It'll probably spread due south. I don't know what they'll be able to do for it. I don't think we have morning updates from Sequoia National Forest. I mean, we have maps and stuff. As the lightning caused K&P complex fire in the Sequoia National Park continues to grow towards Humes Lake Ranger District, officials assess the fire's potential growth, rate of spread, path, and threat to public and firefighter safety. The K&P complex growth sparks concern for public safety is the title. To protect them, the Forest Service issued the K&P complex fire areas roads.
At scene, one tractor on fire. Best access is going to be at the roadway. Go ahead and take the driveway. Nope.
What?
Copy, engine 25522.
Okay.
My next engine in, go ahead and continue down the dirt road and assist with fire tech. Break, water thinner 25, go ahead and level 1 stage at the roadway.
Okay. Well,
You said stage at the roadway? I'm at scene at the front of the dairy. Hey, firm. Break, Firecom, water turn 25 is at scene. Be staging at the roadway.
Water tender 25523.
I just typed in.
Battalion 8523.
Engine 26 at scene.
Engine 26524.
Now, I hate this. This map is incomplete because here's the national park, but here's where the trees are in danger. But this is just a map issued by the by the Forest Service. It won't show the national park. It's like a big blank spot as if it's not there. I don't understand why they do this. Forest Service, just include the national park area. Really? We're just supposed to see little blank spots? I don't get it. That's why it's so hard to get fire info to the general public. We just have to deal with crap like this. But the point of this is to protect public and firefighter safety. The Forest Service issued the KNP Complex Fire Areas, Roads and Trails Closure Order. The closure is all the way until December 31st. The KNP Complex Fire is actively burning towards Hume Lake Ranger District, creating a dangerous situation for the public.
Confirming cancel June 27th.
I don't know what they meant by tractor on fire, but that sounds bad. They said going to a dairy, but I don't know where else they were responding to. Anyway, they're saying that tree snags...
Dairy IC Firecom, just trying to confirm your request to cancel engine 207. Engine 207, cancel engine 207.
Engine 207 available.
Engine 207, 526.
Okay. Basically, to sum that up, danger to the public, including falling stuff, snags, fire damaged area, boulders, blah blah blah, on fire routes and such. They're just gonna close it down for the winter early. I don't know that they ever keep it open during the winter anyway. I mean, that's the high Sierras. So the Windy Fire, burning on the Tule River Indian Reservation and in Giant Sequoia National Monument and Sequoia National Forest, has grown to 2,202 acres, 0% containment. It continues to slowly burn towards the southeast, reaching Summit Trail and Onion Meadow Peak. The inversion layer that moderated the fire behavior yesterday is expected to continue today. This is yesterday's information. Air Ops are continuously monitoring the fire conditions and weather, looking for opportunities to fly and support firefighters on the ground. They've established a fire perimeter line around the Crawford fire, a separate fire burning nearby, and are monitoring it. Both fires were determined to be caused by lightning. Over the last 24 hours, firefighters and equipment have been added to aid in firefighting efforts. There's 526 personnel currently assigned to the Windy Fire incident. At this time, the fire is located east of BIA 212 Road on the Tule Reservation, south of Windy Creek and Crawford Creek, west of Summit Trail and Onion Meadow Peak on the Sequoia National Forest, and north of Cedar Creek. That's really old info. It's just spread rapidly since midnight. We expect the weather to continue to be in the mid-80s in the upper elevations, 18 to 22% minimal humidity, and afternoon topography-driven winds of 6 to 8 miles an hour with gusts of up to 12. These conditions will continue to dry out fuels and increase the probability of ignition. Smoke may continue to be an issue in the region. Fire burned into a portion of the Peyron Sequoia Grove. Fire behavior in this area has been observed to be in low intensity.
Battalion 8, I'm available.
Battalion 8, 529.
Okay. The fire burned into a portion of Peyroni Sequoia Grove. Fire behavior in this area has been observed to be low in intensity, but due to inaccessible terrain, a preliminary assessment of the fire's effects on the giant sequoia trees within the grove will be difficult. But it's expected.
If you're utilizing Blue Ridge, Tone 3, try Tone 10, Jordan.
They'll figure it out in the next coming days, is what they said, basically. Fully reservation residents and those in near the communities of Johnsondale, Camp Nelson, and Ponderosa are asked to continue monitoring the progress of the fire. Well, it's almost upon them, like right now. At Johnsdale. Tulare County residents can receive county emergency.
Jerry, I see you're broken. Repeat your traffic.
Register at alerttc.com. If you're a Tulare County resident. Forest closure remains in effect until December 31st. Let's do a time lapse. I have to buy his peak one. Lots changed since midnight. When we started seeing flames for the first time on the cameras.
Jerry, I see Firecom. Repeat your last traffic. You are unreadable.
We'll only be able to hear one side of those conversations if they're too far away from the ham radio operator. Hi, J. Connors.
Firecom, water tenor 25, available returning.
Water tenor 25, 531.
You guys are talking about donuts. You're making me hungry. I wish I had a donut maker. Why do we have toasters, toaster ovens, air fryers, and yet there's no donut maker? That is missing from the kitchen. When I wake up in the morning, I want my donut perfect. I want my coffee perfect. I want my bacon perfect, and I want my over easy eggs perfect. There just should be a machine that does this. Trying to figure out the last images. Is it coming up over this ridge? I don't think it is. I think it's just we're seeing the light between the trees. But fire goes uphill pretty fast, so we're seeing rollout activity where the fire crested the ridge behind, and the flaming debris just rolled down it in this sort of direction. It is where the wind is sort of blowing that direction, but it's not really wind driven too much. It's just there would have been more of this, but it seems like the wind's encouraging it to go more to the east, because we're looking north, remember? So it spilled out over the ridge, and the flaming debris just rolled downhill. Now, some of the most vulnerable trees are down here. The 100 giants. I'm just hoping the wind might push the fire a little bit to the east and buy them some more time. The big thing that firefighters need is just time to repair structures, community, vulnerable places. What's a red arrow, John? When I was in Scouts, the troop leader's son went from tenderfoot to red arrow in a week. Go figure. John Stoker says, no, I never roasted my own. Friend Hat did for local coffee shops when I lived in Stockton. Would buy 3 to 5 pound bags all the time. He's passed on. Oh. What says, well, you don't ask for much. Well.
Dairy, I see fire control, 534.
Come on, I need an egg, donut, coffee, and baking making machine. Can't be that perfect. I mean, it can't be that hard. You would encapsulate the eggs, see? And you know how you put sunglasses in a case and it snaps shut? Well, that's where you put the raw bacon, right? And so it'd fry it on one side. There'd be a burner on the bottom, right? And then what do you need to do with the machine? A little robotic arm just flips it at the appropriate moment. And it's on a timer, see? And then it works. There's a couple buttons you press, such as weak and limp and soft chewy bacon. Then you have medium hard bacon, and you have delicious crispy bacon. Then you have extra crispy bacon. And it's just the different amount of time that's applied. And then there's a grease drainer, and that little thing shakes off the grease, and then there's a bell that goes ding, and it spits out your bacon. Like a vending machine, ding. Same thing with the egg. It's got that little hot plate thing in it, right? It's going, it's going, it's going, it's going. Flips it just for a second, spits it out, bing! Perfect egg. Coffee is dispensed. Your donuts in that little fryer thing. And then it's hot, right? So it comes out hot. Chocolate drizzle on the top. And then there's a blower to make that chocolate nice and cool. The blower goes on it to cool it off. Ding! There's your donut. Perfection. To make $1 billion. I've just laid it all out to you guys. This is how it works. Now somebody come up with those blueprints. Cut me in on the deal. We'll send it to the Shark Tank. Boom. We're billionaires. Make it so. Make it so. I think Doc Brown tried to make a machine like that. Dude. Yeah. Because geniuses think alike. Ah ha ha ha. Sold, Gail M says. Yeah. He also made a time machine. Yeah. Nomad says, good morning all. Wonder when the Northeastern are going to start dropping into Oregon, California and turn the fires off. That would be nice. We could use a few nor'easters. Or tropical downpours. Or hurricane remnants. That would be good. We could use a few Pineapple Express. People are saying we need hurricanes. No. That's destructive. That's a little bit too much wind. We just need the moisture. Gail says, are the firefighters going to have that needed time? We don't know, really. It's just every moment of time they get helps. Every little bit helps. We're watching it kind of spread to the south, but to the southeast. It's favorable for that particular grove, but it's not favorable because it's headed right for Johnsonville. Gosh, I keep forgetting its name. Johnsondale. It's headed right for Johnsondale and this little area that camp. What's it? Oh wow, this is an ancient Indian site. It has Indian potholes. That's where they used the grinding stones. And I mean Paleo Indians, you know. It's old. And I mean, at least those survive fire, but there's other historical treasures and buildings and lovely trees that are just being eaten right. We're watching the destruction of so many ancient trees right now. It's just heartbreaking. We're not seeing it directly, we're seeing it from afar. But remember what's on fire. It's the great Sequoias on fire. The ones that were lucky enough to survive last year's fire. We lost 10% of them last year's in the fire, in the castle and SQF. We lost like a huge other percentage to the bug kill and the drought. This is just not what we need. But I need bacon. What stories? Am I missing something about the Boy Scouts? What says, wait, the Hopkins fire is arson? Yes. Yes, there's a suspected arsonist in custody. If you haven't seen it, that's something we need to watch. We just touched on it not last night, but one before last. I mean, the hell is this? It was Mendocino Sheriff's Office. Just as I was about to go to bed, they announced it via video. And then there was also a KCRA. The KCRA article showed the individual, I think. I don't know. But he was caught on video. Surveillance cams. And then they looked and saw his face, I suppose. And then somebody... Wow, it's back page news already? Really? Hello? KCRA? You'd think that would be quite... Where the heck is it? Local news? Where's the... Really? That's pretty much the talk of the town. Really? Okay, shut up. Get out of my face. Pop-ups. What? It's just talking about... The hell? Do I have to say Hopkins fire? Two? There's been a second... No. That was the 10th. That was 2 people arrested in Amador. I didn't even see this article. 2 people arrested in Amador County on suspicion of starting fires. Wow. They said they're not connected to the Caldor. Okay. He recklessly started a fire in the area of Highway 88 and Dalton Road. Yeah. That's just recklessness, not like arson. Come on now. Hello? Did they take their own article down? I don't get it. Let's go to the sheriff's office then. So here's the announcement video.
Good evening. I'm Sheriff Matt Kendall. Tonight we're back out here at the Incident Command Post. We're with our 1st District Supervisor, Glenn.
That wasn't it. That was 9 hours ago. That was the repopulation. Yeah, here's the arson arrest announced.
Good evening. I'm Mendocino County Sheriff Matt Kendall. We're out here on the Hopkins fire. We're still working on a lot of different things. This evening we have our Assistant CEO, Darcy Antle, who has also been in charge of recovery for Mendocino County for the last several years. We have Unit Chief George Gonzalez for CAL FIRE, our CHP Commander Charlie Leonard from the California Highway Patrol, and my patrol captain, Greg Van Patten. We've got some news and some updates for you. We'll start off with Chief Gonzalez. Chief, you want to borrow my mic?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sheriff Kendall. Today, as of 1700 hours this afternoon, 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'm happy to report the fire has remained well within its blueprint of original 257 acres. The fire is 60% contained, and we have numerous crews and equipment still assigned to the incident suppressing the fire throughout tonight, and we'll have numerous personnel and equipment assigned to the fire for the next several days. We're not out of the woods completely, although we have high containment value. There still is many dangers out there, such as fallen trees, hot spots, hazardous smoke, and dangerous power poles. But we are in the area, we are working, and we have gained the upper fight on this fire. We're at 60% contained. Thank you.
So as far as traffic and with the highway patrol and our closures, we just ask that you continue to have patience and continue to look for the updates to see what's going to open and when it does. And we appreciate your patience, and we just want to get you in as quickly, but safety is our priority. So,
thank you, Captain.
Yes, today there was significant developments in the investigation into the Hopkins fire, specific to cause and origin. And to give a little bit of a history, going back to Sunday on the 12th of September is when the Hopkins fire in the early afternoon around 2 p.m. that it was reported to not only CAL FIRE but also to the Sheriff's Office. At that time, the CAL FIRE Mendocino unit prevention officer from this local unit here began an investigation into the cause and origin. The very next day, Monday, that investigator was assisted by a fire investigator from the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. And soon thereafter, another prevention officer from the Humboldt, Del Norte unit came to assist. A canvass of the area was conducted, and today, those fire investigators developed surveillance footage from a nearby business of where the Hopkins fire started on Sunday. This footage depicted an unidentified adult male as being the person, the reason, the cause of the Hopkins fire. Soon thereafter, these fire investigators began canvassing the area for further clues and hints and evidence associated with this investigation. They reached out to sheriff's detectives with the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office to assist in this investigation as the fire began in a local response area, hence the reason for the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority, and spread into the state response area, which prompted the assistance and the organization of the efforts today by CAL FIRE. So with that, it falls within the Sheriff's Office jurisdiction. We began to assist in this investigation, like I said before, and it just happened to be at 10:50 a.m. this morning, one of the fire investigators saw this individual, this unidentified male, in downtown Calpella, just a matter of a few hundred yards from where we stand today. That individual was contacted. That individual is identified as being Devin Lamar Johnson, a 20-year-old male from Ukiah, California. Further investigations and an interview was conducted, and it was determined that Mr. Johnson is currently on active felony probation here in Mendocino County for an attempted robbery charge. As a result of the follow-up investigations that were done by the fire investigators and the sheriff's detectives, I am happy to announce that Mr. Johnson has been placed under arrest and is booked into the Mendocino County Jail at this time. His charges are violation of probation and arson. In fact, 3 separate charges of arson, to include aggravated arson, multiple structures, arson of an inhabited structure, arson during a state of emergency. Mr. Johnson is currently being held at the Mendocino County Jail on a no bail status. There's ongoing investigations to continue wrapping up what it is that is related to the Hopkins fire, and that investigation is being jointly done at this time by CAL FIRE personnel, Ukiah Valley Fire Authority personnel, Mendocino County Sheriff's Office detective units, detectives with the detective unit, and also the Mendocino County District Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Captain. So we're going to hand the mic over to Darcy Antill, our Assistant CEO, and she's going to talk a little bit about the things that are coming over the next couple of days as we begin to repopulate and we begin to basically work on re-entry.
Darcy Antill, Assistant CEO in Disaster Recovery for the County of Mendocino. As your recovery team, we have set up a website. If you go to the County of Mendocino's main website, you will see at the top a bar called Hopkins Fire.
Sorry, the end of the video section caught me in the other room again. But yeah, that was the lowdown on what happened with the Hopkins, caught right on surveillance. And then he stuck around to watch the fire. And it's pretty nuts. Let's go back to looking at our situation with the Windy. It's the one spreading the most. I mean, the KNP is of great concern, but the Windy is marching up and over multiple ridge lines since midnight to the south and southeast. What we can see on the cams as in immediate danger is that 100 Giants Grove and Camp Witsit and Johnsondale. So fingers crossed this went orange, which means the last heat detection was more than an hour ago, where red is the last 15 minutes each time the satellite makes a pass, which is generally every 20 minutes or so. Gray is what you want to see, because eventually gray becomes nothing. Gray is the last heat detection was 6 to 12 hours ago. You can see it doesn't mean the fire isn't there, it means a new type of flare-up in the area would have to happen to re-trigger the satellite. It's just a color code for the last time
Firecom 1 or 10 or 25 and quarters.
that there was a flare-up.
1 or 10 is 25, 551.
Yeah. I'm just going to mute that for you guys. The whole headache thing is
69 Monty between Luna and Terry, cardiac arrest. 21339 South Monty, timeout 0551.
Oh, that's sad. That's what I hate listening to these radios, is those emergency tones just cause headaches. I need to look at a dark screen right now to not get a headache. I'm sick with the flu still. So a thing that you can do with a headache is take a bit of salt and pour it in the palm of your hand. Lick your pinky finger, the tip of it. Get just enough salt to kind of coat the tip of your pinky finger. And put that on the tip of your tongue. Try that a few times. There's something about that. It can really release a headache. One of the theories is that what your body really needs is electrolytes. And your body gets convinced that you just provided it with some. If you do that, it's kind of like a trick. Another one is yawn as hard as you can, like with as much force as you can, while curling your tongue into a perfect C shape, like almost a perfect O. And that will relax all of your face muscles that can be involved in a headache too. That's usually pretty dang effective. So that's the fire from Tobias Peak. We haven't seen it crest the ridge in the front, but we did see it march all the way down for the ridge behind and start coming up the other side. So let's do a 6-hour time lapse. It's almost 6 in the morning. Yeah, I'm so sorry you're feeling bad. That's pretty funny, Smitty. Somebody from UC Davis was convinced that a native grind hole for acorns was paleo, and then elders showed him a picture of him making it in the 1920s. Oh, that's funny. His name was Elder Wagner, and his sister was Mary Jones.
Engine 207 and quarters.
Oh.
Engine 207, 0554.
Edgar Wagner and Mary Jones. I will look them up. That's cool. Did he die in 72? Or maybe it's a different one. Oh no, John says I had the migraines off and on since I went halfway through a windshield when I was 16 years old. Ouch. No seatbelt back then and too many cars in the past, right? Or did you have a seatbelt? Ouch. So here the fire backed down the slope, just meaning it just sort of went down kind of slowly, mostly with late flaming and rolling debris. Then it found new places to burn and got pretty established. But what we're really concerned for is it showing up on the ridge in the foreground. That would mean that it's climbing up to it. But this is nighttime activity. That is one heck of a robust fire burning at night, when it's colder, when it's more humid, when it's not that windy. Today we might get a little taste of the wind, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Monday, it's gonna roar to life. This is what it's doing when there's almost no wind. We might have 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts on these two fires. I think they were saying on Sunday. It was Friday or Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, no seatbelt law back then. Ugh. They didn't even include them in a lot of vehicles for a long time. I got injured when I was in Europe. Places like Italy and such still have the most abysmal safety rules. I got into a car with no seatbelts in the back seat. I like to sit in the middle because I don't get car sick that way. But something told me, just a little voice says, sit behind a seat. So I got behind the driver's seat. And the driver I was in, he was a Middle Eastern driver. And he decided he liked to go fast. They believe in fate a lot, so they believe that if a car accident and death or injury is going to happen no matter what. Because it's fate. It's God and fate. And so it doesn't matter how recklessly you drive.
25, confirming incident terminators available.
There's no amount of human caution you can take to protect yourself if God wants you to live.
Incident 25, your county incident number 10335, 10335.
So it was a very wet, almost freezing temperature. Like, ice started to build up. There was a car in front that was turning left but didn't have a working blinker. And he didn't notice it, and noticed it too late. Slams on the brakes, hits the ice. We slam into the back of it, bam, my head goes smack into the seat in front of me. My neck's never been the same. And so the police show up, and they said, you know what? Both of you are at fault. You're recklessly driving fast and speeding, and the other person was just sitting there without a turn signal, and did not have his foot on the brake, so there was no brake lights either in the early morning fog. He was just engine braking, which is kind of, on a stick car, you can keep it stationary by not putting it in gear, but you don't have the brake lights at that point. And so it was very hard to tell a car was stopped. And so the police show up and said, both of you should be dragged off to jail right now, and your licenses revoked or suspended. And you should be ticketed, but it's Christmas. We're going to pretend this never happened. We're going to walk away. And they did. And it was pretty nuts. Meanwhile, I'm like, ow, my neck. Can I get some medical attention? And they're like, no. The police just gave us a once-in-a-lifetime deal. If the car starts, we gotta get out of here. And I'm like, what? My neck. Can I go to the hospital, please? And that was that. I didn't get to go to the hospital. We showed up at our destination and I fell asleep on a bed. Probably had a concussion, I don't know. But it's still like that. There's plenty of places in Europe where it was a Ford car. You'd think that Ford just would care about people to put seatbelts in all their cars, but they don't. Where they can get away with it in other countries. Like, thanks. You suck. Oh, Smitty says, like I said, they may have been 80 or 90 years old when I was 22, but they were family. The Wagners and their mom was an Edwards. Wow. Yeah. John says, I was in the back seat of a Corsair. A driver hit a fat power pole, 25 miles an hour. Always look forward when turning a Core 6. Yeah. Tobias Peak is now obscured by smoke. The Caldor is looking calm as a kitten. Calm as a kitten. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse of Blue Ridge. This is looking at the Windy as well. We saw the active flames here for the first time tonight too. That area is all active. We would see the red glow if this were daytime camera mode.
Mercy.
Wormwood, snake root, and all of the...
Incident 10335. 10335.
Smearing basil oil on your forehead can really help too. That's really nice. Smear of peppermint oil and basil. That can really help. I didn't know oil of clove did. Do you apply it to the forehead or what do you do, Smitty? Calisphere Wagner family. Wow. How did they get Wagner as their last name? That's pretty Germanic. They look pretty full-blooded Indian. Merriam Library, California State University of Chico, September 1956. Robert Wagner, Mary Wagner Jones, and Edgar. Wow. Yeah, there's some pictures of the baskets. On the way to Yosemite, there was a Corvair. I was going to say a Corsair is an airplane, right? I own some Maidu baskets made by real Maidu Indians. On the way to Yosemite, there was a special gift shop thing. It said support native artwork, and I got a Maidu knife with pitch and pine handle and sinew and obsidian, and a small little basket. Still have that little cute thing. Oh, it's okay, John. I knew you meant a car. I don't see a picture of him with the grindstone. That would be awesome. There's a couple really old photos of the family. What's making me sick is I wanted to meet up with elders in Indian Valley and people who have old family photos of the mines, of ghost towns, of Indians, of anything historic. And I bet you a lot of people's personal collections are just up in smoke. Anything at the library is just gone. Oh, it's just I appreciate everybody who's donated to my camera fund so much. That's what I want to do, is just get on it and just meet as many people as I can. Yeah, here's Smitty. Here's the website I'm looking at. You can see a bunch of old photos of the family that were donated to University of Chico, it looks like. Yeah, sure, John. Try the salt thing. That one is surprisingly effective. Just yawn as hard as you can while curling your tongue into a perfect O, like a. Okay, I'm sorry. That probably doesn't help the headache. I just muted it fast I could.
Accolade Engine 96, pregnancy, Ramirez between Lua and Barboza, pregnancy complications 101, Ramirez, timeout 605.
We're listening to Tulare, CHP, and Fire. Your dad apprenticed to a wagon maker, and he was really German. His name was Eb Wagner, the dad. Oh. Yeah, people are sometimes really hostile when I say that the ranchers know the Indian methods of fire on the land, you know, to fertilize it and keep it safe. Like, how would they have learned it from Indians? They came here and killed them all, and they settled on their land and stole it. And I'm like, they intermarried. Dude. Come on. A lot of the ranchers have a lot of Indian blood in them. Not everybody went around whacking people on the head and stealing things. There's plenty of peaceful, completely docile interaction that was beneficial. I did some family ancestry lookup, and I was kind of afraid at what I would find, but there's a different branch of my distant relatives, and they intermarried with the Indians in the South. And that was the way that they were granted land by the Indians to settle on. And I breathed a sigh of relief, like, phew. And there's a distant relative that I could meet who still knows a lot of the tribal knowledge, and I want to hook up with that person and take a journey. Even though we're extremely distant relatives. It's still pretty interesting. John Stoker says, my great-grandfather surveyed the streets of Chico. Oh, yeah, I think you were saying that. John Stoker, mix the clove with hot water and rub the compress right where it hurts if you can. 1/3 cloves to water. It won't smell strong that way. Can you cut it with something like fractionated coconut oil? Or basil oil? I wonder if that would work. If you can get a, in fact, I'm going to do that right now. I've got a warm salt lamp. I had to put a replacement bulb in it that's unfortunately not hot enough to make it do something. But there's a cutout in it. And if you drop in oils like lavender oil, it'll put that in the air for aromatherapy. Now, I don't particularly believe in aromatherapy like
Fred 969 available, returning quarters. 1 confirmed 1144.
Copies confirmed 1144. Return of quarters.
for too many things, but headaches, it does work. Same thing with breathing problems. If you can get a vaporizer, it's really good. Put in myrrh oil. That really helps with COPD when very few things do. Okay, Blue Ridge 2 camera doesn't show as much activity. Blue Mountain Kern does. Sort of. Now, we're about to flip into day mode. It's somehow 6:10. It seems like a second ago I looked at the clock and it was 4:30 in the morning. Yeah. Like I said, those Maidu elders were family. Their mom was adopted by my great-great-grandfather. Oh, that's cool, Smitty. Did you see the pictures? I wonder who gave the pictures, University of Chico. Glad they did. Calisphere has a lot of good old photos of places. In fact, why don't we look for photos of this area? Like the Sequoias. Johnsondale, California. Okay. While we wait for the cams. It's Johnsondale, California collections. Tulare County. The Johnsondale branch. Historical photos. Parade in California Hot Springs. 1906. Wow. Look at how it looked in 1906. California Hot Springs. Click for a larger view. Look at that cool carriages and stuff. And ladies with parasols and straw hats and stuff. Wow. That's the same year that the World's Fair wannabe thing that's going on in Portland, the 1906 exhibition, Lewis and Clark thing. We can type in California Hot Springs. Is there a town at all there today, or is it more like a... There used to be more of a town here, but now it's a tourist thing? Come on now. That's often the way it is. Oftentimes people don't know that there used to be like a legit town.
Engine 26, been released from the incident. All advised when I'm back in service.
Engine 26, 611.
Now, we don't see anything. We don't see a swimming pool or anything. But I wonder if it was kind of like this area. That does look like a nice old building. It's cool. I want to go here. California Hot Springs. It's ultimately in danger from the fire, but it's a bit far away right now. Yeah, we have some clicking into daytime mode. It might be very difficult to see the fires after daytime mode, but it's a little bit hard to use this website. I was hoping it would just sort of... You can get lost in it, though. There's a flood in Visalia. There's more of the town. That horse's face is all blurred because it decided to scratch itself at the moment. Okay. What is that? That's their parade float, man. Pulled by a little white horse that's saddled and pulling a mini cart. What? I wonder what it is. A guy with a cool hat on. wonder what the story behind that image is. You don't see a horse saddled and pulling a cart every day. Is there any context? Onlookers in a 1906 parade float posed for the camera at 4th of July. And that's it? Okay. Here's the stage that went to California Hot Springs. An open wagon cart thing. I was hoping there'd be more for Johnsville. Tent cabins. Yeah. Roughing it.
69 and quarters.
They hike to the Springs village scene. Well, does it show the water? Julie elk. Just hanging out. Hey, is that building? Smitty says I can take a gander. In truth, I saw those pictures in their houses. Oh, yeah. Smitty says, due to get real rain too Saturday. How about that? Hopefully. Hey, morning, Randy McKendrick. The stars are shining brightly, first time in several weeks. Yeah. I'm ready for rain. We have 43 degrees and 66% today. Yay. Yep, how does that song go? See the stars, they're shining bright, everything's alright tonight. Is that the building? Or is it different? Maybe it's the rear of it? It's similar. So what's a Thule elk? Is it different than a Roosevelt elk then? Try to find pictures of what might be at risk in front of the fire right now. The headquarters of Tulare County. Above the timberline of the Sierra Nevada. Accordion players at Visalia. Architectural drawing for nurses' home for Springville Hospital. I wonder where that is. 1950s. That's for California Hot Springs. In 1907. At fire gathering, Sequoia National Park. C.T. Brown Sheep Camp in Springville. College of the Sequoias campus in Visalia. Couple in the Sequoia bird scar. 1910. I bet you that tree's still there. Well, right now. Keep remembering that they're in danger right now. So a tree with a burn scar like that is extremely vulnerable. It's only protected by bark. They'd have to wrap it or seal it somehow. Happy man and his tractor. 1952. Downtown Lindsay, California. Early Library in Orosi, California. There's family camping in Tulare County in the 1920s. Families pose in front of a giant sequoia in Tulare County, 1920s. George David Smith took the picture. Wow. Yeah, people from afar just don't quite realize how big we grow them here. Localized history books are good. Read anything from A.G. Bledsoe. Oh, cool. The Tule elk hung out in the Central Valley along Stockton's first name was Tuleburg. Huh. Some of the elks hang out near Galt. Oh. Smitty says it could be if they knocked a part of the porch off in the last 100 years. Yeah. Wow, the other thing about the Wagners, the young man in the Ishii book is their Wagner's brother Matthew, and he died in World War I. Yikes. Okay. Friends posing on a redwood tree. I wonder if they could find out which one this was and see how much bigger it is since 1910. I think they grow kind of slowly, though. Let's look back at our cans. This sort of a morning. Yeah, we just went blind on the fires, pretty much. Unless wind picks up and blow away the smoke, which we don't actually want. We lost the ability to see heat. What says National Geo has many articles about the trees, lots of photos, yeah. So at this point we're waiting for the 7 a.m. updates on things like the Dixie and Caldor. Because I don't think that we get 7 a.m. updates for the KNP or anything else. But I still don't know where to find the West Zone Dixie Ops videos. Does anybody else know? Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to see anything about the fires now. About any fire. Oh, that scared me. I've had Caldor fire ops going the whole time. There's been nothing in the last 2 hours from it. Scrolling up the chat. Oh, yeah, Helen was here. Hi. 4 fires between...
available. Stuart.
96, return to quarters.
Helen was saying 4 fires between 2015 and 2020 killed 2/3 of all giant Sequoia Grove acreage across the Sierra Nevada. Sequoias grow only in a narrow 60-mile band of mixed conifer forests in the western slopes of the Sierras. Let's find some good sunrise cams. Anything looking due east or something might be good right now. Bar Ranch. Somebody flipped a switch and it went to like sunrise color. Weird. D.O. Bliss State Park. Ooh, look at Tahoe's sunrise.
35 incident terminated. Engine 25 available.
Engine 25, 627.
That's a nice one. Smitty says, oh my god, I didn't expect that. That picture was taken about 1946. Aunt Mary said, the 4th is Uncle Joe. He was just out of Virginia. Or out of the VA, sorry. He was wounded in Italy. Oh man. So what's a good book, Randy? Localized history books. That's for Tulare County, right? A.G. Bledsoe? Indian Wars of the Northwest, a California sketch by Bledsoe. A.G. Oh, that might be a free download if it's that old. Is that 1885? Oh. Books. Google Books. California place names, their origin and etymology. Okay, now you got me stuck in bookland. He wrote History of Del Norte County. Is it Del Norte or Del Norte? Because I don't know anything anymore. That's a nice one. I was hoping we'd get more bird cam action. Is Fallen Leaf Lake back online? Looks like it is. You can still see a little bit of orange fire flames that's here at Tahoe looking to the northwest. Just little smokes. Tahoe at Donner and Cedar Buttes. Let's do Tahoe Donner. Remind me, guys, to tune into the 7 a.m. updates. I'll totally forget. Let's do Cedar Buttes. Pretty nice. Let's check out Organ House. That's not too much of a good one. Then again, it's facing west. Ooh, this one's good. Look at that. Pasillera Peak on a central coast. Wow. That's just beauty. Canyon Peak 1. It's just a bunch of fluffy clouds.
Engine 26 in quarters, full service.
Engine 26, 632.
San Benito 2. Randy says I might drive to CC next month. I don't have it in me to take the road from Happy Camp to Kelma. I remember as it was before the Slater fire. Ooh. Where's CC, Randy? Smitty says you talk a lot about loss of Greenville. The first house I ever had I took over from Edgar. And all of them in that picture stay with me in Greenville at one time or another. Oh. I know some out properties. The Grayback Road. I'm not very familiar with that. Every once in a while, though, a sequoia that looks completely dead is alive. There were a few that I found in a neighborhood in Paradise that are alive. I wonder, these things are burnt black, you know? Why didn't they cut them down?
634. Engine 94, Doris, cross of 198 at the Big Country Inn. Hemorrhage, 25020 West Doris, Big Country Inn, timeout 634.
I'm looking for the pictures I have. May 2019. Got some nice sunrises. Since we can't see anything on fire cams, we're waiting for a new time lapse. I'm not sure if this is handy. I need to sort my photos. I did run around ghost towning a little bit to try to see what was remaining in Butte County and such. Do we have good sunrises? If you guys find some, tell me where to see them. Oh my god, it's spinning around. Dang it. Let's look at San Diego cams. They might have good sunrises. Have a neat red glow. Booker Hill looking east. Yeah, that's neat. Only the water vapor just sort of comes in off the coast. Clouds. What actually is that? Waves? No, it's... What? That's spooky. Morning fog. Looking like water. Winter is coming, but not soon enough. Let's do a 1 hour then. Yeah, that's just clouds. That looks like an ocean. You can see the lights underneath them. Oh. Mount Woodson. So neat. Clouds frothing like a sea. That's photographer's dream material right there. Wow. Let's do it again. Wow. I'm going to leave it on that one, so as the sun rises a little bit more, we can complete that time lapse. We'll look at more. Nostalgia Bonzal 1. What is that? Freeway down there. High Point Palomar Otay Mountain. It's Del Norte. We dropped the Tay and mangled anything foreign or native. Del Norte, okay. Del Norte County. I take I-5 to Grants Pass instead of Scott River Road to 96 and over the hill to 199. I see. Bledsoe wrote History of Del Norte County. Good stuff. Okay, I'll put that on my list. So what takes you over that way, Randy? Do you drive often? Are you like a trucker or on a journey? Look at the pink clouds at the end. That's just cool. Bottom left, look at the clouds getting that pink. And the sunrise. The fog, really. Oh, that's wonderful. So we lost the ability to see the fires. But what they did all night was astonishing. At least the windy was. We'll check the thermal heat detections. See how volcanic it was at night. That's the King George Ridge 1 view of the windy. After midnight it got serious. It's 12 hours, so it starts around 6:45 in the afternoon, but it was pretty active. Pretty astonishingly so for a nighttime fire. Look at that crazy wind and smoke and cloud cover. It's always eerie when I see that. It looks like a undulation, like a snake's movement. The different layers of wind. Especially when it makes that pattern. That's pretty astonishing. I think that's Cal Fire Tulare. Making that sound. Looking for sunrise, people used to drive for hours to see one from Palomar. I can understand why. That's pretty incredible. We do our 12-hour from Tobias Peak as well. 15 minutes for our 7 o'clock updates. I have friends there and some business. Only made 1 trip this year. Randy McKendrick says, and maybe a couple dozen since April of 19. Yeah. Fire has taken so much in the last several years. Yeah, if only I had begun sooner. Documenting history, I mean. So once again, if anybody's listening, my email is kathryn.davidson.wildfires at gmail.com. Make contact with me if you want to meet me. I want to do a bit of a drive through California, and especially I'm interested in survival stories from people who have survived wildfires. And I'm going to film fire aftermath and then try to find historical places that are still there to document them too. But it's old-timers, their stories, and anybody else with info like that that I want to capture. And you know, it can be so much as me reading an email where I can interview somebody. But I want to get a camera, and my camera fund is getting me closer and closer to it, and start like a miniature documentary film career. Is might be kind of humble, but I want to. You got to start somewhere. And let me know if you want to be a part of that. Sure. Or if you have elders to hook me up with who love to tell stories. And eventually we'll have parties and celebrate the end of the fire. Helen says wildfires, the Windy Fire, the Peyron, and SO, I think you mean South Peyron, grows inside of the active fire zone. Threatened Red Hill, Long Meadow, Parker Peak, and Cold Springs Grove, and Trail of 100 Giants. Yeah, we're watching how it's getting close to Trail of 100 Giants. It's also
Caldor West for Division Alpha Delta. Go ahead on command.
Hey, that's Caldor.
Caldor West Communications. I got a report of a flare-up at an intersection of Sherriff and Quietwood. I'll spell that for you when you're ready to stop.
Oh, that'd be cool, Randy. Give me an email so I can contact you.
Alpha, go ahead. I'm ready to copy. Caldor West Communications copies Sherriff, spelled Sierra, Charlie, India, Alpha, Romeo, Oscar, November, India, cross of Quietwood. Is a report of a flare-up by a utility worker who reported it to the local sheriff's office and puts it in the grizzly flat area.
We have the radio for Caldor on too. That's
Alpha Delta copies that traffic. We will send resources to that location and handle. Thank you. Caldor West Communications.
yeah, we've been tracking that, Helen. It's getting real close to this Whitset, camp, and the 100 Giants in Johnsondale. I was trying to find historic photos of Johnsondale. I haven't found too many. Then we got old Tulare County photos. Mostly it's Visalia. then we looked at sunrise photos. Last hour of Otay Mountain Can. Very nice. I wouldn't mind being right there right now. Fort Jones. Oh, cool. Thanks, Randy.
Area 21, industrial accident at Sutton Pistachio, 7880 Road 192.
God, I hate those.
Pistachio, 7880 Road 192, cross of Avenue 80, Station 21, Station 19, industrial accident, Sutton Pistachio for laceration to the fingers, 7880 Road 192, cross of Avenue 80, timeout 652.
Oh, I hope that person's okay. Now to find out where do we get Dixie Fire West Zone's updates. I still haven't figured that out. Go check InstaWeb.
Engine 21, 652. Engine 21, fire call. Engine 21, employee laceration to the hand and possibly severed 2 fingers. TCAT is priority 3.
Oh God. Oh God.
653.
Possible severed fingers. So, California 2 Management Team 1 YouTube channel stores recorded videos including daily East Zone meeting, operational briefings, meeting meetings, and Spanish translations. But what about the West Zone?
Firecom, engine 19 responding.
Engine 19, 654.
I just missed the morning operational briefings from West Zone. I just don't know where they are anymore. They're no longer on the other management pages on YouTube. The morning of the 13th was the last one from California Management. It's Team 1.
Engine 19 confirming priority 3.
Engine 19 per TCAT, affirm.
Thanks, Randy.
Copy.
655.
And I can't see anything anymore. Hospital in the foothills of Springville. This is the only photograph I found of Johnsondale. I have no idea if that building is still there. I was hoping to find more. This is 1973.
Engine 21, fire call.
Coverage 21.
Engine 21 per TCAD, interop of Avenue 80. A golf cart with a male in a blue shirt, red helmet to guide you in.
I got it.
Oh.
656, break engine 19, did you copy?
Engine 19 copies.
657.
Engine 94 is available, released by EMS. Report Maker Lopez.
Caldor 1 from Division Alpha on command.
Tuberculosis Hospital at Springville. Wow. Giant Oak. Giant Oak in Farmersville, California. 1917.
Alpha, that's negative. Looking for Task Force Caldor 1. Thank you, though.
Well, let's try to watch at least the morning up for Caldor.
I was just making sure you got the correct address that I sent via text.
Affirmative. Yeah, I'm at the street crossing that I thought it was, and yeah, there's nothing there.
It hasn't started yet. It's
Building
about to.
workers. So see if you could find them around that area. Thanks.
That whole severed fingers thing. Oh my god. Okay, here we go.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. and we're going to start today's operational briefing. This is the operational briefing for the Caldor incident in West Zone for September 16th to September 17th, 0700 to 0700. My name is Jeff Wyndham, Plan Section Chief. Please silence your cell phones, turn off your radios, and take any side conversations outside of the briefing area. And we'll start with a situational update with night operations.
Good morning, Jason Marsh, Cal Fire Incident Management Team 2, night operations. Last night was fairly quiet. Moving around from branch 1, we still had some service calls, 5 or 6 of them last night or yesterday. Moving on to branch 10, still the same thing, we're in patrol status. Moving on over to India. We pulled some more hose out and we're dealing with the hazard trees up in that area. Moving over to Division End, same thing, patrol status and patrolling the 88. And moving down to still in branch 30, we've had some more service calls yesterday and patrol status. Thank you.
For our management objectives, we're going to provide for emergency personnel and public safety at all times, ensure COVID-19 precautions and best practices are met at all times, protect property improvement and infrastructure, ensure coordinated, timely, and accurate release of public information, foster and maintain relationships with all cooperators and stakeholders, protect economic, natural, cultural, and heritage resources, maintain fiscal accountability and keep costs commensurate with values at risk, and mitigate or eliminate environmental resource impacts as a result of fire suppression efforts. For our control objectives on the West Zone, we're going to keep the fire north of Highway 4, keep the fire south of Wentworth Springs Road, and keep the fire east of E16 and Fiddletown Road. For our control objectives for the east, we're going to keep the fire south of Mosquito Pass and road systems to N16A, N2N20A, 2N08, and 2N21. We're going to keep the fire north of Highway 88 and keep the fire west of El Dorado and Alpine County and state line boundary. Now, weather.
Good morning, Mark Stubblefield, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, looking at current conditions. Lower elevations, the temperatures this morning were 61 to 70 degrees. Relative humidity values were 29 to 36%. Up at the higher elevations, temperatures ranged from 49 to 54 degrees. Relative humidity was a little bit higher up there, 38 to 50 degrees. For today, we're looking at temperatures going to drop about 3 to 5 degrees over what we saw yesterday. So for the upper elevations, they're in the lower 70 degree range. Lower elevations right around 80 degrees. The relative humidity today, the values I have in there, 23 to 28%, look for, pretty good for most of the fires. Some of the locations in the mid elevations could see some relative humidity drop down into the upper teens for a couple hours this afternoon. The wind today, very light this morning, becoming upslope, up canyon, diurnally driven, very much what we have seen over the last several days. The Chair 6 is already out of the southwest, about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So some of that will mix down to the fire area as the day progresses. Not quite that high, but we're looking at ridge tops over the fire area, 10 to 15 with gusts to 23 miles an hour. As we go into tonight, that wind's going to decrease. Drainage winds, very similar to what we have seen over the last several days. The relative humidity values are going to drop down to the in the 40s, maybe 55% in some of the locations. Just quickly looking over the next several days, tropical low pressure is going to be influencing the weather through the weekend. For Friday, it looks like the wind's going to increase. Temperatures come down somewhat. And then on Saturday, the wind's going to continue to increase. Relative humidity values are going to come up. That moisture is coming in from the southwest. So the eastern part of the fire does have a fire weather watch out for Saturday. For this part of the fire, the relative humidity does look like it'll come up just a bit to keep it out of that critical fire weather. But in any case, the wind is going to increase on Saturday. Looking to Sunday, a chance of precipitation. Most of that precipitation is going to be to the north of us. Over the fire here, we're looking at maybe a tenth to up around a quarter inch of rain, less than what we had seen on that previous event. And then on Monday, the wind's going to switch around, become north to northeast. So the bottom line is there's a lot of changes in the weather over the next several days, and keep in tune to that. End of report.
Fire behavior.
Good morning, Rob Clark, Fire Behavior Analyst, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2. I want to add on to what Mark said here. The key point here, we're having a weather change, right? There's going to be multiple systems moving through the area. Keep informed on your fire weather conditions, what's going on out there. At some point on Saturday, near critical fire weather conditions due to gusty winds and low RHs is possible over the area. At least for today, we still have a lot of heat out there and those heavy fuels out there. Most of the stuff along the line is looking really good. Not a whole lot of threat from that, but I want to reiterate, their potential is still out there. There's still heat out there. There's still unburned fuels. With the dry humidity and the warm temperatures, you have a chance of getting some active fire behavior out there. Our probability of ignition, the hottest, driest part of the day, is up around 75%. Our spotting potential, should fire get active and loft some embers, is up to about 1,500 feet. Everybody have a safe day. Thank you.
Operations and Resources with roll call and work assignments.
Good morning, Andy Hubbs, Resource Unit Leader with Branch and Division roll call. As normally, we'll do the full roll call during your breakouts. Starting off from Branch 1 and 10, we've got a change. The divisions there will report directly to Operations. Division Alpha Delta Foxtrot Golf and Hotel will be the leader off of 9330 Charlie Freights. Division India will be Beckman. In Branch 20 and 30, Director Valles. Division November Papa McCoon. Division Romeo Tango Union Whiskey will be Earls. Suppression Repair Branch to Simpson. Repair Group 1 Smith. Group 2 McDaniel. Group 3 Samaniego. Group 4 Fazio. Group 5 Brenneman. Federal Repair is Wagner. And staging is Hames with McMillan.
Okay, good morning, folks. Brian Mackwood, Operations Incident Management Team 2. For the operational period today, just real quick, in November, we still have some hose in there that they're going to be utilizing to get mopped up. Here's the deal, folks. We got 24 hours or 12-hour shifts. We've got both out on the line. This is our tail end where we're coming in to the final piece of the leg of this fire. I'm challenging you folks for your divisions and branches to engage your troops today to finish this thing out with a full swing, okay? Please get out of camp early. We do have some work to do in there amongst the entire fire. So please encourage all your folks to finish this thing super strong so we can get a good transition to our team that's coming in. In November, the little pie piece that's in here, all the hose has been pulled out of there. We still need to grid that out, make sure that's solid. The Tragedy Springs area in November, it has a hose lay in there. We really got to get those folks in there to get that piece buttoned up. It's showing some heat signatures in there. It's not going anywhere. I just want to get it cleaned up so there's no smokes, no heat signatures on IR. That is a priority in November to get that piece buttoned up. Leave the hose lay in if we need to for the team that's coming in. If we have the ability to pull it out, yank it, okay? Up in India, all that looks real well. All of that stuff's pulled out. They're doing some gridding in there. They've done that for the past 24 to 48 hours. Again, though, for today, make sure it's super solid. The Highway 50 corridor, there's still some stuff on the 50 corridor that needs to be backhauled. I saw a couple wash stations the other day. Please do me a favor, double check that, get that stuff pulled back and back into base camp today. In the Grizzly Flats, again, service calls have diminished a little bit. There's still going to be a strong contingent of equipment in there, and we're going to support those personnel. One of the highlights for today is 88, Highway 88. Listen to me. For the folks that are working on Highway 88 today, that highway is going to get opened at some point today. We will make notifications to you when that happens, timeframes when that's going to happen, to make sure you're all on board, whoever's working on that south side of the fire. It's a big deal, folks. I've talked about 50 when it got opened up, Kybers and traffic, 1 lanes, 2 lanes. Same scenario for 88, okay? And I'll tell you this, 88 is the only option for those folks that want to head to Tahoe this weekend. So that road has a high potential with extreme traffic on there. If we can get our equipment off that highway, let's please do that. If we're going to be on the highway, full code 3 lights. If you're picking up hot spots in there, the whole 9 yards. Extremely cautious in the Highway 88 area. It will open up at some point today. The suppression repair guys, I'm going to tell you this. They've been working their tails off to get all that lumber off the highway. We've just come to a little piece now that we just got to get that thing opened up. We'll deal with the rest of that a little bit later on here in a few weeks to get the rest of that lumber taken off. Other than that, I want to tell you this. Thank you all, for everybody that's here now. Thank you for all the hard work. Again, close out strong, and we'll see you on the next one. Thank you.
Air Operations.
Good morning, Brad Idle, Air Ops Team 2. For today, we'll have Helco available for aerial supervision all day. You'll have 6 Type 1s, 5 Type 2s, and 4 Type 3s. Today, we'll be working out of 3 heli bases. We still have 1 mobile retardant base available to us. And for tomorrow, you'll be working out of 2 heli bases, Tahoe and Alpine. The type 3 that's at Placerville today will be moving to McClellan. So everybody just keep a note of that. Have a good shift.
Medical unit leader.
Good morning, Justin Vanderholz, Medical Unit Leader for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2. So if you could turn to page 27, we'll review the 206. For base camp, we have Cal Matt. They're available all day today. This is their last day for treatment and supplies. Out on the line, you'll have 2 ambulances, one in the north, one in the south, and you'll have 3 medic teams. Also, if you can review box 6 is the IWI. Make sure you get the information to the comms, and we'll get you the resources you need. Also, there's COVID screening. There's testing available, voluntary, if you guys need it. So thank you. Have a good shift.
Communications unit leader.
Morning, John McCormick, Communication Unit Leader for Team 2. If I can have you guys turn to page 28, we'll talk about the 205. So there is a new clone today. The new clone is to help with the transition tomorrow. So make sure you guys get in there and get your radios cloned because it'll make it a smooth transition. For today, there's no change in the operations on the west zone. We're still going to be running on the NIFC command. Everything in the west is the same. The east zone has added a command repeater so that they can get in during the transition, get into the west zone NIFC system so that they can provide communication on both sides, east and west. For tomorrow, communications between the 2 fires at 0800 hours is going to change. So at 0800, everyone that is assigned to the Caldor incident and is briefing at the Tahoe ICP, you're going to stay on the NIFC command. For everyone that's assigned to the fire suppression repair for the SRA, you guys are going to move into Group 2 and to the new frequency, which is Command 10, Tone 14, and Command 11, Tone 14. And that's going to happen at 8 o'clock. For the NIFC, it's going to be the Caldor communications. For the fire suppression, you're going to go to the unit with your traffic. With that said, make sure you guys get all your requests for backhaul in early so that we can get a runner out there to you guys and pick that stuff up and get it back to supply. If you have any equipment that's out that you need to return before you make that transition, please see us at the upper yurt under the corrals. With that, I want you guys to have a safe shift.
Safety.
Good morning, everyone. Ryan Danielson, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2, Safety. You've already heard it this morning. We're in another transitional period. So like our partner IC on the NEMO team, Joe, has reiterated time and time again, transitional periods, you cannot over communicate. So make sure you have clear instructions and that they're understood and you know where to go. And lastly, in that transitional period, you need to slow it down a notch and just lock that in, and then that way the mistakes are caught. So there is a new clone, and that's what I'll talk about in transition, communications, and slowing it down and making sure you know the plan. Driving, our ops chief did a great job communicating to you about all the driving hazards. They will continue to exist throughout the whole incident. Rolling rocks, we keep getting reports. There's a ton of rolling rocks coming down on the roadway. So all those corners, every time you come around a corner, expect to have rocks. Be scanning the highway for rocks, animals, any debris. And repop hazards, we did have somewhat of a negative interaction. So they do exist, although they're few and far between. Make sure you're communicating those and requesting the support you need to get through those situations. All the hazards remain the same, and the mitigations, the 215A is valid. And lastly, per my IC's request, he did like the football theme the other day with Aaron Rodgers. So I'll leave you with this. The 72 Dolphins statistically were the best NFL team ever. And any of you Niner fans, you can meet me at the sandwich board and you can tell me how good your team is. So with that said, 17 weeks, they were undefeated. The most interesting part that I thought about that was 9 of those weeks and 9 of those wins, they did it with a backup quarterback. So to me, the message, the takeaway is regardless of our position in the team and our job, if we all are committed and have buy-in on the plan, we can accomplish great things. Have a good day.
Logistics.
Did he say the 72
Good morning,
Dolphins?
Scott Irvine, Logistics Section, Team 2. Last breakfast will be Friday morning at this camp. Supply for today is return only. And laundry, last drop-off will be this morning and be picking it up tomorrow morning. Saw shop will be the same Thursday. Today will be the last drop-off and picking up tonight or tomorrow morning. And also accommodations will be available at the accommodations trailer till Tuesday. Have a good shift.
Training technical specialists.
Good morning, Jim Rustis, Training Specialist, Incident Management Team 2. For all the trainees that signed in on the West Zone, today's the day you need to check out with us to get that documented credit. To facilitate that checkout, make sure you bring your signed ICS 225 and your task book evaluation. Thank you.
DMO.
Good morning, Julie Gardner, DMOB Unit Team 2. A couple of reminders, all agency vehicles and rentals will be inspected before you leave. We also require an 8-hour rest time before you drive home. Anybody who is in the East Zone under CAL FIRE or HEMS contracts needs to demob out of the West, out of this camp. And then lastly, if you arrive, we want you to arrive on time for your scheduled demob time. There's the schedules posted around camp. One is right over here to the right if you need to look at that. Have a good shift.
PIO.
Good morning, Jay Smith, Information Officer, CAL FIRE INT 2. If you guys can turn to page 41 for me, please, and I'll give you a few seconds to do that. At the top of the page, you're going to see 2 phone numbers. One's going to be an incident information number, and one's going to be for the media. If you guys are getting media out there, run it through your proper chain, and we'll get a PIO out there to help you. You also see a QR code for a link tree. You guys scan that, they'll take you to a lot of good information. All right, so for our current acreage, we're at 219,267, 71% containment, 2,948 total personnel on the incident. And remember that to follow CAL FIRE social media policy. If you guys have any questions about that prior to posting, come by the shop. One of us can vet that for you. Also a reminder, we have lost and found and mail at the shop. There's still a bunch of mail. A bunch got delivered yesterday. Amazon packages, regular postage, and there's also some PPE in lost and found. So come by and see if it's yours. Thanks, have a safe shift.
Branch and division breakouts are along the back of the briefing area. Unassigned resources are here to my right. Cooperators meeting at 10 o'clock. Next planning meeting at 6 o'clock tonight. And please ensure that you review your IAP. If you have 4 asterisks next to your resource, you will need to report to 8 Mile Camp in Camino, and the address is in your IAP. Now, Team 2 IC.
Good morning, Charlie Blank and I. So last morning for Team 2, last briefing for Team 2. So I have a couple of quick thank yous I want to get you guys out to work. First, I'd like to thank the Amarillo Dorado unit and the El Dorado National Forest for hosting us. Jeff and Mike, our agency administrators, you guys have been fantastic. You stayed united, you gave us clear direction, and you held this thing together through the whole time. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that works for you guys. You guys have been fantastic. I'd like to thank Team 2 for everything you guys do. You know how I feel about that. But most importantly, I'd like to thank everybody else that's worked here for the last 35 days or whatever in some of the worst country that California has to offer, some of the worst weather conditions that we've seen, and some of the worst fire behavior we've ever seen. You guys have done a fantastic job. Our safety record has been very strong, and those of you that are still going to be here working either on the Forest Service piece or on the SRA piece, I wish you good luck, and have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Turn your radios and cell phones on and attend your breakouts. Have a good shift.
Okay, that was the morning briefing for the west zone of the Caldor fire, and I'm pretty frustrated that I can't find where they have the west zone meetings for Dixie anymore. They used to be here at California Incident Management Team 1, and the last time they had a video was on the 13th. I could try doing a general search with the title Cal Fire morning briefing like this, and change the date to 16th or 15th or something. but that doesn't work. Could do the 15th. We just don't get anything. So it changes channels every time they have a new incident management team, and I can't even figure out what incident management team they have either. So I don't know what to do here. I went to InstaWeb looking for that information and don't have it. We lost the ability to track the fires because of that crazy amount of haze and smoke with the KNP and the windy. Now we have a terrible forecast coming up for the weekend. It might get a little bit wet, and that might be the saving grace on the Caldor and the Dixie. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Might be some terrible wind gusts in activity, like 45, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. So no, those fires are not a done deal up there. But at least North Tahoe, they have some chance of getting some rain. But southern central California has pretty much just the chance of getting the wind and blowing up the fires, and we'll see them explode without the benefit of rain. So it's going to be a hard weekend. So the situation is looking worse and worse for the windy and the KNP complexes. We see the fire approaching throughout the night, burning pretty vigorously, getting very close to Johnsondale, the Trail of 100 Giants Grove Sequoias, this little historic area here at Camp Whitsett. It's on its doorstep right now. Don't know what the day will bring. And up at the KNP, there wasn't too much movement, but now I think both fires are pretty much grown together. The Paradise and Colony at the KNP complex. And we saw alarmingly that the avenue of the generals up there, the general trees, the General Sherman is in that area. Some of it is the largest living creature on Earth and one of the oldest, the General Sherman tree, and many of the others next to it. So we don't know how the fight is going to keep those trees safe. We just know the fire approached it last night and throughout this morning, and we have no idea what's going on there because the cams are basically like that. So it had a smoke blanket on the KNP, no such luck on the windy. So at least it was less active on the KNP last night, but as the wind is coming this weekend, it's going to get worse and worse. So this is Thursday now. This might be one of the last of the least windy days before these things really explode. So if anybody knows which incident management team has the Dixie West Zone and where we might find that video, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I keep searching the InstaWeb. Maybe I should look at CAL FIRE, but just looking at info, I'm searching for the word team. And they said there's multiple incident management teams, and one of them just switched on September 3rd. But to which? So California 2 Management Team 1 YouTube channel has the East Zone meetings. And there's a story map. But that's it. So I have no idea where we're supposed to get our videos in the morning for the West Zone anymore. So for the Dixie, it says West Zone calm weather again today with highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s depending on the elevation. Sky is mostly clear. Some smoke and haze was present as well. Relative humidity decreased to 10 to 15%. Winds were mostly terrain driven at lower levels. However, a southwesterly general wind of 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts as high as 20 was recorded at ridge tops. And overall, it was fair weather. I guess they're talking about yesterday on the West Zone. So they said on the Dixie Fire, the next 12 hours of activity Wednesday night, that's no longer irrelevant. It's now Thursday morning. Thursday, temperatures begin a gradual cooling trend, though humidity remains low, dropping into the teens in the afternoon. It's the Dixie fire. The warming and drying trend continues for one more day. High temps will be upper 70s to upper 80s. Winds will shift to the southwest, gusting around 20 to 28 miles an hour on ridges in the afternoon. Next 48 hours, which is Thursday night to Friday on the Dixie, southwest ridge winds continue gusting to 25 miles per hour throughout the evening, with gusts to 14 after midnight. Overnight temps a few degrees cooler. Humidity recovery should remain moderate. Highs will trend cooler, around 70 to 80. Southwest winds increase and become gusty, up to 25 and 30 miles per hour over the ridges in late afternoon on Thursday and early evening. Afternoon humidity levels remain dry, generally dropping into the teens. The next 72 hours, which is Friday night and Saturday on the Dixie, gusty southwest winds continue overnight, with overnight temperatures a few degrees cooler. The cooling trend continues, with Saturday highs dropping about 5 degrees from Friday, about 70 to 80. Humidity levels will increase a little bit, but will still remain quite dry in the upper teens and lower 20s, bringing increased fire weather concerns. So Friday night and Saturday, things just start looking bad on the fires in the Sierras. Southwest winds increase further, gusting to 25 and 35 miles an hour. And as for the Dixie, so the Caldor has some problems too, but at least in the Dixie there might be some winning rain. No such luck with Windy and K&P down there. So the K&P is going to be bad. So hey, Tiernan. Morning all. Sun shining brightly over the mountain now. A few days until Mother Earth begins to change her gown and Father Time takes light away, slowing the pace of living. Yep. I searched for briefings yesterday too, and this says, yeah, I hate that. We were watching them every single day almost when the fire broke out on July 14th. And suddenly they're gone for the West Zone. We've got East Zone stuff, sort of, for Lassen, Modoc, and Lassen National Forest. But here's the Lassen Modoc unit of CAL FIRE. They talk about the FEMA meetings and such. I mean, we've got a video section. Maybe they just, I don't know. There's 7 p.m. updates. And we watched that, but I don't know where to find these anymore. Anyway, the morning operational updates are for the crews, you know. I have a feeling they're just on some obscure YouTube channel, and we don't have the ability to find them. So, yeah, I don't understand it either. Gail says I don't understand the lack of communication. I know, that's why I'm here. I'm doing it for them. It's really sad when the public has to turn to some random person on YouTube who's not even in the state to find out the best information. That's not something I'm proud of. It's something I'm really concerned about. You know, why don't they talk about that, give that info to the public? I really don't know. Why isn't there one website with all the info? But we'll never know. That's Mendocino Sheriff's. We can go to, and back in the day, it was all on CAL FIRE Butte County. It was CAL FIRE Butte County. That's the way it started out. And then went to Plymouth. And it was like, oh, remember back then? When it was a Butte County affair? Yeah. It's a remembrance of the North Complex mass casualty event, which took 16 lives. So, we just don't have morning operational updates anymore from the West Zone. I don't think the East Zone, the East Zone used to have them at Lassen National Forest in the morning, but it was like every other morning, every once in a while. It wasn't particularly consistent. We've got the operation updates at night now. Yeah, that's still Cal Fire Lassen MODOC. So I remember we used to watch the morning updates with Dennis in the very beginning. Lassen County wildfires, do they have any info? Oh, that was from 2020. Nope. So, yeah, why don't they just tell us what's happening? Yeah. Kern says, yeah. So, the funny thing is why do they do this on social media too? There's a lot of people that don't do Facebook, and it's behind login. You have to log into Facebook to see all these critical messages for the public. The evacuation issues, they're here on social media. Is the public really supposed to spam refresh the sheriff's office page on website to figure out stuff? I mean, majority of these people affected by the fires up in the mountains are boomers or the age group that's older than that. And they have very bad internet connections, and they may still have flip phones if they even have a cell phone. It's like that. So why do you put the evacuation info behind all this social media walls? It just doesn't make any sense. Why is there more than one website for anything? Why is the info on CAL FIRE different than the info on InfoWeb? Why can't someone just go to one website to get all the info? I don't know. So we can go to CAL FIRE. Dixie. Okay, you gonna load something today? Come on now. Okay. So how do you search for a fire then? We're here at CAL FIRE. Okay, incidents 2021. Why isn't there just a search page? Search for the fire. Why do I have to use a map? Okay, I guess we'll use their stupid map. To find the Dixie fire, you would have to figure out which one of these smokes, which one of these flame things is the Dixie. And then view details. Really? Just go to it. Why didn't it just open this? Okay, so next 5 counties. It's been active for 64 days. Okay, here's the closure orders. There's the evacuation zone maps. Okay. Damage inspection, but where are the videos? It hasn't been in Butte County for a long time, so it's just so old. And mostly irrelevant info. Click here for prior status reports. Evacuation, here's the map. Okay, that's nice they have the map. Whoops, clicked on careers for some reason. Sad to see the one fatality thing. Stats and events. Current year statistics. Okay. Grants. Programs. This doesn't have any kind of videos and stuff at all. It's just worthless. All right, let's look at Zoomers. Tiernan says, I have no Facebook, no Twitter, yet Facebook was difficult to navigate too. I know, I build computers for a living. I'm pretty much an advanced user. I went to school for multimedia production and web design, and I think they have the stupidest web design I've ever seen, really. Can't believe the government paid for this. And why isn't there a government app that would give you all the info for citizens alerts for wildfires or hurricanes? Why are there a bunch of random apps that random people put on the Play Store to try to get life-saving info? There's a FEMA app and a Red Cross that are pretty good, but they don't tell you about the wildfires coming your way. They do for tornadoes. But why wouldn't they give you an alert for wildfires coming your way? That's a button that doesn't exist. You can learn about flash floods. You can get an alert on your phone about hurricanes and tornadoes, but not wildfires. Why does that not come on the phone? Why is the Facebook app and the Amazon app on everybody's phone when they buy it already and you can't get it off, and yet there's no government emergency app? Why doesn't that exist? But anyway. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Smitty. Dear CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service, my crystal ball is broken today. Could you post your meeting here? Thanks. That's pretty funny, Smitty. So I have a feeling they are somewhere. They're somewhere on the internet. They're somewhere on YouTube. But we don't know where. So we have ESON ones. CLLMT1, basically. No, I didn't mean CMT1. For God's sake. It's CLL Incident Management Team 1. No, that's coming up with chronic lymphoma. It's a oh my God. Let me go. I have to go back to InstaWeb. It's CALLMT1 is the channel name. Oh my God. In fact, I'm just going to use their link. Okay, so it's even wrong. It's C2MT1.information. Oh, love of cards. There's only 15 subscribers. I'm one of them because nobody else can find this either. And it has the Dixie Fire Evening Operations East Zone meeting. I think we just watched that. Yeah, that was the lady who was a little bit nervous in front of the camera. There's a new 31-second Dixie Fire progression video. Which is all kinds of sad. Remember, each color is the spread in 24 hours. A lot of the colors are subtle. They change in a subtle manner. But when it suddenly goes that teal, that was expanding in 100,000 acres in less than 24 hours. Boom. Just insanity. The hotter the red color, the more recent the spread. It's got little dates, like it ends up here at 9/11. So it only goes until the 11th. The heck is that? Suggested videos. I hate that part of YouTube. And we can't comment and we can't even bookmark these because it's listed as kids content. So I can't bookmark these. That was on 9/11. And you know what's worse? It's worse for non-native English speakers. Anybody that speaks Spanish has no idea what the heck's going on with the fires in general. Occasionally there's a Spanish translation at the end of videos, and occasionally you'll find Spanish content, but it's just unacceptable. There's a couple things where we really should cater to people of other languages. That's public safety. That's things like health information, things like info about COVID. I met a whole bunch of new immigrants who had just gotten jobs in healthcare, taking care of the elderly and such. And I was talking to them about COVID, and they said, we don't really know what's going on with COVID. I said, really? Like, yeah, there's almost no official info that's in Spanish. I was like, really? They're like, yeah, we go to Telemundo and such to learn about COVID in America. Oh, okay. So if the fires are even worse. Nicole Giles says that info should be broadcast on AM radio, FM radio, all over the web 24 hours a day, like the Weather Channel. I know. How can we know more about dew point from moment to moment than we know about fire progress? We could find out about the dew point anywhere in the United States 24 hours a day, but not fire progress. It's just, we were listening to the radio all night, and it barely said anything. You know what the last thing was that said on the radio for Tulare County? Because it's the CHP. We did hear a thing about a flare-up about an hour ago on the Caldor, but well within containment lines. But on Tulare County, with the CHP, what we heard about was severed fingers at an industrial accident site. That was about it. That's the only thing we heard. Oh, and a tractor was on fire, but we couldn't even figure out where, or if it was related to fighting the fire, or what. So, but you're right. Oh, you know what, Nicole? When the evacuation orders came for Westwood, somebody put it on Facebook, and I put it on my channel. It was a robot voice on the AM, and it was saying stuff like 1,000,000 miles an hour. What you should do is evacuate Westwood because the fire is coming your way. It is going very fast towards this zone, toward that zone at 30 miles per hour. What you should do is go toward the Susanville, take the 821 with never that might be interrupted by the fire's progress. That is exactly how it sounded. It went out with motor mouth like Micro Machines guy talking about the fire, and it was a distorted robotic voice, and I couldn't make out one word in 5 of what it was talking about. So I told the people of Westwood to get out the day before, and the day before that, and then gave them 5 hours of extra time. Anybody who heard my broadcast, because I said I don't know why they're not doing a mandatory evac, but there's only 3 ways out of town. The west one is already eaten by the fire on 36. The northern route out of town is going to be blocked very soon by the fire, and the eastern route out of town to Susanville is about to be blocked by fire, probably coming up from the Hamilton Mountain area to the north, and that's exactly what happened. They gave people less than 2 hours to evacuate when they finally pulled the trigger and said evacuate, and some of the people, they told people to go to the north, and I was like, what? No, don't do that. And then the next thing coming down the wire is, no, you can't go to the north. The A21's blocked by fire. Well, what happened to the people who are already out of town going that way to the north? It was absolutely insane, Nicole.
Engine 8744.
Radio's alive? I'm not doing this because I think it's cool or I think it's fun. I hate doing this. I hate fire. I'm doing it because the government and the media has failed us. Somebody has to. I'd like to go back to my life. I lost 32 days of my life every waking hour last year. I mean, it was a good way, like a good thing. And sitting here every waking hour for day 64 or something right now. I want to get my career started, and I would like to see my friends, and I'd like to actually attend birthday parties, and I would like to have parties and see other human beings and actually go to the store. I want the government to do this. I want the media to do this. I want somebody else to do this. I would love to have a break. I'd love to have a partner and hand off the duty. But I just don't see how that's going to happen. There is no strategy to not inform us. It's not they anything. Besides, I don't believe in they, the conspiracy stuff. I believe it's incompetence. It's just failing to embrace new technology. They could make this super easy. There could be one website, one-stop shopping for all fire info, and it would make it easier on all local agencies like the sheriffs that want to do evacuations. Instead of updating like 10 social media posts in their own website and screwing around with that when they should be going door to door, they could update the one website, and then the one website that the government runs could update everything else. Well, it's just the old technology. They haven't embraced new technology yet. I mean, that's nice that they get on social media, but there hasn't been any leadership that said, let's make one website for all fires in the United States with all the relevant info, and then the media and all the other counties can pull data from it to update their own websites. It's just like they don't get it. And my generation gets it. In fact, a lot of the older generation gets it. That the old generation invented everything we have right now, but they're just not being listened to. The innovators, it's incompetent. The people who believe in they, and they don't want us to know things, and they are against us, are the ones who desperately want to believe that there's somebody in control of things, and there isn't. There's just a bureaucratic mess of conflicting agencies, and all of them dependent on funding from Washington or the state agencies. And I just read something really sad. I don't know about the validity of this, but as I was looking.
CSI 461 in service 07.
Anyway, mind you, I don't get political. I don't know how valid this is. But here's an example. Today, and he's blaming Democrats, as I'm not. It says, Representative Doug LaMelfa says, today Democrats on the House Agriculture Committee blocked not only a firefighter pay amendment, but a fire reform package that would have reduced fire risks and reformed federal fire policy. The first portion redirected funds to prioritize initial attack on fires with the goal to extinguish all new fire starts below 10 acres in size. The amendment redirected over $2 billion to focus on quickly extinguishing new fires before they had a chance to become major fires. The second portion allows Forest Service to quickly do landscape-wide thinning to reduce catastrophic fire risks, because right now they're not allowed to by Washington rules. It prioritizes treating nationally to the most at-risk fire-prone areas, as well as clearing the way for more effective post-fire salvage. The final amendment directs $500 million to restoration work for post-fire areas, including immediate stabilization of topsoil and ash, to prevent erosion and runoff, salvage logging, and replanting activities. When will common sense prevail in Congress? The West is on fire, and a near 40-year lack of actual management has led to some of the largest fires on record. We must get serious about stopping these fires quickly before the fire receives the name and subsequent collector t-shirt vendor stuff. prioritizing initial attack by providing the resources needed, extra aircraft, more smoke jumpers to put these out before they become national news, is the most basic solution to buy time to fix our forests. Wait, remember, I'm not getting political. This is just an article I'm reading, and it's just, I don't know who's really to blame. Who knows what other kind of pork barrel stuff was in there to cause Democrats to not like it, or whatever happened. But the point is that figure pointing and blame, like he's doing, and the dysfunctional government means that we have worse fire problems. There is nobody in control. There's just people at the top arguing with each other. So that's it. Somebody being in control would mean that they don't have another half of the aisle to work with. It would mean they would be able to just implement what they wanted to. Right now, we just see complete gridlock and a government dysfunction because the two sides won't work together. So the scary thing is nobody's in control, and nobody's really able to just seize control and make things happen either one way or another. We are stuck in a quagmire. So, yeah. Oh, that's okay. That's all right. Oh, you don't have anything to apologize for. But a lot of people do come in here and say they are trying to make us die in fires. They are trying to land grab us. They are trying to burn us out so that they could seize our land. And it's just like, okay. We know that BLM has done some crazy bad things. And sometimes local agencies might be bad actors and something like that, but there's no overarching conspiracy like some of the people.
Medical aid, Crabtree and Tulsa at the bus stop.
Like some people are really shouting about. They say that they can control the weather, you know. Oh man, I hate those alert tones.
Station 20, Crazy Medical Aid for ill female. Crabtree and Tulsa at the bus stop. Station 20, Crazy Medical Aid for ill female. Crabtree and Tulsa. Patient's going to be located at the bus stop. Time out 072.
At there isn't one-stop shopping, Bonnie, though. That one, is that the ArcGIS map that I have linked in my channel description? Because I don't see a link that you gave us. Is it the National Interagency Management?
Duty, I'll be out of cell range. No need to call.
Division 4753.
Did I miss a post, Bonnie? Did you have a post? Because I don't see you making something that you listed. There's a bunch that I put in the description of the video, saying start here, you know, like if you want to do fire research info, but it doesn't have everything. It doesn't have the links to the videos. It doesn't have the sheriff's office evacuations. It doesn't have, there's not even one. You would think there'd be one map for California with all of the evacuation info for every single county. There isn't. There isn't. So, okay, see you, Gail.
There's 5 miles, I believe.
This one doesn't have everything. Like, do you need videos? You don't get them, you know?
Arcom, engine 20 responding.
Engine 20, 074.
Here's fire info, and it just has links to things like InstaWeb. Hey, you take care of yourself, Gail. We'll see you soon. So, I wish that this was a lot better. But it just kind of links you to other things. You know what? A lot of the fires that are California state don't show up on InsaWeb ever. Because InsaWeb is federal. So you have to switch between CAL FIRE's website and InsaWeb. For a long time, things like, I don't know which fire exactly now, but the Placer County one, like the river fire, like just wasn't on InsaWeb.
58 in service.
Station 23, TLC 3.
Now, a couple of civilians have tried to do it with, and I caution you against relying on it too much. That's their ArcGIS map. So let me go look through my own video. Yeah, the one I list is incredibly.
The 06 road or 09? Whatever's there just south of Pondo.
Good morning.
So they're talking a little bit about the KNP. They said whatever's south of Pondo, that must be Ponderosa. So this, I caution people against the over-reliance on this one. First of all, it shows a lot of dead fires as if they're still alive, and it has a lot of missing fires that are still going. So this is the U.S. Wildfire Activity web map. And I was so gung-ho about this one, I was like, whoa, if the government's not going to make a map, at least they are. You can click on incidents and go to it and blah, blah, blah. And you can see the red flag warnings. This is all this in yellow is fire watch. And it shows tiny fires that are not there anymore. Less than 1 acre green incident. That's the 15th. It's like a new fire past 24 hours, but...
Battalion 4, Battalion 6.
But it doesn't really take you to anything useful. And it had a startling lack of updates. When there were major...
Advise the East Battalion that I'm going to have 23 on assignment in Ponderosa for the next couple of hours. And I'll call them when I have cell service.
Battalion 6-8 firm, 758.
Com engine 20 on scene.
Okay. So
078.
So CAL FIRE Tulare Unit and Sequoia Sierra National Forest Channel try to talk over each other. Anyway, I don't even look at that map anymore. It's that worthless.
28, medical aid 1120 East School.
Bonnie says, I prefer choosing the fire off the National Fire map.
Station 28, medical aid for an ill elderly male, 1120 East School Avenue, cross the South Lane, engine. Correction, Station 28, medical aid, ill elderly male, 1120 East School, cross the South Lane, timeout 7:59.
And where is the map? The average person goes here and has no idea where to find the map. I don't either.
Engine 28, 0800.
If it takes somebody more than 15 seconds to find something on your website, you did it wrong.
In-service grant.
That's the first rule of web design for my class. Fire information. Where's the map? Ah, okay.
Engine 28, I copy you responding. How do you copy Firecom on tone 3?
Fire 28, scratches are readable.
Engine 28, how do you copy tone 9?
Fire 28, loud and clear.
It doesn't zoom.
801.
It doesn't zoom. So how's somebody with bad eyes like my dad supposed to look at this and see anything about anything with this micro print? You can't even click on California to make California bigger.
Stations for the Teams Unit. The duty coverage for today is as follows. Unit Duty Chief, Division 4302, ECC Duty Officer Captain Pumarejo, Unit Investigator Prevention 4321, Battalion Coverage Battalion 4312 with 11, 12, and 13, Battalion 4319 with 14 and 15, Battalion 4318 with 17 and 18. Designated Strike Team for today, 8430 Charlie, Strike Team Leader Battalion 4312 with engines 4364, 4371, 4383, 4368, 4352, and alternate engine 4354. This concludes morning staffing, KC 9041.
I'm hoping we hear more about K&P. So which national fire map are you talking about? Because that was National Fire. That was National Fire Interagency Center. Is there a different one? If you listed a website, we didn't see it.
Yeah, right now this sounds better than what I was hearing earlier. A little bit of background noise, but definitely readable.
Right, that's mostly CAL FIRE Tulare unit talking. We're going to have a whole lot of medical stuff. This is 99% medical stuff. God. Oh, man. I don't know how much I could take.
Medical aid, engine 82, Academy between Central and American. Cardiac arrest, 4354 South Academy, timeout 803.
AIO bulletin board. Producer's Guide to Filming? Okay. I'm reading that. The national map. Meaning that one I just showed you that doesn't zoom, that has microprint. I mean, we were talking about the same one, or? Here, have moderator powers for a second. Can you link it to me, the exact one you mean? Because if you have a better link, I'm all for it. The NIFC generally follows a 5-step process in facilitating feature films, documentaries, and TV shows involving federal...
Cherry 04.
West Caldor, possible elevate operational cutoff 1835.
Talking about tips for success for
3174. Unit on Zone 12. I got your destination to conference station. What was your Visalia? Visalia engine 4174 is en route headquarters for maintenance.
4174 en route headquarters maintenance 0805.
Yeah, go ahead and share the link. You can do that now. Bonnie, that would be awesome. Yeah, Smitty's on day 43. I'm on day 64. Yep. But if you count the nights I've been here, that's been more than 64. Oh, the InsaWeb one? Oh, that's InsaWeb. Yeah, but it doesn't have the state fires in it. It has to go into federal jurisdiction. So if a fire happens in California that's not on any sort of federal land or anything, it will not show up. So here, you notice what's missing? There's no river complex. There's no river fire right here, the one that happened in Placer County. That's... Oh my God, that sound. There's a fire that happened here, but you have to go somewhere else. Excuse me, Placer County. You have to go somewhere else to find it.
Tender 82, respond with engine 82, medical aid, cardiac arrest, 4354 South Academy, timeout 807.
That's because it was a CAL fire incident. The public doesn't even know that. It spanned 2 counties, Nevada and Placer. It burned almost 3,000 acres. It took out homes. And people went to InsaWeb and never found info because it was never on InsaWeb. It was right there by Grass Valley. So, that's what the problem is.
Stations, artillery unit standby for administrative coverage and weather discussion.
Oh, weather discussion. Good. Let's talk about K&P. Or Windy Fire. Does anybody have questions?
Coverage for Thursday, September 16th, 2021 is as follows. Chief 4100 on, Chief Division 4101 on at incident, Division 4102 on, Division 4103 on, Division 4104 on, Division 4105 on with duty coverage, Battalion 4109 on, Battalion 4112 on out of the unit, Battalion 4113 on covering Battalions 11 and 12, Battalion 4114 on covering Battalions 13 and 14, Prevention 4121 on with prevention coverage, Prevention 4124 on duty at Porterville Air Attack Base, Air Attack 410, Tanker 78 committed to incident, Federal Aircraft, Alpha 163 training committed to incident, cutoff 1828. Pre-designated engine strike team is as follows: 9410 Charlie with Battalion 4113, Engine 4171, Engine 4162, Engine 4183, Engine 4164, Engine 4184, alternate Engine 4182. Pre-designated dozer strike team is as follows: Strike Team 9416 Lima with dozer 4141, ECC duty officer Fire Captain Chris, SRA burning suspended at all elevations, current dispatch level is medium, energy component 8, spare component 17, the burning next to 20, standby for the weather discussion. Continuing with fire weather discussion, a weak trough of low pressure will remain over the district today through Saturday, with temperatures trending slightly lower
Little day-to-day change in relative humidity and terrain-driven winds prevailing. On Sunday, a weather system will move through the Pacific Northwest and Northern California, bringing an increase in winds, some clouds, and a small change of light precipitation to the Yosemite Park area. Temperatures will trend lower after the passage of the weather disturbance early next week. Today, sky weather sunny, areas of smoke in the morning with haze, maximum temperature 84 to 89 degrees, 24-hour trend down 2 to 4 degrees. Minimum humidity 21 to 31%, 24-hour trend up 3 to 5%. Wind slopes upslope up valley 2 to 6 miles per hour in the early mornings and westerly 36 miles per hour by the afternoon. Ridges west 3 to 6 miles per hour, LAL of 1. Tonight, sky weather is mostly clear, areas of smoke and haze after midnight. Minimum temperature 60 to 65 degrees, 24-hour trend little change. Maximum humidity 39 to 49%, 24-hour trend down 1 to 3%. Wind slopes downslope 2 to 6 miles per hour in the early evening, then easterly 3 to 7 miles per hour. Ridge north 4 to 8 miles per hour in the early evening, shifting to the east 3 to 7 miles per hour, LAL of 1. This concludes the morning report, KXC 350811.
I wish they'd slow down with the talking. I don't even know how fire crews are supposed to absorb that info. I'd be like, son, stop taking crack. And just tell me what you mean to say. King George Ridge 1. This is one of the views of the Windy. Look how crazy active it was all night. We saw the fire back down, jump up, and back down, and jump up over ridges. So Johnsondale is an immediate risk. So the problem is this. Problem is I say, look, there's not...
Between Silvera and San Joaquin Railroad, and no medical staging required. 5726 South School, timeout 812.
Okay, that's just a medical call. The problem is this. I say there is no one map for fires. But then every time I say that, somebody goes, oh, but here's this one or that one. And they think that that map has all California fires in it, or all fires of America. And that's when I have the grim duty of informing them. No, it doesn't. The ones, only fires that become federal issues, with like federal firefighters or crosses state lines or some other thing like that, or it's on federal land, will be listed on InstaWeb. The other fires, you have to go to random websites for whatever the state decides to do for fire websites like CAL FIRE. So my point is there's not one-stop shopping to get all info on the fires that you need, but there should be. And sometimes these websites look so good. They look like they're comprehensive. It looks like you can get all the info that you need until you realize half the fires are missing on California because they stay CAL FIRE fires. So Placer County had tons of fires. But look, there's nothing to click on. There's nothing to click on. There's no info to get. It's on CAL FIRE you have to go to. There's no button that says see CAL FIRE or links you to CAL FIRE. You have this impression, this false impression that these are the only fires going. And there's so many more on CAL FIRE. And CAL FIRE doesn't even have a good map. It's hard to find info on CAL FIRE. Like where's the map? Is there a map? Oh, okay, there's certainly a map. There's no button that says map. You can click on random things though and hopefully get to a map. So here, now CAL FIRE has a map, but it doesn't have the federal ones, just the CAL FIRE fires. So in general. So where were the other ones? The older ones? Like Windy, not a CAL FIRE incident. French, not a CAL FIRE incident. McFarland, not a CAL FIRE incident. And there's no search button. You have to go to Incidents 2021, try to find, and there's a crazy map of stuff. Oh, here's a bunch of the missing fires showing up. See all these around Yuba City, Yuba County, Dorado County. The bridge fire, I don't think that's on InstaWeb, the one that was by Auburn. So the river fire, and then the Bennett fire. That was huge. 59 acres burning right next to Grass Valley. This one by Colfax, the river. In Tenko that was over by Beale. There's others. And the Sky Fire, 76 acres. The one that happened in June. Things that happened up by Whiskeytown, the salt and such. So there needs to be one-stop shopping where we get all the info, and then there's no excuse for not having one. The state and feds need to work together and just have one website. I don't know why it's hard, but this is why my show has to exist. I have to connect people with the millions of links that they need to get the info. So, oh yeah, we knew about that, Susan. I covered the bridge fire live. I knew the moment it started and all the way through the finish. And good to have you, Susan. This is my 64th day of streaming fires, so we were watching the bridge fire all night, and scared people came in and said, why is it so active at night? And I was able to reassure them that it was pretty much the backfiring, probably. It was a pretty scary affair, though, wasn't it? Just when they were trying to get a hold of the Caldor, they have to go and respond to other incidents. Imagine if it had gotten out of control and burned and met the Caldor, how crazy that would have been. If the weather had been different, like a super windy red flag day, that might have been what happened. But yeah, we were covering that live. It's a real awesome job they did, really pouncing on it. It was super professional. But the point is, the public needs one-stop shopping for all their info. They need to quickly access it. It's life or death info. Why do we have to have... What I have to do to help people is I have to have about 65 tabs open at once to the different stations. There's not a Dixie Facebook page. For the East Zone, we have to go to Lassen National Forest. For the West Zone, we have to go to... First it was CAL FIRE Butte County, and now it's CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc Unit. And then for the K&P, we have to go to Sequoia and Kings National Park website, and then also to Sequoia National Forest website. And we also then have to go to Tooele County Sheriff's Office info, so we have to go to have 4 different social media places just for the K&P. For the Windy, I have to go to a reservation website and then Sequoia National Forest. And then to do the Dixie, I had the Butte County, Plymouth County, Lassen County, and Tehama County. They all had different evacuation maps at one point. It was just like, oh man. So my computer can barely handle it. The thing I had to do last year was keep smaller amount of tabs open and have a second computer open. So I just dropped $1,000 to upgrade my computer so I could do this. And I just like, why do I have to? Why isn't there one tab? And imagine this, how good it could be. There could be one page with a auto-updating news page.
For a pickup and put back, 632 East Naron Hill.
Public assistance for pickup and put back. Oh, somebody might have fallen, I guess. Oh. Silver City, California is the one where the fire's headed right towards it. So the fire is spreading. The Windy.
For a pickup and put back, 632 East Naranjo, cross of North Castle Rock, Station 86, Public Service Assist for a pickup and put back, 632 East Naranjo, cross of North Castle Rock, time out 819.
Okay, I'm just going to mute that. What we're very concerned about and have been all night is that here's the things immediately in danger. This is the Redwoods at 100 Grove. Fire's getting real close. Johnsondale, fire's getting real close. And right here at camp with some fires getting real close. It's already gone past the area with the mule lookout, so hopefully that building survived. But we're watching these really scary videos. Tobias Peak. So this is looking from the south to the north. And the fire has come off the mountainside, and we saw real flames, not just, the glow of the heat in the distance as usual. We saw real flames. This is yesterday. It's that 12-hour time lapse. Even with no wind, okay? With no wind, it's this active. Very little wind. Throughout the night, that is extremely alarming. All the firefighters are pretty worried about that. So we finally started to see the real flames. They went over that peak, came into view, spilled over down the hillside. Now they're presumably climbing the hillside that's here in the foreground, climbing up to go get to it. And just down this way is that 100 giants. So guess what's happening tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? High winds. Pretty dang high winds. This will explode. If the fire, the windy, spreads to the north and reaches the SQF complex, that's going to be a catastrophically huge explosive fire, feeding on all the dry fuels and brush and stuff from last year's complex. They have to stop it and keep it out of there. I don't know that they have enough personnel and time to do that. So we have this.
21.
We have the radio going, hoping that they'll say something about that. And they're just talking about picking up citizens and lifting them back up on the toilet or whatever. Just normal city firefighting stuff, which is really sad. I wish we could hear about what the fires are doing. What are they? Where are they going? What's in danger? What battle's happening right now? So now Silver City, California is about to be heavily impacted pretty soon by the K&P. Probably within 48 hours it might reach that area. So as we speak, they're on Mineral King Road trying to prep the structures for protection with wrapping them in foil-like aluminum such material and doing what they can. But this whole area has the odds stacked against them because these fires, the lightning struck too close to what is so precious and needing to save. They called for help, but having less than 1,000 people on this and trying to protect the thousands of buildings and several towns and all these giant trees, there's going to be hard choices and real bad sacrifices. They can't be everywhere at once. So that's the windy, and the K&P is here, and this is where Silver City is in Cabin Cove. This is Mineral King Drive in there. Look how steep that is. I can't find any real pictures on the internet if somebody else has them. This is one heck of a steep drop and chasm, and the fire is making its way uphill to Paradise Peak. Oh, thanks, Husky. Well, thank you for your kind donation. You'll keep me fed during this. And I can't work every day that I'm doing this. I can't make money, so I'm totally dependent on people donating to feed me and such. And I appreciate all of you so much. But it's slated to somewhat soon go over the ridge. Then flaming debris will fall down. It just depends on where the fire is. And if it goes along this ridge, it'll go and drop down onto Silver City. So I think it's a preserved ghost town and tourist attraction now, if I remember right. But it has cabins and such. But the great trees right here are under threat. We saw this heat detection right next to them. And I keep hoping for some sort of an update on we can check their Facebook again. The Sequoia Kings National Park. But the last one was 22 hours ago.
UNICO engine 86 available, returning.
Engine 86, 825.
So Tulare County has a good link for its emergencies and info. There's a special hotline ordered for seniors affected by the KNP complex fire. Oh, that's cool. It's for those 60 and older who are under evacuation orders or warnings. The hotline was set up for those who may need assistance with evacuating themselves and their pets, along with other information, resources, and support. So they may call the assistant line, anyone aged 60 years or older. As of today, September 16th, can call 1-800-321-2462 7 days a week, 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. Only for seniors 60 and older. Others may call 211. That's pretty cool. So Tulare County has a pretty good website set up here for their residents. And they have something called Alert TC. However, half the people didn't get alerts, and they were trying to figure it out why the people of North Fork didn't get them. I mean, you might as well sign up in case it works. So they've got the Facebook, Tulare County Fire Department Facebook. Oh, that's another one to follow then. Oh. But why do I have to open all these tabs? Why is there a pic? Local info for those affected by the complex with animals. Evacuees can find shelter for their animals provided by Tulare County Animal Services. There's multiple animal shelters for large and small domestic animals. That's cool. And, oh, look at that burrow. That's pretty nice. Oh, look at that. Look at that parade. And that's some of their meetings. I'm not sure when the next meeting is. That's Tulare County Fire Department. And this is the coolest link. It's a link to in the video description of mine. KNP Complex Fire Info. So it's tularecounty.ca.gov/emergencies. And here it is in the description, here in the chat. John Stoker says, please forgive me, I tried to post a Facebook page of Alex Londo's on my feed. He sent some good pictures from KNP. Seems like I can only share it with friends. Well, that's okay. I don't mind being your Facebook friend. You don't have to, pay a toll or anything. It's okay. Let's see. Tiernan DL says, where do we start to help make changes? And give suggestions, create 101 personal citizen as a catalyst for interagency communication, federal up to local. That's what I was thinking about. How do we reach people? I think what we should do is create a quick, not really manifesto, but a guide, 35 ways of the 35.
Engine 86, 829.
Okay, here's the idea, and you guys can troubleshoot with me. So far, I was thinking that we write the guide of the 35 reasons for mega fires. 35 being climate change, and that's something that world leaders have to figure out. The 34 other reasons. Here's the practical solutions to alleviating and minimizing mega fires, and with the goal of eliminating them, since they're pretty much a man-made phenomenon for the most part. And a huge amount of that is quick, clear communication to the public and for agencies with each other. And the idea of mine is to make the guide on the best way to immediately make sweeping change and enact that. And then we send it to the president's desk. We send it to the governors of each state, to all of their desks. Send it to every single member of Congress. We put it on the internet. We alert the media, and then we start a campaign for everybody to basically do some sort of letter writing campaign. And they have that online now where you can sign up and add your signature. And maybe we would attract attention and get something done. And here's the thing. What if we can't get something done? I mean, a lot of what would need to happen are pretty much presidential, for God's sake, presidential executive orders.
86 to Florence Peak, cross of Emerald Peak, difficulty breathing 1109.
Okay, sorry, that's a medical call. And here's the thing. Even if the feds don't act or they don't do enough or it gets ignored, whatever happens, the plan is still there. Other people can still push for it. Individual communities, even if their state and federal authorities don't help them out, individual communities can say, let's network with others. And they can do it. It can be done, a lot of this can be done on the private level, if not the government level. And we can make the best of the situation. Start taking care of each other if governments fail us, you know. So that would be my basic idea. And I've been taking notes the whole time about what are the shortcomings. First of all, we don't blame individuals and such. We blame the problem and just say this is what the problem is and this is what needs to change. First step, one-stop shopping, one government emergency app, period. And say that every cell phone in the United States has to come with it. Why the heck can they make Facebook come with an emergency app? It's ridiculous that you can't uninstall Facebook, but you don't have a government emergency app on a phone. Make it work. Make it simple, non-privacy invasive, and reliable. What if the government doesn't do that? Well, a bunch of states can participate and do it. You get the idea. At least the information would be out there. The plan would be out there. And I would totally invite people to add to it. Experts. Experts should be the one crafting it. I have good observations for communication and web design because that's what I went to school for. You know, nobody should have to sign up for privacy invading social media crap. That's pretty unreliable. Like, you can get kicked off of it, you can get banned, you can get hacked, you can get your account stolen. What if every cell phone has the government emergency app, though? To let people know that wildfires and hurricanes and tornadoes are coming their way. Right now, I was aghast to see that the built-in one on Android, from day one, it was one of the first things I did. When I got my phone, I set up emergency alerts. Did you know you have to do that? You have to go into settings, and you have to configure emergency alerts, and you have to turn them on? That's not right. And so, I've never really updated my phone. I hate doing that. But I found out the other day, when I was trying to walk through elderly people and show them how to do it, I saw my own phone had emergency alerts turned off. I didn't do that, but they were turned off. So, exactly, those can lead to ballot initiatives. We can get, exactly, Smitty. If we make it non-political, not crucifying individuals, just make it common sense. All people's needs, you know, addressing all of them, environmental and addressing health and safety. Everyone, the whole 9 yards. And make it pretty common sense and not too radical. You know, invest in new technology that we need, invest in communications, invest in the the solutions that are proven to work, then I'm sure there will be a whole lot of senators and such will get on board. Got pen or pencil? And we can do it online. There's some awesome ways that people can do petitions online. You get a few million signatures, attention starts to be given. You get 12 signatures, nobody hears about your petition. A few million, oh. See, the cool thing about politicians, even if they're not sincere or not, is they basically promise and try to deliver whatever gets them elected and keeps them elected. So they'll, no matter what their personal feelings are, they may not give a damn about fire or something, right? But they'll cry crocodile tears and say, we need to do something about fire, if they think that'll get them elected, and they'll vote for the things that we need, so. But people have to just make it very clear that that's their number one issue. I mean, really, it really should be the number one issue on everybody's mind in the West. I mean, like healthcare, right? Well, we can't have good healthcare if hospitals are burning down. I'll never forget that my uncle had an appointment at Paradise's hospital that morning, and he wasn't in the fire because he forgot his healthcare card and had to turn back to his home for it, and then they started closing roads and there was a fire. So healthcare, yeah, it's a good issue, but we don't have healthcare if our hospitals burn up. Justice, that's a very good issue, social justice, but having the Paradise Fire survivors screwed out of their fair compensation because of corruption, that's quite a big social justice concern. Things like the environment, those are very good issues, but doing things for the environment doesn't matter if you let it burn up. Economy, that's a good issue, but what does it matter if we have billion-dollar wildfires happening a couple times a year and it breaks the economy? Like, this is the number one issue that should be on everybody's mind. Home and family and homelessness, that's a very good issue. And these fires are causing it. So what's the point of working on homelessness if more people are homeless because of preventable huge wildfires? Also, a home affordability issue, that's a very good issue. But what's happening is that people can no longer afford fire insurance because of these mega fires. So, let's see what I'm saying. Clean drinking water. These mega fires are destroying it. Climate change, these mega fires are causing extreme pollution. So this really should be everybody's number one. Okay, I wanted to do the time lapse of this sunrise, and then I can close this. At least we had a nice sunrise this morning. We had some good news on the in Oregon. It looks like some rain might rain out the bowl complex fire, which is getting pretty scary. So that looks good. There might be a little bit of rain this weekend, but there will be heavy winds. So the Caldor and the Dixie are not over. They might see some growth this weekend if the wind is dry. And it's catastrophically bad forecast pretty much for the S&P, the K&P and the windy. So I just want to see this sunrise. This was pretty amazing. On the Mount Woodson camp. That is awesome. Yeah, Smitty, no downer talk. That's banned here. I know what you're saying. They'll promise they'll get elected and do about a fourth of that because they were bought off by silver bullets. Okay, but don't discourage people from trying to make change. The thing is that if they don't do their promises, you can recall them and you can vote somebody else in. Because we need that to happen immediately. There is no, well, that politician's kind of doing what we want. Here's the thing. We have needs. They either get done, what we need gets done, and then we're saved. Or it doesn't get done and we're doomed. It's just that simple. We're doomed to more of the same, which is not something that's sustainable. So it is either we meet the needs or not. It's one of those things where you're pregnant or you're not. There's either we get everything we need or nothing happens, you know? So this is more important than ever to get this done and really fast, like really fast, like sweeping changes, immediate executive orders, emergency legislation. At least the good news is that back east they woke up this year. Nobody cared about the wildfires in the west in Washington because, you know, they don't care about the west. However, their $1 million mansion in Tahoe, vacation homes were threatened this year, so they blinked and they sat up and they're paying attention. What is that?
4360 en route, Millerton via Station 82, the personnel swap.
Oh, that's
no copy, send you in 4361 0841.
Look at these tropical storms. Washington is dealing with a lot of stuff right now. The East Coast is dealing with a lot of stuff. But at least when the worst happens, the impetus for change arrives, you know. We would never get this much attention and this much well, there's nothing quite like a disaster, I'll put it this way, to finally get attention and change happening. Yeah, and Barbara says, I have an issue with...
Communications, Night India, all night resources are off the line.
I have no idea what this thing is.
All night resources off the line.
Get off my screen, whatever this stripe is. What is this? I wave it to. Anybody know what that is on Zoomer? Is there something wrong with my screen? Can I click this off? What is it? Sorry, Barbara says, I have an issue with PG&E dropping large trees into defensible space of a home and then abandoning the mess. Ah, poor elder folks with massive trunks now in violation of 4291. I'm not sure what that is, but yeah. There should be a lot of lawsuits. There's got to be some change. So what I hate is I've been speaking since 10:30 at night, almost constantly, because there's no radio chatter. I have the Caldor going. I have Sequoia going. I have Cal Fire Artillery unit all playing at once. But there's almost no chatter, so I don't know what to do at this point. I can leave cameras on. I'm at the point where I can't really talk. I've got a super sore throat and I'm sick with the flu. Whatever the hell this is, I gotta get it off the screen. And I would like the radio to be on or some video to be on. I could have a break, but I don't know what to show. I was hoping there'd be a East Zone morning operational update or a West Zone we can watch for the Dixie. We had, Dixie Fire morning update, 40 minutes ago. Did we see this?
Good morning, everybody. Mario Gomez, Operations Section Chief with California Incident Management Team 1. I'll be giving you your morning update for the East Zone of the Dixie Fire. Today, we've got folks working on the Fire's Edge by Devil's Punch Bowl. That's our #1 area of concern, and we're also working on suppression repair. And suppression repair is where resources go out and they start working on the fire lines, hand lines, and dozer lines that we put in during suppression activities to repair them to their natural state. So starting with the fire in Devil's Punch Bowl. Today, resources are going to continue to patrol and mop up this one remaining section of uncontrolled fire line that we have on the map. And they'll be working with Beckworth Hotshots. They're going to continue to secure that, mopping up with bladder bags and, you know, get this thing looking good for us ahead of the upcoming wind event. Continuing on down into Division Romeo, resources are going to be patrolling, mopping up, and backhauling equipment as needed, and working on suppression repair. And that's going to continue all the way down into the Lake Davis area, also into Dixie Valley, and all the way through Dixie Valley up to Dixie Mountain. In this area below Dixie Mountain, the Army crews are going to continue to patrol and mop up that section of hand line, addressing any areas of concern that could be potential impacts to our line if the wind does materialize this weekend. This section of the fire here, again, continues to have no movement. It's held in its current footprint, so no issues. Coming down into Division Papa along the 395 corridor, resources are patrolling and mopping up and backhauling hose and equipment. There's one more day worth of backhaul, and this will be into patrol status. Coming down up and around the Black Mountain comm site, same thing remains, you know, patrol, mop up, and that continues all along through Division Oscar to the Walker fire scar. Moving up to the spot fire we had up by Janesville a few weeks ago, this entire fire is in a patrol status. Everything has been backhauled, and so resources are maintaining a presence along the 395 corridor and being available to respond to calls for service. Coming up over here by Antelope Lake and Fruit Growers Boulevard, same holds true there. Resources are patrolling. All backhaul has been completed, and folks are just maintaining a vigilant patrol, keeping an eye on our control line.
I'm sorry.
Caldor West Communications copies on that.
Can you change our location to Mountain Rest for the rest of today, please?
Area 7, medical aid, 31161 Florence.
I'm sorry. I was in the kitchen when the radio started talking.
Station 7, medical aid for chest pain, 3.
I'm just going to mute that. That's not anything to do. That's the radio in Tulare County. I thought they'd give us some KNP fire chatter, but not so. Sorry, I was in the kitchen when I heard the radio talking over his presentation, though. Rewind it a little bit.
Section of hand line, addressing any areas of concern that could be potential impacts to our line if the wind does materialize this weekend. This section of the fire here, again, continues to have no movement. It's held in its current footprint, so no issues. Coming down into Division Papa along the 395 corridor, resources are patrolling and mopping up and backhauling hose and equipment. There's one more day worth of backhaul, and this will be into patrol status. Coming down up and around the Black Mountain comm site, same thing remains, you know, patrol, mop up, and that continues all along through Division Oscar to the Walker fire scar. Moving up to the spot fire we had up by Janesville a few weeks ago, this entire fire is in a patrol status. Everything has been backhauled, and so resources are maintaining a presence along the 395 corridor and being available to respond to calls for service. Coming up over here by Antelope Lake and Fruit Growers Boulevard, same holds true there. Resources are patrolling. All backhaul has been completed, and folks are just maintaining a vigilant patrol, keeping an eye on our control line. Coming down into Indian Valley, same thing holds true for Indian Valley. We are patrolling. All the backhaul has been completed.
411.
and suppression repair is taking place in the vicinity of Diamond Mountain Road on these dozer lines that you can see here, and that will remain the same all the way through our Whiskey X-ray. Their backhaul has been completed, and they are currently working on suppression repair around Bucks Lake and in the wilderness here, Bucks Lake Wilderness, working on the PCT, repairing that. And that's the end of your report. Thank you and have a good day.
I wish those were more than 3 minutes long, but hopefully they can get, they're kind of in a race against time to kind of button up Caldor and Dixie areas before the wind event of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So, what we can do is look at predictive services and see if they have their morning video for fire weather. It's usually out by 9 in the morning, but hopefully they've got it earlier today. Go. 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 Okay, website. Go. Here we go. Slowly. Bueller. You're gonna load the website? Wow. And that's super responsive. Suddenly I have a dial-up deja vu. And only half loaded. There's something wrong with this. Let's do this. Predictive services, Reading. No, the other one. There we go. Now we go to weather and this lovely 1990 website. Yikes. So here's the legend. Very dry, moderate risk of large fires. Boy. Sacramento Valley, Bay Area. Low moderate risk of large fires in the absence of a high risk event, which would mean incredible wind. High risk days, at least 20% chance of a large fire due to a combination of dry or very dry fuel, dryness, and an ignition trigger. Yeah, that's kind of like everywhere. So let's go to the video. Fire weather webcast. That's for yesterday. Well, let's watch yesterday's video, and within about 10 minutes, today's should show up.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Wednesday, September 15, 2021. The most recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows an approaching Pacific trough to the north. A dry intrusion remains over large portions of California, as indicated by the orange and reddish shading. Visible imagery shows a healthier crop of marine layer clouds along the coast, particularly across the Bay Area. The marine layer cloud deck may not fully dissipate today along the coast. Smoke will remain across the north and produce some visibility restrictions. Otherwise, clear skies across the region. A weak trough will influence the region's weather today and Thursday. A weak ridge builds back Friday before a stronger and much deeper Pacific trough swings over the area during the weekend. A stronger ridge expected to return early next week. Confidence is fairly high for the overall pattern, although subtle differences in the timing of the trough as well as how it sweeps over the region is still in question, thus impacting the amount of moisture and wind with the system. Temperatures will fluctuate quite a bit during the next 7 days, with slight moderation near term, then more pronounced cooling during the weekend, before warming trend begins early next week. As mentioned, confidence in the precipitation amounts is still suspect for this weekend, but the trend has been there the past 2 days for some sort of wetting rainfall, greater than 1/4 of an inch across the northwest third or so. The amount of spatial coverage is also in question. Models did get a little more bullish the past 24 hours for more spatial coverage, but unsure if that trend will continue. The next 24 hours of modeling will be crucial for gaining confidence in the overall precipitation expectations. WPC's 7-day precipitation accumulation forecast, ending at 0500 Wednesday, continues to show some promise for wetting rainfall across the north and portions of the east. Wind speeds will noticeably increase area-wide today and this evening. Generally expect peak gusts between 20 to 30 miles per hour, favoring the north and east, plus the greater Bay Area, but some localized areas could exceed 30 miles per hour. It should be noted that gusty northeast ridge winds will return tonight across the far northwest corner. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. Wind speeds will decrease Thursday, leaving locally breezy northwest, west, southwesterly winds. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Thursday. Wind speeds will be back on the rise area-wide Friday, with peak gusts at 25 to 35 miles per hour. The strongest readings will be found across the east. This forecast image is valid at 1700 Friday. The strongest winds of the week are expected to occur Saturday and Saturday night, with a cold frontal passage Sunday into Sunday night, trending the winds more north, northeast, and easterly for early next week. The northerly and easterly winds could be quite gusty as well. This GFS surface wind forecast is valid at 1700 Saturday. Humidity will begin to moderate slightly today through Friday, with more pronounced moistening during the weekend, especially from west to east. Minimum humidity will be in the teens, 20s, and 30s across a broad portion of the region through Friday. Drying will return early next week. This forecast image is valid at 1700 today. The 7-day significant fire potential product reveals a mix of risk. High-risk conditions will be found across the east Friday and Saturday due to the combination of gusty winds, low humidity, and unusually low fuel moisture. Localized areas of elevated fire danger will be experienced today. It is likely some high risk will be needed for the early next week period, but the spatial coverage will largely be dependent on how much rain falls and where. In summary, increased winds today area-wide, combined with low humidity across interior areas. More noticeable increase in wind Friday, creating high-risk conditions across the east. Strongest westerly winds Saturday, creating high-risk conditions across the far east. Strong jet and Pacific trough passage, leading to unsettled weather this weekend, and some precipitation likely across the north and east. Pacific cold frontal passage Sunday and Sunday night, leading to gustier and drier north, northeast, and easterly winds early next week.
Okay, so there's a couple highlights here that were pretty depressing. Hopefully, the north half of the state gets more rain than they think. That would be very beneficial to the river complex, Monument, McFarland, Antelope, Dixie, perhaps Caldor. But the thing is, the winds arrive before any moisture does, so they would initially have a hard time Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. On the north, it's not going to be a cakewalk. It's devastating news for the south, for the Windy and the KNP. These fires have been active and awful without any wind influence.
Fairly hot.
Why is the
for the overall?
Why is the picture screwed up? The heck? Okay, there we go. So it's going to be extremely bad for the wind to pick up and have almost no moisture in the south. So the it's worse than even they're saying, because this is Redding's predictive services. That's for the north half of the state. The southern half has a different one, and I don't think they make videos. But the high wind that'll hit the KNP and the windy fire, ironically named, is going to be pretty bad. So at some points they kind of have a little bit of an animation. Let me turn off the audio. So I don't like these graphics. We'll look at windy and maybe that'll show it better. But the strongest winds of the week are expected to occur Saturday and Saturday night, with cold front passage Sunday and Sunday night. Trending winds will be north and northeast winds for early next week. That means unusually, after Sunday, let's take the correct color pen. We're going to have north and northeast winds driving the fires of the south towards the communities. Most of the time, Three Rivers and such are protected because during the day, this is the typical wind direction when there's no other real influence. It drives it away from the communities of the valley, and we know that Milford and such is pretty much buttoned up and safe as far as anybody knows. And then at night, when winds generally go back the opposite direction, these communities feel mostly safe because in front of these fires, because the nighttime winds and fire activity is a lot less, as nighttime has fewer wind gusts in general, because sunlight actually influences that, and there's much more humidity. It's much cooler, and that moderates fire activity. And all the time, there's not much wind. There's a smoke blanket that settles down on top of it, called the inversion, and that's the lid on the frying pan. Like if you can't turn off the burner, you can at least put the lid on the bacon and not get all snappy grease stuff all over you, right? Well, what's going to be different about this is if you have north winds and northeast winds from a storm, it's going to be pretty fierce. And down here at the higher peaks, which is, where the windy and the KNP is, the high Sierras down here, going to have 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and sustained winds. It's going to explode. And sometimes the fires can just climb. They can go against the wind at the backing thing, just because they like to climb. And backing fire means that they go downhill or against the wind because, flaming debris rolls downhill, starts a fire at the base of a hill, then it climbs the other side. And that's what the windy did all night, and we saw it move with pretty incredible speed for a non-wind driven event, just because the fuels are so dry. So we're going to get wind and kind of a storm without the benefit of any moisture so far lined up for the south, or very little that it wouldn't matter. So they're in a race against time to protect everything they can until that happens, and they have very little personnel. It's just taking a long time for people to show up. So the north wind and northeast wind early next week will threaten things like Three Rivers and the other little communities. And in a way they haven't really been threatened before. This is also bad when you see W. This is not bright red, but basically it should be bright red. This might be red flag. They may update it to a red flag for Friday, just tomorrow, in northeast California, the northern Sierras, and the far east side. That's potential for gusty and dry northeast and east winds early next week too. High risk for strong winds and low humidity. That's very bad. It's quite bad. So that's what we're worried about. Look at the time lapses for what happened without wind. What happened without wind last night? This is the windy fire. We finally saw flames show up right in there. That's actual flames. It's underneath the smoke layer. They're just white because of the nature of infrared. White is heat, light, and fire. It's all white. So the stuff in the clouds is just hot clouds or light reflecting off of them, and hot smoke. But that is the fire climbing around and spreading from one of the cameras visible from Blue Ridge. That happened all night. You notice that dawn was the last frame? That happened all night. So here's Blue Mountain Kern 1 zoomed in. We saw the same thing. We finally saw the fire here, and other places. And we were anxiously watching if it was going to come over to the foreground. It may do that during the day. But this is extremely active fire happening all night. Just fuel driven, basically, without really too much in the way of wind. It had good ventilation, which means, slowly wind came in from the west and pushed the smoke away and kept giving it oxygen. But it wasn't super windy, if you get my meaning. So here's a different view of King George Ridge, just trying to find a way to start a pyrocumulus in the middle of the night, just like we've seen night after night after night. These began on the night of the 9th, and we just ran out of time until the next big wind event. So pretty much everything they do today is the last kind of preps they can make before this stuff has a potential to explode. We have a lot of great trees in jeopardy right now. The fire has kind of gone right up to the General's Avenue, where the General Sherman tree is. It's very close to the 100 Giants, very close to Johnsondale and a couple other places. And if it spreads to the north, it's like have you ever seen a movie where there's a powder keg, but somebody takes the gunpowder and makes a trail? That thing is going right now. They can't allow the Windy to get to the border of the SQF. Last year's, Castle Fire and the other Sequoia fires. If it gets there, that's going to be pretty catastrophic, and it's just going to take off like a rocket, and only winter will really stop it. I did not mean for that to rhyme. But you see how here's yesterday's activity? That's not real. See how it spread already right up to the border of the slate? That this is the huge amount. This whole fire is where the Sequoias burned last year with that huge 2020 SQF complex fire. If it reaches all this stuff, they have to stop it here. If they don't, if it reaches in here, this is boom. Boom. Because of the heavy dead and down fuels now. We're talking dead old growth sitting there in the landscape. And that'll be extremely bad. There just won't. I don't think there will be a way to stop it from just kind of going where it wants. It'll make pyrocumulus clouds. It'll become a mega fire, and that could happen with the wind event of tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. A north wind might push it back. Hopefully they can hold it, and the north wind would push it back down to the south, but that would be catastrophic for anything south of here. And when the northeast winds come, you'll see it spread in new directions. And that's on the windy. And so there's a lot of Indian reservation communities that would be affected, and history, and the same thing with Three Rivers. The north and northeast winds would push it strongly this time. Not just nighttime, things strongly down the canyon towards community of Three Rivers, towards Cove Orchard. A north wind would drive it towards Silver City, Mineral King. And it's going to be bad. So it's a hold on to your butts weekend. I've been streaming now for 10 hours and 36 minutes. I do need to go take a walk and get my mail. So let's look at windy. Wind gusts and storms. Let's see if we can get this animating towards something that resembles what's supposed to happen. Radar and satellite. Let's see if windy matches what predictive services is basically going to say. There's lightning strikes. I don't know why it won't go to radar satellite. Heck, let's just get it. Let's see if it will animate and go. Here comes the trough. So it's Thursday, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 p.m. Friday, 6, 7, 8, 10 p.m. This is regular wind. We should have it on wind gusts. There we go. Saturday. I just don't see windy doing the same thing that predictive services was showing. There's Thursday, 10, 11, 12, 1 p.m. Yeah, somebody's depending on that. That's a false sense of security. Here comes Friday. And Saturday. And the strongest winds they were saying might be Saturday. But predictive services was saying the stronger winds would be south. Boom, Sunday. Really strong winds. And into Monday. So we have a similar thing to predictive services, but windy is showing that it might happen a tiny bit later. But different models show different things. Mind you, this is a wind gust chart. So the purples are 45 miles an hour and higher. And the reds are 35, 40th. But we have on paper that they're saying up to 50 mile an hour wind gusts in the Sierras. This is going into Sunday now. And the strange thing is, stop, you stupid animation. The strange thing is you would think it would get hotter as things approach 50 miles an hour, but it goes back to a blue color. So the blue color inside of the pink is the 50 mile an hour wind gusts. So east of Fresno and east of Azalea and such are these fires in question. Definitely here, though, according to predictive services, we could have the 50 mile an hour wind. But this is ominous. That's Sunday at 11 in the morning. So, yeah. Hey, Big Daddy, thanks for being here. Anybody depressed, report to Big Daddy for hugs. You're awesome, Big Daddy. So, at least the north might get some rain. But may not happen for the southern portions, which is the big worry. So, I think the fires are a little bit more quiet right now than they were in the night, according to the GOES 17 satellite. Last updated at 1551. Let's see. What is 1551 UTC in Pacific time? Make sure it's updated. 8:51 a.m. Yeah, so it's about to update again. But boy, was that really concerning, all of the activity last night. So usually around either 11, 12, 1, or 2 is when the afternoon winds usually pick up on fires. Now, do we have any talk, any chatter? Not really. playing is Cal Fire Artillery Unit and Sequoias National Forest, which is almost never active. Here's our multi-camera. As soon as daytime happened, we lost our ability to see too much about the fires until smoke lifts. Yeah, I know, Tieran. I deal with medical issues with the medical system, same incompetent communication issues as the lack we've seen in fire communication issues. Yeah, I still like to use pencil and paper. I know what you mean. There you go. So, yeah, I hate that. Barbara says the mess PG&E leaves when they cut down a tree or something near their lines requires tractors and long bar chainsaws and a lot of money to clean up, but the homeowners get cited. Really, it's PRC 4291 is the law that requires defensible space of a home to be cleared, fuel loads, trees limbed, and weeds cut. And PG&E makes a mess felling trees around their lines and leaves it for the homeowner to clean up. That's great. That's great. So, you know what, Tiernan? Have you ever tried voice typing? I remember when I had my arm injury, I needed to do homework and such. And now, more than ever, there's things like SoundHound voice typing and others. I think it's called Hound, where you can control your phone with your voice. And you can blog that way. You can write with voice typing. I do it pretty quickly that way, and you just have to go back and make edits. But there's all kinds of software out there, like Dragon Naturally Speaking. It's now just called Dragon, I think. It was one of the best first speech recognition softwares. And a lot of disabled use it.
Battalion 6.
So if you want...
Battalion 6 per Division 4, Tone 14, 151.4. As
far as I know, it'll learn your voice. So you can speak into it and it'll say, I think what you said is this, and you kind of train it to your voice. And you can, there's individual and legal, this or that. It's dictation software, so you can just write anything you want with that. That's, here's the website, but there's free versions of things, especially apps, where you can do voice typing. I mean, Google has its own, but boy, is that one get you in trouble. But the Google keyboard has a little, like if you want to text, it's got that little microphone button, and you can voice type a text. But you can do a book that way too. You can have book writing or whatever kind of software on your phone. Just talk to your phone. Later fix it with the keyboard. But you can use this is the stuff for Windows. So you have products for, even legal teams have this, law enforcement, and doctors and such. They transcribe their patient notes that way. And control your computer by voice with speed and accuracy. Talk and your words appear on the screen. Say commands and your computer obeys. It's 3 times faster than typing and is 99% accurate. Master Dragon right out of the box and start experiencing big productivity gains immediately. And that goes for the disabled, anybody with shaking hands or hurt arm or anything. And accessibility. They have it for people who have stuttering speech and, things. Work virtually hands-free. Remove the challenges of writing or using a computer. Prevent repetitive stress injuries. Oh boy. When my arm injury happened, I couldn't stand the pain of clicking a mouse. That sucked. So, it can also help people with language-based learning disability and, you know, speech impediments and all that kind of stuff. So, those with speech impairments or pronunciation issues. Yeah, there you go. And, yeah, any way I can encourage you, I'll try. I like having you here with us. Let's look at our things. Now I gotta go get the mail. The radio is on, but I feel like I should put a back in 15 or something. Back in 20 message right here. Back in 20 minutes. Well, people don't know when I wrote that. Back at 9:40 a.m. Okay. Gonna go get the mail, get a package, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? Be good now. Be good now.
South Battalion 6. Relay to Division 4. I'd like to use Training 1 for the Ponderosa structure model and have him committed as I am.
Victory is 6322.
Light Carrier 4162 and utility 4132 en route to Light Carrier for assistance. Battalion has been notified.
Daily copy 0923.
162.
Battalion 6, Division 3. Battalion 6, Division 3.
Battalion 6, Firecom, Chelsea 109.
Battalion 6.
Battalion 6, Division 3 is attempting to contact you on the radio.
Copy off the relay, I can't hear. Advise them update. A fire is over Great Western Divide. At the standby. Road and Crawford.
And 6 Farcom copies 0925. Division 3 Farcom.
Division 3.
Division 3, I have information from Battalion 6 in regards to the incident he's on. Would you like me to place the call? Division 3, 0925.
Sierra Battalion 12 on service, duty officer Bass Lake.
Sierra copies, Battalion 12 in service, duty officer Bass Lake, 927.
Fire 552 on command 2. We're on the ground. CMP elevate shutdown.
B928.
Sierra Patrol 53 in service.
Copy, Patrol 53 in service.
Sierra Patrol 14 in service.
Sierra Copy, Patrol 14 in service.
O364 en route, Coalinga in service.
C4 en route, Coalinga 0934.
Patrol 43 in service, Kern. 4382 en route, last lane in service.
All aircraft, be advised of an alert tone.
Last in game, your identifier.
4382.
Fresno copies, engine 4382 en route to last in game at 0935.
Engine 11.
Morning, Sierra. Engine 3 is stopped, Clawson plus 4.
Clawson plus 4. Water tender 21.
Clear water tender 21 in service, Holland plus 1.
Clear copy. Engine 351.
Sierra engine 351 will be in service, Patterson plus 4.
Please, engine 353.
353 will be squad 353 dash 10 plus 3. 383 en route.
Sierra Water Tender 23 is 3 en route to the shop 0937.
Engine 32, Morrison 3.
Engine 341.
Sierra engine 341, service status plus 2.
Sierra copies. Engine 343. Oh, you are. This includes morning stopping time check. 0937, change the
Sierra engine 11 in service, Osmond at 4.
Sierra copies. Osmond and 4.
Sierra, LUR.
LUR, Sierra.
Sierra, LUR, just wanted to let you know, engine 8160 is staffing, Mahan plus 3.
Sierra copies. LUR 8160, Mahan plus 3.
4371's en route to Hurley Station, 10 staff.
4371 en route Hurley Station, 10 staff, 0942.
Affirming 1630-16.
Affirm, 16.
36 portable copies of 0945. Good morning.
Thank you, 36.
Porterville 339, Channel 4, Tone 12.
39 Porterville.
Show me in service to Big Meadows area, ETR 1700.
39 Porterville copies of 0945.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry I'm 8 minutes late. But, got the mail and such. So, unfortunately, there's somebody going, hog wild with a leaf blower out there, so hopefully I can continue to talk. Not sure if they're gonna approach my area again. So, I was hoping the radio would be on and do something, but hasn't really said anything since I've been gone last 15 minutes. I have it on Tulare County, Cal Fire Tulare. Oh,
Air Money, Crew 2 in service, Greeley Fire Control Road Project.
En route Greeley for fire correction for project 0947.
Okay. Mostly they're just reporting where they're going with their engines, and mostly medical calls. We do have red detections of heat again on both the the KNP and the windy, but we can't really see them anymore due to the smoke. So let's see what we can see. Alright, time lapses from last night. Yeah, smoked in with the cams. Can sort of see the fire and all that mess. Sort of when you time lapse it from the Tobias Peak. But that's a lot of smoke in the way. Okay. Hello, Xavier. Sorry I was away when you said hello. I'm not sure anybody is awake anymore in chat. So, how's everybody? Is chat alive? You guys doing okay? I could use a coffee. I've been awake since yesterday at 9 p.m. So I'm getting pretty tired now. Just yesterday I collapsed. I have the flu, and I'm calling it the truck flu. So a lot of people that seem to have it, and just feels like I've been hit by a truck with the body aches and pains. So throughout the night I covered the fires, and they burned really alarmingly vigorously, the ones down south here. Oh, hello, me. How are you?
Fires on 1828 radio check.
It was health related, not fire related. That's the way it's been most of the
copy
night.
you. Clear with some static.
Every once in a while we hear dispatch, and they're saying
Fire zone 1828 copy.
something, but usually we can't hear the firefighters. We only hear dispatch in one end of the conversation. So how are you doing, me? Sounds pretty weird. Oh, hey, Nicole, you're here. Awesome. We're on 11. We are on hour 11.
28 QLCQ radio check. Can I give you a 5 count?
Okay, Farcom copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Farcom 28, thank you.
There's a radio check.
51.
Me says, I found a Himalayan salt room that has amazing health benefits for lungs and breathing. I like those. I got my relatives who have breathing problems, the little salt lamps. You have to have really, really hot bulbs for them to actually do any ionizing, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, we're smoked in with the cams. That's typical in the morning when there's not as much wind activity. But oh boy, did they burn actively.
Engine 341, Channel 4, Tone 4.
Engine 341, Sierra.
You can show us in service local.
Sierra copies in service local.
The most disturbing service call was the one for the severed fingers this morning. That was pretty nuts. So here's my dilemma. When the radio is almost non-existent and we don't see fires on cams, that means I have to talk constantly. I have to speak near constantly, or people generally tune out. They think that the radio's broken and this feed is dead, or they think that something's going on. And I mean, I don't blame them. Most people are just listening to the broadcast. They're not really sitting here watching as they go about their day, and they kind of depend on the fire updates. So that's something that I don't know what to do. If I'm not here, like, well, I'm wanting to take a nap right now. If I'm not here, though, and there's nothing on the radio, and there's almost nothing to see on the cams, I'm not sure what we do about the situation. Am I supposed to leave a stream going with nothing to see and nothing to report until they make their nighttime reports? Today might be one of the last lulls. I may need to rest as much as I can before the crazy weekend weather. Yeah, I know the whole event is weighing heavy on the heart. I know I'm just exhausted. I got hit by emotions last night too, which is not fun. I like being here more than I like not, because I'm constantly interacting with people who are patting me on the head, saying I'm doing a good job, or I listen to other people and laugh and then know what's going on. Because if I'm not looking at the fires, I'm wondering, is something happening right now? Are people leading me, or is there something? Has there been a development? Am I missing something? That anxiety of, is another town in danger? Seems like whenever I take a day off, that we might have we have something major happen. So it's weird. It's like I can't really rest anyway. But I don't know what to do. Like, leave the stream on. I can restart it right now. We're at 11 hours and 21 minutes, and I definitely have to at least nap. There's also a leaf blower crew running around right now. I might have to stop speaking. So I'm thinking maybe we'll just give the stream a break for a little bit, and I can monitor things and restart it, because I'd have to restart anyway. So we're at 11 hours and 22 minutes. I think we've seen all the videos that are updated. I think we've done everything. And it's kind of asking a lot of mods to be here 24 hours a day. And I think you might be the only one, Nicole, awake right now. The others may have fallen asleep at the keyboard again. I wonder if Smitty's asleep. I hope Smitty is asleep. He's been here for a long time. What do you think about that? Should I rest for a little bit and reconvene in the evening? Or I'll start if I see anything? Yeah, you should get a nap. I've been in and out of napping. Yeah, that's what I think. So we'd have to restart the stream anyway, but without me being there, without the radio on, and without any updates, I have to spare my voice. Speaking for almost 64 days straight, more than 10 hours a day, and near constantly, has been a bit of a challenge. It hurts. So, OJ Cat, you're here? Hey, how are you? What do you think about having a break here, coming back in the evening? I don't think anything will happen too much until afternoon anyway. Winds get a little more intense. I've been watching this. We have activity from within where it was, but no new border activity, if you know what I mean. Oh, hi, Katie Wilson, saying that sounds good. Okay. I don't know how much longer I can be awake today, but having the flu is kind of brutal. So, but thank you for being here, guys. And, yeah, I think it's nap time. So, let's just check cams one more time. This is K&P at the top, and windy at the bottom. Yeah, late afternoon is when things happen. That's generally right. So I'm not sure when I could turn it back on. If I feel like I have to go down for a hard sleep, then I'll just turn it on and let it go. But the funny thing about these cams and radio is that may not help people too much. However, mods in chat can share links or something that develops. Okay, guys, let's get a nap. Let's get a nap in. I feel better about that. And once again, like if I gotta go down for hard sleep, I'll just turn it on and prop it up. Yep, night. G. Connor says, "Well, job well done. See you on the next outing." Yep. Thanks for being here, guys. Time for nap. So I'm just writing flu, nap time, and I'll check in. If I go down for hard sleep, we'll restart it. Yeah. Rob says I could do a restart now, put on any of the array of cameras and get your sleep. Yeah, I don't want to wake up at like 9 p.m. though. I would like to stay up a little bit longer so I could start setting the sleep schedule forward. And waking up at midnight would be okay, or 2 in the morning or 3, but waking up at 9 p.m. doesn't help anybody. So unfortunately, it's just hard to have a good sleep schedule when you're sick. But that's a good suggestion. And I'll do the thing is I have to use my computer for at least part of my day. I may restart as soon as 2 hours from now. I may decide to do hard nap and just restart and go off, but I would try to stay awake a few more hours. So we'll see what happens. But thanks for being here. If you want to know when I go live, of course, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button too. That would really help the stream. But the subscribe button with the ringing bell lets you know whenever I go live. And every YouTube has right there to go to the channel page. You would click on my name to see my other videos and such. You can always bookmark that if you don't want to, bookmark my page if you don't want to log into YouTube and favorite it or whatnot. So I will put it back on a little bit later, but unknown time. So, yep, see you guys later and stay safe.